talking
Most of us
epitome
have been
right
on this
here.
app for a very long time. We're OGs on this app. Most of the people on this stage are OGs. We've been here. We've been through it. And I'm just saying, you know, been through it. I've learned from it and I'm a stronger person from it. Thank you.
So, Serendipity, remember the game we used to play, the yes no game, where we would guess each other's answers to a yes
Oh,
no question?
don't. Oh no, not don't shoot the messenger.
No, we'll never play that game again.
That would
Like,
be
That
Monica will
funny.
sounds
never
fun
play that
though.
game.
It sounds fun though, Monica.
I'm
Don't
not
shoot the
doing, but yeah,
messenger is
she
fun.
mean like, with, hey, keep that shit private. Nah, don't shoot the messenger. Keep that.
no, yeah.
Okay, English is rule number 10 or 11. I've lost count. K, I think I've seen you on the stage before. K, no disrespect. I just really didn't understand what you were saying. I don't know who moved you down, but probably because we don't understand what you were saying. And English is, America first, English first.
Yeah,
Although
Yeah.
America is full. Sorry.
America's not one of the rules. That's just Nye's rule. America first, English first. No disrespect, sir.
MG has a great question in the chat if we're ready to switch the poll.
Okay, let's see. What?
Where,
This is
where's
giving
Mojo?
Clubhouse PTSD.
Where's Mojo?
Yes, definitely, definitely. Clubhouse PTSD.
Hey guys, where's Mojo?
Um, he was travel. I think he's traveling back.
Yeah, he was
Having
on the
the
app
time of his
earlier.
life in the real world.
That's right. He's being in the moment.
So
He
he's
has a
not in
life.
the clubhouse streets, but he's
Yeah, he
in the
has a life
streets.
outside this app.
Don't I wish? Like let me stop.
Monica, are you making the PTSD poll? If you don't say anything, I'll just assume yes.
No, I'm not. I mean, we can. I just didn't. It's a good
Give the
question.
people their poll.
I have PTSD after yesterday's room, and I have PTSD because I'm not going to name the person, but somebody who frequents this house who is often a moderator, nobody on the stage right now, who's called me a bitch twice for no apparent reason. And as far as I know, we have no beef. And I refuse to address it off the back end and hit this person up like, why do you keep calling me a bitch? Like, what the fuck's going on? So I'm just going to leave it alone. But if it happens a third time, then I will bring it up. And it's happened twice in this house, in this on this stage.
Wait,
But if it
what?
happens a third time, I will bring it up. So I
Oh,
kind of
Oh
have
no, you
PTSD because
no.
I really
Consider
like
this
this
the
person.
third. Well, you have to share now.
Niall, I'm out
It's
of popcorn. Damn it. I'm gonna have to go buy
No,
some more now.
I'll never say this person's name because you want to know something. I really, really, really like this individual. I think this individual is hilarious, very intelligent, articulate, just a brilliant mind. I have a lot of respect for this person, despite this seemingly 360 that I said he should I
he
yeah,
ha 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 ha.
Long as you
despite
didn't say 69.
This particular
yeah.
individual.
So, but I have no beef with this person. I admire this person. They claim that it's all in fun, but I'm just trying to figure out why is this our level of fun? You know what I'm saying? Um, so, well, I'll get to the bottom of it eventually. But it kind of haunts me because I'm like, what did I do to you, sir?
And
I,
why
This is a
it
great
must be
question.
so
We
it
Is
must
he
be so
single?
hard. Hold on, it
Is he
must be so
single?
hard and why to be as, intelligent and as mature as you are to try and
oh,
understand
God.
something that is not in your scope. You know what I mean? Like it's really hard to, as someone who, in your aura, it's really hard to try and understand something that,
it,
you don't
it
have
must be
around
a
you or you don't put out.
it must be a clubhouse tactic because I was trying to be a good friend and respond to all the pings and go into people's rooms, and I left so disheartened. Like I can't believe they're going to settle for that.
No.
I can't believe it. A- It stressed me out so bad I fell asleep soon as I laid down, and very seldom do I do that. Because I have sleep apnea, so it's not really PTSD as far as when my brain is going to turn off. It's just You'll get a little bit of insomnia. You'll get a little bit of borderline narcolepsy, where you just want to fall asleep. And as soon as I laid down last night, I fell asleep because I'd be shocked at some of the shit people do on this app.
So wait a minute, Clubhouse has been healing for you. You have sleep apnea, and when you come into the messy rooms, it helps you sleep. Maybe this is a cure.
No, but I felt bad about it though. I
Heroin
almost got
also
to
makes
work
you sleep.
late. Almost got to work late.
Yeah, heroin
And I
also
got
makes
a
you sleep, and
parking
that's not good.
ticket because I did not have the money to pay, parking. And I was like, okay, so, cause see where I work at, they think we're rich. That a parking ticket is $40. I'm like, oh my God, I'm lazy. I got to park in an employee parking lot. So no, that's not good at all. That's you will never get off the sleep apnea machine unless you fall to sleep organically. And
Yo,
so yeah,
Connie, I gotta get on a sleep apnea machine. I'm gonna get a sleep test because I've been snoring and pissing my girlfriend off like crazy. Uh, it's in my family too. It ain't even weight related. I thought it was weight related
I
because,
thought they were
uh,
picking on me
yeah,
too, and they said
yeah.
that I literally in the sleep lab stopped breathing, and it was nothing they could do to revive me, and then I came back. Yes, so you should. And then I've been and they had a lawsuit, so I got a new machine. And so the reason why I've been on it for a couple of years is they had to change the pressure and get rid of a no good sleep machine. And so yeah, the pressure will go up 18, 15. You're good if you have like less than 5 episodes, or you don't use that much pressure, you're good. They're going to take you off eventually.
I have a
Hey, I
question real
mean,
fast.
if I might just
Can you
love
hear
to
me?
die in my sleep, but oh, I'm
Elsa,
sorry,
your
pockets.
dog is
But
so
I want to say,
pretty.
Connie, Team Darth Vader sleepers, okay? Team Darth Vader sleepers all day long.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead,
we're
Pockets.
listening.
There you go,
Pockets.
pockets.
Okay, because I just want to clear up something. Who told the story of the person they don't want to name that was being very disrespectful? Who told that? Was that
I
NY or
thought
was
it
that
Yeah, that
was
was me. Yeah, Pockets, that was
okay
me.
because Connie started talking, and then I got confused. I was like, uh, it-
I was
yeah,
just
you don't need to be
corroborating
repeating it.
Nye to let her know there are people on this app that will shock the shit out of you and put you in dismay.
to
Like,
sleep.
yeah, and it put my ass to sleep. Yeah, but I woke up late, because I was like, well, you're just. By the time I checked in, I had 3 minutes left. That's what wasn't what I was aiming for. Now, school has started back because this is a deep Washington D.C. is a college town, and we don't know what it's gonna look like with the guards here, the National Guard here. It would have been a problem because there's more people on the road.
Connie, do you feel safer or less safe with the National Guard there?
I'm gonna feel safer because the mayor's office is a bully, and a lot of crime has happened, and they push it under the rug, and it doesn't get any coverage, not C coverage or any type of media coverage. I mean, they have abducted so many kids in DC that they had to close down the schools, and then they revamp them, got them out and open them up as charter schools. So they did a lot of shit, and and it didn't get to the media, but uh Big Brother, Uncle Sam or whatever, he was always watching. So, and she don't know how to legislate. She's a bully. She will, if she don't like what one of y'all say in the room, she will personally come down and try to kick your ass. She's, just the type of person she is. She will use her power to step on you like a roach.
Wait, that's Mario Bowser?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the only person who could fuck with her was Trump because he don't
Yeah,
care.
yeah. Did you hear the reporter asked the chief of police? So what's the
Did
chain
you
of
see how she's
command?
wearing a tie?
Yeah. Well,
I
they
thought she
asked
was
her
a
what's
dude.
Yeah, well, no, it isn't. And they asked her what the chain of command was, and she said, "What does that mean?"
I know it's on MSN webpage, the front webpage. It
And the
is.
mayor
I
to
kept
her,
scrolling back because I couldn't believe it.
yeah,
I could.
and the,
I was at work finishing up my time and attendance sheet, and I kept scrolling back. I was like, "You
yeah,
don't
to
know what
and the
the
mayor
fuck it is."
to the mayor, to her credit, like jumped in, like, and
And then
made her move back because
Huey
she,
and Dewey,
yeah,
they
yeah.
were
Well,
like,
at
"I
least
don't know
she
what it
knew what
is. Do you know what it
at
is?"
least she knew what the chain of command
Because she's
meant.
a lawyer. She's a lawyer.
It's too much.
Somebody keeps trying to come up. Do 111. I don't know if you're trying to come up. I've invited you up if that person is even still in the room. I don't think so. Yeah. Oh, wait, Elsa. Elsa, I don't know if you're trying to come up, but I've invited you up.
So, hey, yesterday, Roger was talking about like, what does it take to trigger people? And you know what I think about in these rooms? I think this is really great training for public speaking and even for having debates. Where would you get access to so many opinions and a broad base of people that you can talk to? And you could see, I think that would be a good question, but certainly, I would encourage everybody. I know some people get sensitive, but it's just great training for anything that you have to approach conversationally.
Yeah, I
I think
agree because it took me a long time. Oh, go ahead, Marquise. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think it weeds out the people that can't have a conversation. It weeds out those. It shows the mental integrity of those who genuinely want to be progressive, as opposed to those who just want to scream into the mic and want to do all of this nonsense. I've
For
noticed that a lot.
entertainment. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like to come in for knowledge, or sometimes I give out knowledge that I had a hard time learning. And so I don't want nobody to, I'm real passionate about that. I don't want nobody to do it. But yesterday I was in the chat function of a house, and they said they recommended people go to YouTube to look at the Moors. And I was like, well, I really don't care for that. But I said, so they were talking about indigenous children had been brainwashed. So it was clickbait because they never said anything about anybody's children. But they were very passive. They were very passive. They'd just say anything. If you made a comment about something, say, "Oh, that's already been taken care of," like that. And that's what really put me to sleep last night, because I was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe." But there's a silver lining to it. They did notice that some of the people um, on the app are already like brainwashed. They're in a trance where they just, they just think one way. And so and they sound like psychiatrists. They were like asking them questions and stuff. And so yeah, sometimes on Clubhouse good things come out of rooms sometimes. But that particular YouTube live stream was like a double-edged sword. I yield my mic.
Welcome, Timok, back to the stage. I hate it. I didn't like you in the audience, but I understand. Sometimes you just got to take a break from the stage, especially if certain people on the stage. Okay. Um, I want to. Dr. Mitch said triggers. Yeah. Clearly, we already know that there's a certain individual who will remain nameless that triggers a lot of people on this app. I can't say I'm incredibly triggered by this individual. I know he can be pretty spicy and sassy and disrespectful at times. Um, but, and I know, I'm in the minority here, and I don't mean to disrespect anyone who's had unsavory encounters with Brad. But I actually find Brad entertaining and amusing. Do I agree with everything he says? No. When he had to get really vicious with women, no, I don't. I don't. And when he was talking about a certain woman's vajayjay the other day, I didn't think that was cool. But it's sometimes hard, when you're a female and a female mod, to kind of control and manage very aggressive, dominating male energy, right? So
Sorry, did you call for me?
I did not. Oh, I don't know if you're joking,
I think
but
it was a
no,
joke.
He's
yeah.
definitely joking. Hey, Rowan.
Okay, Ro. No, I wasn't. I wasn't calling you Ro. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. Speaking of Dr. Mitch's, do we have triggers? Um, my triggers are the anti-black rooms. I hate them on this app. The anti-black and the anti-woman rooms. I absolutely hate them. But I'm unlike some people who come into certain spaces where they don't like the mods or they don't like the speakers, but they still go in those rooms and listen to the conversation and get all worked up and riled up and mad instead of just avoiding those rooms or blocking the people that triggers them. I think that some of them like it. I think y'all like being triggered, and by y'all, I'm saying I'm speaking in general.
But
I'm not
I
saying
don't like the ones where they're divisive, like because I'm pretty good if you ping me about coming right then and there, like that. Even when I fell asleep last night, the first thing I did when I got up was come into you all's early morning vibration room, like that, because I was like, I remembered when I woke up that I didn't make it right after the last ping. But so I don't like it, when you have people that are divisive and they just come in your room just to garner people, like that. So that's the thing that I like. But I was in a room where a lady was doing a dissertation, and they were fake cosplaying as what Western British West Indian people, and they were actually Londoners that had made the move from the Caribbean over to London. And one of the last things they said before they silenced my mic, I guess because everybody was talking, she said, "Don't go in any more black rooms." And I'm sitting here like, why? Why would you say that? You
to
know?
protect your mental health because some of these ninjas on this
Not
app are wild style. Girl, you better
not even
protect your mental health and not go into some of these black
And I
rooms.
was
They
sitting
talk
there
not
feeling,
shit.
I was thinking that not, but I was sitting there saying, but you can't give up on black people.
no, but honey, ninety five
But then you
percent of the
can't be
black
taking
folks,
shit off for people either.
ninety
Wait, hold
five
on.
percent
Go ahead, time
get
out.
95% of the black folks on this app are ghetto. They're not. There's not a whole bunch of educated people up on this app. It doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It just means they have a way of communicating, right? Some of them are intelligent, but for the most part, they communicate through anger and ego and things like this. So a lot of the ones that were here before that, they're back to work. They're back to their lives. But I've noticed that it's a most ghetto community of anybody on this app.
He ain't lying, and y'all know. Well, those who know me, I love my people, but on this app, it's a first class, a first class ratchets. So Connie,
And
whoever gave you that
they
advice,
don't even use profile pictures. It's totally political.
It's definitely ratchet, and I'm one of the most ratchet. So there you go. But
We
anyway,
know, we know.
hold on.
David
The
Duchovny is a
Times
friend of mine.
Square, we gotta handle Times Square very delicately, because Times Square can get a little, can just deviate the conversation. Times Square, you're one of the characters that I have grown fond of on this app, but just tread lightly, sir, please. Okay,
Absolutely, Diaz. Of course, we'll do it as such. Maybe we'll put
thank
on a
you.
British accent to make it more smooth for you.
I
Smooth
appreciate
reality.
that. I appreciate that. Are you familiar with Doctor Who? Since you're putting on a British accent.
It sounds familiar. Is it a movie show?
Okay, you know what? I'm insulted. It sounds familiar. I'm done with you. Next. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm a Doctor Who fanatic. So if I'm just giving you
Oh,
shit.
before my mentor died, he said he could get a autograph for my son. and he's and Doctor Who is Scottish too, but if I'm not sure, I think he was going to go through Michael Jackson's executor McLean to you know, the little Scottish connection to get it for him. I don't know. Um,
You
but
mean the
if I
original
do
Connie, the one that died?
push the if I do push the button for an autograph from Doctor Who, I'll definitely get you one for
Well,
yourself too.
which one though? Because there have been 14,
No, the
15 now.
original,
Oh, the
the
original
last
who?
one, the Scottish,
Wait,
that
wait.
last one, because they
It must be
morph into different things. He
Yeah, I
morphs into
know.
different things, but the very one that they come out
You
of.
must be thinking of 12. I forget his name. There's
Uh huh.
10. 10 was David Tennant. Matt Smith was 11,
I
and then
think it was
12.
David Tennant.
No, Dave. Oh, you're right. David Tennant
Tom
is Scottish,
Holland.
isn't he? Yeah,
What?
he's my
Tom
favorite.
Holland.
Yeah. So if I push that button, I'll get you yours too. I
Well,
just did. You
luckily,
know,
I've had the pleasure of interviewing David Tennant.
you did. You
Yeah,
did. Okay, so you don't need that one.
I wouldn't mind an autograph.
Okay,
Um,
I'll get it. I didn't push it because once my mentor died, I ain't gonna say I was depressed, but I just was didn't do all the things I like to do, and I used to do a ton of Scottish things, you know, but I didn't do it, you know, once he died. I lapsed memberships and all that crazy stuff, but I think I will push that button and get it.
Yeah, so I want to let just one little thing to say here. I just saw 20 minutes ago that um, someone is preparing a full economic blackout for next month. So I'll just put the link in the chat. You guys can do with it what you want, but just, just an FYI.
no, who is
Um,
someone? Just say the name because a lot of people aren't going to click on the link. So who is it? Someone from Trump?
I don't know who or what is behind this, but it's a very legitimate site and has a lot of, it's akin to like the No Kings protests that happened, but this is, anyway, just concerned for you guys. So you have a month and a couple of days of preparation, I guess, if they're actually going to do it.
Alan, I just saw your comment. Yeah, Alan, I'm a huge Doctor Who fanatic. Like, fanatic, okay?
Well, before I go anywhere,
And I
I
don't
just
fan.
need to be able to address like one very important thing. I want to welcome fully heartedly and openly MG. It's so beautiful
Don't
to be able to
start.
see MG. You shine. You glow
Oh God,
in this
stop.
world in such a magnificent way. In such a
Ugh.
magnificent way. For people who don't know MG, she is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful individual on Clubhouse. People should be following her. She's not
Oh
just
my
beautiful on
God.
the outside; she's beautiful
You
on
asked
the
for it.
inside.
I'm gonna mute him.
She's
How
an
do I mute the
angel. She's an
stage?
angel. I have never seen.
Serendipity, mute this
You
shit.
asked.
What is going on? Like,
Mute
what?
this shit.
I'm sending.
There we go. We
She
can move
muted
on. We
us.
can move on.
You asked for it.
Yeah, you
I
kind
can't
of.
look.
It sounds like he's making a move.
I haven't
So,
actually. I
you
have not
know,
started, but I
No, he's
need to
one of my
finish
good
off
friends.
this
you can do
because
it in the
He's
back
one of my
channel.
I don't want to
he's
go.
one of my
Hang on,
dear
hang on.
friends.
I just want to make this really clear. This is not shooting my shot. MG is a very happily married woman who I have a lot of respect for, and she's an amazing individual. Everybody, please
Oh my
follow
God,
her if
this
you
is so
not don't know
cringe. Can we move on?
it.
And D is if you say
Hey
you're not
Pepe,
shooting your shot,
welcome
you just
back.
did. That's the paradox of it.
I totally agree with everything that Rose said. Everything.
Oh dear.
Oh my gosh. What's up, Pepe?
Yo, nine. So you were
Yes, sir.
following you. I think Roger. Uh, were following when I was talking about the kids, right? When I was because
Yes.
you were following, right? So you, I think very differently. I go by things very differently, and I'm an artist, so most artists are like that. So I'm far removed from normal, normal people, 9 to 5, these kind of things. So I wasn't sure if it landed, but it did land with you. But you've dealt with a lot of artists, so that's probably why. Where I think Beth she couldn't quite get it.
No, you're talking about the education room, right?
Yeah, exactly.
100%. I got exactly what you were saying. Um, I understood, but I also think that sometimes, Timok, when you're kind of, and when I say you're, I'm speaking in general, I think spiritual people, and not to say the folks in that room were not spiritual, right? I just think when you kind of approach when your outlook on life centers on the spiritual and kind of elevating the mind, body, and soul at the same time, and how education can be used to enhance all that, while at the same time being destructive as well, because education can be used to enhance the spirit or destroy the spirit. If you don't understand that, this is just my interpretation. If you don't understand that, then what you were saying in that space would not make sense to people who don't understand that. You know?
Right. Well, what I was alluding to was Dr. Joe Dispenza's work, which is it's science, it's data. However, there is meditation involved. There is breaking down brainwave patterns and uh, um, how that transfers to everyday life and behavior. And and I was talking about the school system. We're dealing with young people that are going to be uh, adults, and they're going to be leaders around the country. And there should be something cohesive. There should be something that is the overall goal, and it should involve humanity. Um, and that's where I was coming from. I don't know what was what it was for her. Maybe one other person wasn't landing right. Uh, Maybe I would have to say how that works in a day-to-day classroom. The thing was,
Exactly.
I'm not one. I was saying I'm not the one delivering the I'm not delivering it. Somebody else's. So I need to know more. I know how it's delivered to adults, and I'm part of that. But to children, it's going to be a whole different ballgame.
Can I respond, Mac?
Of
And
course.
can I
Sure.
read you
It-
something?
It's
Uh,
Time mock, by the way.
Timok, excuse
Thank you.
me.
Thank you, Al.
To answer that question, maybe this is the key. This is an example of, and I've seen this before. Forgive me if you've heard of this. This is an example of the kind of reading that they used to give to, for what age was seventh and eighth graders in Minnesota 100 years ago. This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld, with voices sad and prophetic, stands like harpers roar, with beards that rest on their bosoms. This is the reading now. This is the reading list, a current example of the reading they're giving students now. Coach Jameson saw me in the hall and said he wanted to make sure I'm trying out for the track team. He said my middle school gym teacher told him I was really good. Then he said that with me, the Harrison High School team, we have a real shot at being county champs. Fantastic. Now, perhaps if we started teaching using the literature that they used 100 years ago, it might lead students to the kind of uh, spirituality and awakening you're talking about.
Well, I was saying, Nye brought up spirituality, and I understand why she brought that up. But it's demystifying the mystical, right? The yogis, right? The chakras, the kundalini, is demystifying it, making it um, very very simple. It's a practice, and and traumas are held in the bottom three chakras. So everybody's dealt with a certain amount of certain amount of traumas. Um, and this is all factual. This is all factual, right? And there's breath work, things like this that release those traumas, and extraordinary things happen. Now, children might have be going through some trauma, and but adults, it's really stuffed down there, right? With children, it's fairly new because they're still children. So getting to them early enough where and they'll get these kinds of things very simply because it would be delivered in a way that they understand, right? It's not, you know. So this is what's happening. This is happening right now. The first pilot program starting in here in New York. So there'll be 2 day retreat. Well, this is going to be delivered to teachers and principals, cops, things like this, because uh, they're going to experience it, and then it'll be rolled out to kids. Um, so again, like I was saying, overall, having a big picture end game for me, it would be, I would hope for everybody here, that it would be about humanity. It would, like I mentioned, no wars. Well, how the hell do you get to no wars? You can't do it by doing the same thing we've been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to create a new culture of humans, a new environment. And and it's not going to be exclusive of anything, as far as religious, right? Because you could be religion, keep your religion, but this is science. Your brainwave patterns, right? So when you're in a more PTSD state, you're in a high beta wave pattern. When you lower those brainwave patterns, right? Like right now, you're in a low beta wave pattern. The more you lower it, the more suggestive your subconscious is, and your subconscious rules your patterns. 95% of patterns, like when you saw people doing this earlier in the room, yelling at each other, cursing at each other, threatening each other, that was a pattern, right? That people practice. It's a habit, and it's
Yeah, what
stuck.
he's talking about is the frequency war, right? You know,
Well,
and
everything's
lower vibrational frequency versus high vibrational, and you're talking about the old Earth and the new Earth, and maybe I'm already
yeah,
on
but
the
how
new
do you
Earth.
make that
Yeah.
communication for people to understand? Frequency is energy.
There's a chart I have. It's amazing. It just puts points on it. Anger is 20 points.
Right, exactly.
Pride is 30 points. Peace and love is 700 points, dude.
There you go. There you go.
So, I
Time
mean,
out. Let me ask you something though. When you mentioned, I think, and I'm probably going to use the right phrase. I think you said new humans or something like that.
New culture, new
New,
humans. Yeah.
the
yeah,
new Earth, it's biblical, and some people
r-
are on the new Earth and some people are not. Maybe I already am.
the
But
new Earth.
there's a
I like that.
scientific process that happens during that.
Well, wait. How do you think AI fits into this, Time out? And,
Yeah.
and creating the new humans.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, I see.
exactly.
Ro wants to speak too.
Good, bro.
No, it's fine. I just noticed that Times Square got shoved down to the goo for some reason. I'm not sure who did that, or
It's
he's
an
tested
amazing
himself.
coincidence that I just entered the room when that happened.
Yeah, crazy.
Mojo,
Well,
Oh,
that's
okay.
fine. I mean, like, sure,
Hang
you
on,
guys
hang on
can.
for a
What?
second. Times Square,
Oh,
just so
okay.
you know, that we've got a policy here. It's just a one mic at a time. I know I get the picture that you want to be able to send to yourself. And I think you've got a lot of interesting things to be able to add to the conversation. But just if you could be aware that other people are trying to have a conversation as well.
Can I translate
Absolutely.
that? Can I translate that into American? He basically said you need to learn when to shut the fuck up.
Bro, we just spent like a few hours while you were gone trying to calm the room. Ro went in and out, but it was a mess. When Brad got in it with B, right? And then you opened this room, and then you got out of here when John and Brad were going at it. It did not stop. It did
Can,
not
can,
stop.
can I just say this?
Yeah.
Uh, John is a troll, but John is running for Congress, and John's education and military background are legit, and anyone that says otherwise is just lying. Period, point blank, period.
Yeah, I got it. It just went. It was getting into all kinds of other stuff. It's not just John. It was a lot of back and forth. It was ridiculous. And then luckily Anson came at the end of it, and I pointed that Anson brought some discipline into the room just by his being here. So
Uncle Anson, you,
yeah, yeah,
he had discipline in the other room. He ran it for an hour and 15 minutes. I show up for the last 15, and it erupted in chaos.
that's right. That's right. So
I
so
will
it's
take
all your fault.
Yeah, no, I will take full blame for any space that goes. Like, if a space goes bad, it's always my fault. That is
You
the
know it is.
first rule of Clubhouse.
See, at least he admits. At least he's honest. So I was teasing John a little bit too. I was teasing him, but I'm still, and I agree. I think John is running, but there's a lot more than that. I think going on. Don't you, John? Nye, don't you think there's a little bit more going on?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm fascinated by John's journey. I hope that I can witness every bit of this journey until the great reveal, because I'm convinced that the reveal is going to be epic. And I could be way off in my assessment about John and his
No, hold on,
documentary.
hold on. Let me tell you how it's gonna play out. I'll tell this is not hard to read. He is going to raise enough money to get the signatures to get on the ballot in the primary, and he will lose the primary, and then the election's over, and then he can tell the tale about how he tried to fight the system. That's how it's going to play out. Like, anyone that thinks it's going to play differently, good or bad, is fooling themselves. But I do think it's worth the journey, because what's going to come out of this is you're going to see the Republican Party spend a ton of money when they start looking at the FEC filing, and they see that he's raising money, because right now they think that he's just this paper candidate troll, which he kind of is, right? But at the end of the day, they are going to spend money to defeat him. And then what we get to see with our own eyes is the corruption of the Republican Party that tries to take him on. And so we're going to have a front row seat to corruption. It's going to be amazing.
But Mojo, why don't you just, since it's all for fun, why don't you go for all the Big Bang? Why not, John? Why aren't you going in there to take to be a congressman? You're saying, Mojo, that there's so much money going into this other guy that he would get and others that he would be going up against, right? That it's impossible. But he should go for it anyway, for real though, for real.
Well, no,
Not
well,
not
he
just
is,
be on Clubhouse.
but no, hold on. He
He's
is
gonna
going
need a
for.
lot more than $500.
Hold on. He's going to go for it for real. And what for real means is that there is no filing fee. What for real means is that he needs about a little less than 600 validated signatures, which in the state of Illinois might require 6,000 signatures. And so at the end of the day, you're going to watch all of the challenges. I'm going to predict that the Republican Party tries to sue him at least 3 times during this process. But what I'm hopeful for, and why I'm willing to put my neck out to offer whatever assistance I can, is to be the person that causes the GOP to overspend in this race, and then to be able to expose the corruption. Because the cool thing is he gets to document all this stuff, and he's going to get to show the world just how corrupt the politics is in Illinois and the GOP. It's going to be
But
amazing.
Mojo, in this room, right? Now, I'm not looking for this at all, but he hasn't courted me once, and I've got more followers in this room than anybody, right? And I got a film being released October 19th nationwide, right? He hasn't courted me at all. So how serious is it?
Mike, you said you have films?
I have a film being re-released. Actually, I did a film when I was very young, and it's being re-released as a celebration anniversary nationwide, October 19th for a week.
Myth, are you familiar with the great classic, The Last Dragon? Or are you too young to remember that movie?
Let me let me look it up and see if anything visually jogs my memory or reading about it.
Was
Yeah,
that
go
the
look
one
that up.
in the middle of the night finds the egg and then he hides it under the cellar?
No,
Is that or am I thinking of Dragon Heart?
Negative.
Lord, today. The dragon and the eggs. No, you're way off, Moose. Jesus.
That wasn't me. That was
Yeah, no,
Marquise.
I don't.
Oh, that was Marquise.
That
Sorry.
was-
That's slander, Nye.
Sorry.
anyway, so earlier before you came in, Mojo, I was talking about that big plan for young people, and I was talking. I told Naya I didn't know how it was landing, but she get it. I said, Roger, and you probably got it. She said yes, but there's some gaps since I've been. And Nye brought up spiritual. Maybe people might look at it as spiritual, so it didn't land with Beth and maybe one or two others. So I'm trying to find a way because I've been living completely different than a lot of people. So it's almost I forgot how to talk to normal people, and so I attempted to explain a little bit about the Dr. Joe Dispenza's work and how to incorporate it into the school systems. And this is going to start in October, and things like knowing your brainwave patterns, knowing when you take deep breaths in a certain pattern, that you bring your heartbeat, you bring your brainwave patterns down, and brainwaves down, and you're in a relaxed state, vis-a-vis in a triggered state, right? There's all kinds of techniques and things like this, making the mystical, demystifying the mystical, you know, and things about the brain, how the prefrontal cortex is the general. It tells everything else and every other part of the brain and every obviously the body what we're doing, what's going to go on, and the pituitary gland, how it has a pharmacy of a medicine naturally that you can trigger. There's all kinds of things, right? There's mindfold are children that play ball with each other with a blindfold. They're able to throw it towards each other, right? So it goes on and on and on, and it's ancient techniques that are demystified, and this is where we're going. This is where we're going because when you walked into the room, Nye brought up or Ro, I don't remember who brought up the AI, all right? So all this information is traveling right now, traveling around the globe, and it's going to speed up in the next 5 to 10 years, and everybody's going to gain this knowledge, and in a good way, it's going to flip things on a dime.
Well, the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kidover is also trying to flip things upside down on a dime.
Then play to win, my brother, play to win.
The expression in poker would be "I'm all in." Are you all in, John?
I'm all in. I'm all in. If you are in, can you
No, no,
give
no,
$10 to the campaign right now, or are you just a talker and a can kicker? Do you want real change now, or are you just a talker and a can kicker?
hold on. Let me ask you a question, John, because I used to fight, right? I was a kickboxing champion in New York State, right? So there's being all in, and then you see, it's you first. It's not us. It's you first. If you generate us, you know, people like Brad won't even show up, right? So there's a level of taking this 100%.
You might have to show up to court for libel and slander,
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well as the FBI showing up to his door for
yeah.
death threats on the internet.
Oh boy, he's in trouble,
So,
right, John? He's
so,
in trouble, right, John?
so here's something about being all in, right? You guys got to figure out like what game is being played here, because politics is a game, And if it's a zero sum game where you either win the election, lose the election, then I would say that the strategy and the obstacles are going to make that game very, very difficult. But if you could think outside of that zero sum game and ask yourself, how can I win at this game that I'm playing where I'm running for Congress, trying to bring attention to the fact that there's $37 trillion of national debt? There's $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities. If if he can make a big enough splash, if he could be just crazy enough and dangerous enough and raise enough money to get the attention, what may happen is Democrats may start funding his campaign because that would be the thing that would harm his Republican opponent. And so there are different things that you can do strategy wise that can make his voice more powerful and amplify it. And it doesn't, I think the mistake that people make is that, oh, if he loses the election, then the game is over and he's lost. I would say that if he runs, brings attention to the issue, and loses in an epic fashion, he actually wins. And then that sets up a new game where you have a whole new set of goals and objectives.
Right. What I'm saying is play plan A first and don't have a plan B, right? Play uh, plan A first, which John, can you see yourself moving, feeling, walking in Congress as a congressman? Can you honestly say that you see yourself there?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this is destiny, and my whole life has been leading up to this moment to run in this campaign.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
That's a great
that's
answer.
hold on.
Please answer exactly that way anytime anybody asks it. Yeah,
No, but
that was great.
he
Yeah,
didn't
that
answer the
was
way
badass.
he didn't actually answer me. He didn't actually answer
Practice that in the
me.
mirror.
He answered like he was going to be there. I asked him, can he see himself there now?
The now is all important, and what I'm doing now is all important.
Yeah,
I didn't
you're
say
already
I didn't say
functioning
that.
as this.
I
I
hold
think
on,
you
one
should
mic,
say
one
you're
mic, one
already
mic, one
functioning.
mic, one mic. I didn't say that. I said, can you see yourself now, you as a congressman, right now in Congress?
100%, Tamok.
Tell me about it. Tell us about it. Tell us about it.
We're
Give us.
doing it right now. You're sliding into the mop.
Yeah. Okay. This is what I'm looking for, right? This is what I'm looking for. Let's say me, right? Let's say me, right? So I've been working on this, right? And all of a sudden now they're re-releasing my film, right? Nationally. This is something that 0.0111 or 0.0001, this happens, right? Because this happens for films like Scarface, Star Wars, right? It doesn't happen for films like The Last Dragon, right? Because usually it's stars and things like this. So how did I have that happen? It's not luck, my friend. So what it is, for example, I speak right now as if it is, right? And it happens because I'm aligned with it. I think there's some counter stuff going on because you think you're going to lose and then you're going to win. I'm saying, why don't you play to win? Be in Congress right now, behave that way, move that way, and then your mind will open up a million different ways, and you will shock yourself.
Let me put that in that's correct. Let me put it in practical terms.
Hold on,
Close.
Alan. Alan, why are you holding on to a pink ticket? You're not a member of the House. What's going on?
It's a
Rude.
different house. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait. There. Uh,
Thank you, Alan. Real quick, that's what I don't get. Nye, Mojo, you're gonna have to tap me down, ground me because Alan said in practical terms. I've lost that practical thing, So
yeah.
anyway,
So, John, close your eyes. Not now. Imagine yourself walking around Congress. Imagine yourself in the office. Imagine yourself campaigning.
How
Imagine
about
your
imagine himself in Congress with cameras on, with 30 phones.
good,
Imagine him,
good.
imagine him with no shirt on. Imagine him doing yoga poses.
No. You're being funny. I know. This is what I'm sorry if I say it
time
wrong.
out, time out, time
T-
out, time out.
Time Mark is talking
Because this is
about.
the thing, Alan. we're creating anyway. We're creating anyway. And
Well, what you're talking about is the brain doesn't distinguish between what some people have asserted that the brain doesn't distinguish between when you imagine something and when you're actually doing it. So you want to embody that which you aspire to. So if you make a daily practice of doing that thing you aspire to, then you will embody it. There,
exactly.
that's as
Muhammad
earthy crunch.
Ali, Babe
that-
Ruth, Conor McGregor. It goes on and on and on.
yeah, that's I'm done with my earthy crunchy speech
Okay,
there.
let me tell you, gentlemen, a grok prompt I put
Well,
in a
before
couple of
before
hours
you
ago.
do, can we add Randy Macho Man Savage to that list? Thank you. Go ahead, John.
So we were talking about education in Anson's room. This is what I asked Grok earlier. Hey, Grok, tell me how to decentralize education in America, how to best educate the population to create the greatest possible economic outcome and growth, while also eliminating the federal and state debts. List in 10 bullet points. This is what Grok says. Candidate Congressman John Kidover, here's a 10-point plan to decentralize U.S. education, optimize for economic growth, and eliminate debts. Number one, abolish the Department of Education, devolve control to states and local governments and administrations. Enact, number two, enact universal vouchers, ESAs for school choice. Number three, prioritize STEM, vocational training for job skills. Four, cut federal education spending and redirect to debt reduction. Now, next one, promote private micro schools and online platforms. Next one, align curricula with market needs to boost productivity. Next, implement the 5% VAT, limit tax deductions for revenue. Number seven, cap state Medicaid education budgets to balance finances. Number nine, foster local innovation for tailored, efficient learning. And 10, leverage skilled workforce growth to erase debts. So I ask you, people of Clownhouse, do you think AI will play a role into decision making of your future government and where your money is being spent?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Why is that? Is that because AI is intelligent and is going to optimize the spend?
Well, I
It's
mean,
it.
you just used AI just now to ask it a question, so I think that, obviously everybody, but maybe broadly speaking, that doesn't help. So,
Oof, that's a tough one. You got to have an answer for that.
See, like Mo, uh, I see John here, right? And I say, wait a minute, there's what, 25, 30 people here, right? You're friends with what's his name, Lou, and others, right? That have hundreds of people in their room, right? Why isn't he? Why aren't you
We
bringing
all
him up?
hold on. To answer your question, we've already reached out to Lou. The interview is coming. We don't have a date or time set up, but Lou is very interested in reaching into interviewing to his audience, John Kidover. And while we're at that, look, listen. Before we get in front of Lou's room and Lou's audience, why don't we take care of what's happening in this room with this audience? I think
I
it's
already
time.
asked you. He hasn't even asked,
I
sent me a message. He hasn't even. But I'm not gonna. I'm not. I don't want to get in politics. I don't. But he isn't. He,
time out,
yeah.
time
Yeah. Go
out,
ahead.
time out. Maybe you're a spiritual advisor. Maybe you're involved in ways that you don't even
No, no,
understand.
no. Maybe you're right. Maybe.
I would just say this is a good time to remind everybody. It's a good time to fork it over for John Kitover.
And so, speaking of house rules, Mojo, I don't know if Kamo, I think one of them is spamming in the chat. I don't know if that's borderline spam
Well,
or if it's
not
just.
only is he spamming the chat, his English is like third grade level. Like we should
You want
probably.
It's not broken English, it's shattered.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's very true. Very true. English only, homie.
it's English GPT. What happens when you don't think?
it makes sense if you read it with an attitude.
It makes sense if you read it while hyperventilating.
John, to answer your question, I think AI is making its way into the political industry because It's a convenience. It's a part of the consumerism as to what made the buck, as to what funded everybody. And I feel like with more AI, it helps people in politics get further without them actually doing their own work. And I think it's dangerous because sometimes they won't even remember. Like Biden couldn't even remember his own shit half the time. Trump couldn't. Nobody, none of these fucking other presidents or other politicians could remember half the shit they say until it's brought up to them. So I think even with AI, I just think it would make it more worse. I think it would make it more insane.
I agree. I also want to let everybody know that I posted on X. If you could follow me on X, it's John Kidover, Illinois. I wrote, candidate Congressman John Kidover is being accused of stolen valor by clubhouse sociopaths who make death threats all day long. Please consider supporting the campaign to elect John Kidover.
That's a
Additionally,
little.
I
I'm just
posted it on
saying.
my Instagram. I
That's a little
posted it
bit
on
of a
my.
poke to the bear there, don't you think?
Oh, that's okay. If they want to stir the pot, I'll stir the pot with them. We'll make a real sweet brew.
So when you say sociopath, you mean lacking empathy?
I mean people that come on Clubhouse and literally for 30 minutes straight scream death threats, even though they know they're being recorded. You know who what their Instagram is. So if you go to John Kidover on Instagram, you can see a picture of my second lieutenant military ID, which is in this room as well. And in that post, I stated that I'm going to file a lawsuit against Brad Stuffelberger, the Irishman and sea pirate of Clown House, who makes death threats and casts libel and slander all day long on Clubhouse.
I have a
John,
question.
Well,
John,
maybe,
Not a sea
maybe,
John,
pirate.
maybe
I
he's
don't,
suffering.
John, I don't condone that behavior.
That's
However,
okay. I don't condone people coming on here and making death threats when they should be making shepherd's pie.
100%.
Or
But come on, man. When he's saying you were trolling back in the day, come on, don't lie. You were in those military rooms trolling, weren't you?
I don't think John Kidover ever threatened to wait for a 2-year-old to turn 18
Come
before
on, John.
he raped it.
Answer the question.
Listen, we're bringing drama now into this room that doesn't need to be. Uh, we're also we're not going to be doxing. We're going to follow our rules. There are rules.
I would just merely submit
I'm
that
just
this is
saying,
actually
this
the
sounds
same
worse.
room.
This
This
sounds
is the
worse than
same room
chillism.
with 1,000 posts. So technically, it's not a new room. Just to correct, your rule interpretation there.
While I was interrupted by John Kitover, I just want to say again, this sounds worse than fucking chillism.
Wait,
Oh,
what'd you
I
say? It
agree.
sounds worse than what? What'd you say,
Wait,
Then
Monica?
chillism. We're
wait,
doxing
hold on.
people. We're
Wait,
talking about
hold
death
on. Hold
threats.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Well, listen. Some people make death threats, but I don't want to make. I don't want to make this about doxing anybody. Let's get away from that. But to compare this to chillism, you'd have to start looking at like what makes a chillism room. Chillism room is 45 minutes of arguing about a book that nobody did read. Chillism is a room where 45 minutes is spent talking about Hegel. And then when you ask either of the people involved, such as Concrete or Ike, and again, I'm violating rule number 9 here, but I apologize in advance. I'm a flawed human, so sometimes I break rules. But no, these guys, they argue about things that they've never read. They acknowledge that they've never read it. So that's the difference between chillism and here. At least we have people that read. We read out loud in here. This is how we know that chillism is different from this room, is because not only do people claim to read, they actually display that they can read, and they do it publicly. This is something chillism would never do. I challenge the people in chillism to do a book reading and watch how many people move themselves to the audience.
I'm just saying I can't read, so I'm in the right place.
We should read.
You guys will read the book to me.
I think we're about to read The Art of War in the Muff.
That's okay.
No way.
What a good book to read. You know, read. You Are the Placebo by Dispenza. You Are the Placebo.
Well, Dr. Fauci thought that we were the placebo.
Yeah, right. My ex girlfriend, she's Brazilian, broke up back in the day. It's been a few years now. Uh, I was talking to her. She sent sometimes she'll send me political commentary from places like CNBC. Now I don't get into all that, but I can tell that's not. I told her these are not journalists. These are these are opinions. Opinions. I want to tell you what she wrote me back. Hold on a
Do
second.
you miss that, Muff?
She wrote me back. She goes, USA is not good for world. You need to wake up. You need to wake up with her Brazilian accent. Yeah,
You know,
that's what's happening.
Dolly wrote in the chat that these are dynamic conversations, and I would agree that these are dynamic conversations, while most clubhouse rooms are not dynamic and they're actually just echo chambers, unlike when you're inside the muff.
I agree. That's what I like about Mojo there is because he's willing to go down the muff with them and pointing out that they don't actually read the book, and then they run out of the room.
Can someone explain to me what in the muff actually means? What the hell does that even fucking mean?
So
We'll
pretty much in
explain
the
it to you when you're older, Mother.
Let's
I got
ask
it.
Chat
Okay,
GPT.
so
It
it's an
means
Italian.
sliding into coo.
Yeah, it means like you're a pussy eater, pretty much.
No,
Like
no, hey, hey,
Hey,
hey,
hey,
hey,
hey,
hey,
hey, hey,
hey,
hey.
hey, hey. Nobody can explain in the muff to the gay people. I'm going to add that as a rule. Listen, gay people are not allowed to know
It
what
won't
the muff
even let
is.
me type the
Rule
muff
number
in the
one
chat.
about the muff. Nobody
so
talks
you
about the
can
muff.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like Fight Club.
It censored me.
hey, there's no rule around that unless you just made it. You made that, but there's no rule around it originally.
I may add a rule.
Okay,
I can add rules all the time.
this
We,
is
we've
what
already been we've already been editing the rules.
this is what AI says about in the muff and what in the muff means. So the phrase in the muff can mean different things depending on the context. Number one, muff refers to a failed attempt to catch or possess the ball, usually on a punt return. So in the muff could refer to moments during a game when the ball is loose due to a muffed catch, historical context, or fashion context. In a
Hold
muff
on,
is
hold on,
also a
hold on,
cylindrical
hold
hand
on, okay, hold
warmer
on, hold on,
made of
hold on,
fur
hold on,
or
hold on,
fabric.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Yes.
Can you please go to Urban Dictionary instead and get a definition of the muff
All right, let's see.
instead of
Let's see.
ChatGPT?
Let's see. I'll be right back.
There you go. And don't get the gay version.
No, watch The Sopranos. You'll figure it out.
I did not
Yeah,
know there was a gay
do you guys
version.
do you guys remember when we first created this house? We had Uncle June's picture as the fucking as the for the icon of the house.
I
Nobody
noticed.
ever caught.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. So this is in the muff, or this is the Urban Dictionary version. Muff, as defined by Urban Dictionary, refers to female genitalia, specifically the vulva or pubic area. It is a slang term often considered vulgar and also used in dictionaries with similar meanings. Y'all are nasty. So we're in a woman's vagina in here. Is that what this room? I gotta go.
That's not nasty, my friend.
Listen, it's a beautiful place. You know what? As much as you might hate it now, once you spend
You
inside it,
can't handle the truth.
I can't breathe.
you came out of a woman's vagina. What? Like,
Oh,
listen,
whatever.
don't be so self-hating.
Oh, this is gross. We're sitting in vagina juices in here.
Yeah, it's just an expression. Who cares?
in the wild, pretty nice and warm.
Wow, I will never look at this room the same again.
Well, we're just lucky he didn't call it in the vulva.
I don't think anybody.
I I knew from the beginning, for what it's worth.
I mean,
I
Mojo could have
think
came
I
up
think
with a better
most of us
word.
did. I think most of us did.
You know, I don't think anybody's ever told Scarlett what it means.
Oh, she knows.
I don't know, man. I think she legitimately thought it meant earmuffs because she likes to put on earmuffs when people start talking dirty.
Mother,
Everybody
I
thought.
love that you had an epiphany today, Mother. I'm so grateful to have been part of this journey with you that you learned today on Clubhouse what muff means. I'm tickled over here.
So okay, is this a new term? Like, where did this come from? Is this from like the 80s? How have I never heard this
Roger's
before?
brain.
Well, this
Never
is
heard.
80s,
only the second time I
70s
ever
porn,
heard this word,
70s
but
porn.
after the first
Oh,
time you hear that word, you just don't forget it.
70s porn? It sounds more like 80s porn. I think the first person was right.
Have you
So
guys never heard the term muff diving?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
an
No.
term,
Yeah,
right?
that's
That's not sure when
definitely
did
a
you hear it
Southern
first.
slang.
but in The Sopranos, there's a scene where he's like, Uncle June's in the muff. And then he's like, what? He's like, did I say muff? I meant rough. And then he fucks with him the whole time.
Yeah, because like Italian gangsters, they make fun of you if you go down on pussy. Italian gangsters are like young black guys. They don't need pussy.
Well, I would just say if we cut Medicare, Medicaid by $400 billion, I don't think it's going to impact many muffs at the OBGYN. That's just my opinion.
Well, that may be so. Um, Mojo, I have a question for you. Have you thought about a theme song for In the Muff?
No, I look. I don't think so.
I have
I
a
don't think.
suggestion. I have a
Well, okay.
suggestion.
I'm open to suggestions. Go ahead.
All right, James Dio, Holy Diver. I think that could be your theme song.
I like that. Who's this? I can't even see the screen. I'm glitching
It's
out.
Joe.
Who
It's
is
Play
this?
Joe.
play
It's
it for
Joe.
us. Play it for us.
Oh, Joe, you want to dial that up for us?
I'm not good at that kind of thing.
Yeah, me either. I figured it out earlier. I don't know. Were you guys there when I was playing music really loud? Was anybody present for that? Nye, were you there? Tiffany, you were there for that, right?
I don't think so.
Mm, it was pretty fun.
What was the name of the song? What was the name of it?
I was
Holy,
there. It was great.
Holy Diver, Ronnie James Dio, or just Dio. Holy Diver, Dio, Dio. And he's the good.
Holy
He's a good.
diver,
He's a good Italian guy.
you're the star of the masquerade. No need to look so afraid. Ha, ha. Yeah, it's a good song. Rock
See
and
his
roll backward.
you know he's clean.
That was pretty
Yeah, it's a
good. Whoever that was, that was pretty good.
Is this it? Is
good
this
Thank
song.
it?
you.
Guys, is this it? I said Holy Diver, but I didn't say the artist. Maybe this isn't it. Tell me if it's it.
This is
Ronnie
heavy.
James
It's
Dio.
heavy metal. Oh,
But does it have an odd, ominous beginning?
I don't remember the beginning. This might be it. I don't know. Let's wait a second.
Denmark, you're going to ruin my,
We're in the muff, guys.
you're going to trigger my copyright warnings on YouTube, Tamar.
So, how many seconds do we got?
I usually try to turn it off immediately. 4 to 5 seconds, you're
Okay,
cooked.
okay,
15
okay.
seconds, they nuke your account,
Alexa,
and your whole
pause.
career is over.
Yeah, don't ruin the mockumentary, Timok. I have at least a year to prepare for the premiere, please.
See, John, don't fuck around, bro. I'll get,
Denmark,
Don't.
have you seen
I'll
my
get,
YouTube
I'll
account?
get Brad in here.
Do you guys want to hear some Ronnie James Dio trivia?
Sure. Does it have anything to do with Black Sabbath? Go ahead.
No, nothing to do with Black Sabbath. Um, you know how Ronnie James Dio was famous for the devil horns, where
Yes.
yeah. Well, the devil horns, that actually is an Italian thing to ward off spells on you or curses, and it's called a maloik. And he started doing it, and everybody thought it was devil horns, and it's something that is old Italian ritualistic thing, but it's called a maloik.
But I've got something better. When I was learning to drive the bus for a metropolis, I thought, okay, so when I was a student, they said, okay, look in the back and see if anybody's there because we're taking it back to the garage for the end of the night. Your lesson's over with. I jumped up and looked in the back, and I could have sworn I heard people laughing. And because I was like, are they laughing at me or what? Like that. And I kind of dedicated the probationary period to my deceased maternal aunt too. So I heard it a couple of more times after I had graduated, and I googled the symptoms that I heard, and they said that it was a black mirror, often found in Hispanic cultures, which they would look at it. I think it was the Aztecs or some one of the other ones. They would look in the black mirror to cheat and to be able to tell the future.
Who? The Mexicans did that? What are we talking about?
They would look in the black mirror and to cheat so that they could look into the future. Because when you're driving the bus, I use all the mirrors possible. And for some strange reason, I looked up in the mirror and I just was
What's
like,
happening right now? What's
why
happening?
is no,
What's
why
happening?
is,
I'm
I
getting
think
What's
scared.
Connie's
happening?
telling us that she's the sixth sense. She sees ghosts or
Uh-oh.
something.
Sixth, seventh, eighth, and
well,
ninth.
I'm hearing like a frequency going off in the background.
it's something in another culture. It's called the black mirror that tells into the future. That's because I was looking up the symptoms, like that. Because I
She's
swore I was
talking Mojo. She's talking about one of the Aztec gods. What's his name?
really, really.
Texca something. I don't know what the
You
fuck
you
his name is.
you sure she's not talking about like Illa Botanica
Well,
I
Comey,
Monte
would
what
know.
Santero?
I didn't know. I kind of
Connie, what god are you
Googled
referring
it.
to? What's it called again?
I
I
think
don't
she's talking
know.
about some
It's a
she's talking
black
about some
mirror.
Haitian shit. She's talking about Haitian
It
shit.
might be. It might
She talk
be. It was a
she talking about some Haitian shit. We're gonna be sacrificing fucking animals in a minute.
Yep,
You're killing
yep.
chickens.
I'm the
So,
warrior.
okay, so real quick, right? So the Aztec people in Mexico did have like a god that sounds very similar to that, right? That was a reference to like obsidian and dark mirrors and stuff. They didn't believe in that. They essentially like they would have used a specific god, and he would show you like use the mirror to look into the souls of people and to guess the future. Like that is actually a thing. I'm just trying to see
it is. And I heard
if we're
something
talking
on the
about the
bus
same
when no one
if we're
was
talking about the
there.
same guy or we're talking about different people.
I don't
How did
know.
we get
I
here?
just
How did we get here?
I
How did
googled
we get
some
here?
of the symptoms
How did
and
we
it
get there?
came up with what you
How did we
said.
get here? I don't
We're in
know.
the
Okay,
muff.
How did we get here?
we're
How did we get
talking
here?
about Connie's experience with looking up
Yeah,
research.
yeah. Hmm. Wow. I moved Time Shark down for this.
Yes, but it's actually interesting because it's different. I'm sure
Yeah,
nobody knew this.
that's what I was saying. That's what I was just alluding to, piggybacking off of someone else and just spoke before me,
Girl,
and I
girl,
and I put that out there because I wanted more
girl, your
feedback.
braids are too tight. Girl, loosen up them braids.
How
Hey,
many seconds of
I,
music can we
I,
play? Five?
I actually appreciate your contribution. I don't think most people knew about this god, so now they
I
know.
know, I know, I know. I mean, I don't.
Uh,
First, I played it off as I was hearing
I
things,
mean, first of
Mojo.
all, what you really
I
need
thought I
to
was
know
hearing
is
things.
I think we should really do a fun fact Thursday or like a trivia Thursday where everybody finds a fun fact and then we share it because I love shit like this. Like I think it's fun,
Yeah, it is
all
fun.
right. Give me a fun fact about the gay Mexican community. Go.
but I'm not Mexican. How would I know that?
All
What?
right.
I don't believe you, Mojo.
Don't be racist.
How many seconds of music can we play? Because I want you guys to hear this muff song.
Uh, how about 5 seconds? Go
Alexa,
ahead.
play. I'm trying to. I'm trying.
Now that's it. That's
Is that a cat
exactly
in a
it.
vacuum?
No, that's Holy Diver. That is Holy Diver.
Do you guys want
Bro.
another fun fact for today?
Oh my God.
Okay, so which country has more pyramids than Egypt?
Mexico.
Try again.
Colombia?
Guatemala. Guatemala.
No one ever
Thailand.
guesses
Thailand.
it, but it's actually Sudan.
Belize.
Peru.
I was about to say that. I literally
Sudan.
was coming off my
Sud-
mic to say that.
oh man, I should have given it more time, but yes, MG. Sudan
Yeah,
is the
but
number
those
one.
pyramids are actually very underwhelming. They just look like mud piles.
Okay, fun fact. What weighs more, mayo or semen?
Oh my God.
Oh, I was gonna
Mayo.
I
respond.
wouldn't
Mayo.
know. I'm a virgin.
No,
Mayo is
mayo
really,
is the
really
one.
awful.
Semen is very light. I've tasted it.
A cup of semen versus a cup of mayo. Somebody chat GPT it. I want a fact. Somebody fact check it.
Here is another fun fact. If you
Is
take
it a
that
cup
cup of
of
mayo
lion
and you take
semen or
that cup of
human?
semen and you move it to the equator, it is actually more likely to weigh less than in the poles due to the gravitational differences. So people in the equator they weigh less than people in the north. Fun fact.
How long
I
does
got
it take you to get a cup of semen?
Um, with the right guy, like maybe two of.
Here's a
According to
fun.
Grok, a cup of mayonnaise weighs more than a cup of semen. Both are measured by volume, but their densities differ. Mayonnaise is thick. A thick emulsion of oil, egg yolk, and vinegar and lemon juice has a density of about 0.91 to 0.96.
Lemon
I mean,
juice.
y'all should have just trusted the pros on this topic. I feel like I'm an expert.
How does it? How did you become an expert at this?
Semen is primarily water with protein,
Suck it, Dick.
sugars, and other compounds.
Yeah,
Never
mother
enjoyed.
practice is what he sucks.
Okay, any more fun facts that are actually fun? I don't want to talk about semen. Y'all are weird.
I got one. All right. Do you know that a human body that is affected with plutonium, once it dies, that plutonium can spread to other people?
How does it get to the other people? Do they like through be
Yeah, that's
eaten?
right. So, like, you can become radioactive and start emitting that radiation yourself, and then you can quote unquote infect other people because radiation spreads because it's a chain reaction. It's a runaway chain reaction event.
Hey,
And
Io,
we've heard,
Can you explain to them the way that you can do that brain wave with a microwave? You know the thing like in it's like Havana syndrome, but can you explain how you can do that
Oh
effect
dear.
with a
Yeah,
microwave?
yeah. There's something like resonance phenomena with microwaves and proteins and DNA. Despite what popular, conspiracy theorists online would tell you that hey, it's 5G coronavirus. Well, actually, those radio waves that we have emitting have a non-zero probability of damaging you. In fact, if you have the wrong mutation, there's a Yale study that says, hey, you're 4 times more likely to develop a thyroid cancer. And Havana syndrome is basically 1975 amplified. 1975 in Moscow, the American embassy in Moscow was hit with directed microwave radiation, resulting in the first documented example of quote unquote Havana syndrome, which is something similar to concussions being present in your brain without having experienced a concussion. So if they hit just the right kind of frequency, it can create just the right kind of disruption in your cells. And
Yes.
so over time, the Russians cook you like a like something in a microwave. And so it's hard to defend against this. And lots of if you want to know what else it's called
Manchurian candidate.
microwave ablation. I think it's called microwave ablation. So it's using ultrasound, I believe, and microwaves to direct energy into tumors inside the body. So if they can destroy tumors inside the body using this microwave ablation, then you bet your ass, the bigger you make the phenomena, the more damage you can do to more directed tissue, and you can focus it like a laser beam, half a mile, 2 feet. It really doesn't matter.
Don't fuck with the CIA, John.
to answer the other question though, like how does it spread? When the body dies, it begins to decay faster, and then when that happens, you know how you start to smell shit. You like when people have to open, like say a suicide victim, for example, they open the window before they kill themselves because they'll be all like, I don't want the smell to get out, but it gets out anyway. So that like a person with plutonium, right? That shit spreads. It would spread all like everywhere. So what they do, they place the people in air capsules, pressurized air capsules. That's what, and then they bury them. And those capsules stay active like I don't know for how long exactly, but a pretty fucking long time.
Oh, see, I didn't know this. See, you bring good fun facts.
I try.
I got
How?
another one. Do y'all want another one? Or
Well,
Joe, you can go
first
ahead.
I have a question. What's the half life of plutonium?
That's a hard
Uh,
question.
I heard when I read it lasts about a decade, I believe. It could go longer depending on what the material is of the plutonium. What I read up, I read up on a guy. His name was Brian Simmons, and he had gotten caught with radioactivity at working at this nuclear facility. It was a nonprofit nuclear energy facility, and they were touching these radioactive plates which had this black powder, and it fell out. And all they had were like rubber gloves and nylon jackets and goggles. That was it. They didn't have anything else, and they got contaminated.
So this is the other quote. Well, I'll leave more time for responses this time. But what is the fattest organ in the human body?
Skin.
That's the largest.
Didn't he say that?
The skin's the largest human organ.
Said
What's this?
fattest.
I said
Oh,
the fattest, the fattest.
oh. Well, when I heard the fattest, I thought the largest.
Oh no, no worries. You're still wrong though. All right.
Fattest,
The
fattest
answer
organ.
the answer is wait. Do y'all want time to guess?
I guess the intestine because if you're
No,
talking
you know
into
what? Why don't you just ask a trivia question and then and then just blurt out the answer 10 seconds later? That'll be much more fun.
All
What's
right.
what's the expression of life in the body?
10,
Go, Tay.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any final guesses?
Go right ahead.
Okay, it's the human brain. The human brain is 60% fat.
I said the brain.
So I got a
You
question,
said the brain, Moose? Shit, I didn't
mother.
hear you. I'm sorry.
Mother, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What's 831 times 1,000?
Why are you asking me dumb questions, Roger?
You only have to know that if you're running for Congress in the District of Illinois.
I can't believe people are actually giving this man money.
What do you mean? You don't like when people
I
invest in
think
their
I think
future?
I think the statement speaks for itself. I am equally in awe.
I mean, I
Well,
guess it's the same. People donate money to feel good, so I guess
wait,
maybe
wait,
they feel good.
hold on. I remember when a fucking guy that was a real estate tycoon and then a social media host of a show got involved in politics and everybody said didn't have a chance and next thing you know he's ran in 3 elections and he's won 2 of them. I mean, I don't know, man. You should give him a chance.
Hey, John, do you know James Snyder?
The guy that shoots people in the face.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, have you ever ran into him in your career
Yeah.
in Congress, on your way to Congress?
Clubhouse, I've run into him on Clubhouse, and I think he's a patriotic American, and he shared some fun stories, and he has shared some great insight into his political endeavors and his interactions with his Republican GOP in his area. And so, I think you should honor all speakers on this app because everybody can play their little role.
I think what we should do is invite James Snyder and get that guy Myth back because James Snyder has shot somebody and Myth has been shot. I think that would be a fun conversation.
So, any more fun facts today, Roger? Can we do a trivia Thursday?
No, you asked that before and I told you it's a bad idea
Why is it a bad idea?
because people have access to Google and they will cheat.
Oh shit, you're right. We did talk about this. I forgot. It's been a long day. I'm sorry. We did talk about this earlier.
It's okay.
Random trivia. Nobody used Google. Who is the highest ranking official at a homicide crime scene?
The
Chief
FBI.
commanding officer, unless there is detective placed in jurisdiction. Chief detective.
This is just a local homicide, not federal or kidnapping involved. Guess again.
The lieutenant. The sergeant.
Last call.
Damn, I don't know
That's
actually.
Dexter Morgan.
The coroner. The coroner is the highest rank. The body cannot be removed without the coroner's approval.
What?
Once
I
the
didn't
coroner
know that.
arrives,
No, that's not what you
the
said. That
coroner
was in
can
the
literally
original.
tell all the lieutenants, captains, if the chief was there, the coroner could tell them to leave.
But that's not necessarily what you asked. You said who's in charge of an investigation.
Well, it's
That's the
highest
one.
ranking. No, I didn't say he was in charge. I said who's the highest ranking.
Mm,
True, but it's still of the investigation.
Well, message sent off and not message received.
we need better fun facts, Moose. Better. But actually, I didn't know that either. So I learned something new. So I guess that's good. I like
Do we have
learning things.
Do we have any FDR fans in the house? Anyone fan of FDR? No, no FDR fans.
Are you not a fan of him?
Well, are you?
Believe
I
it
mean,
or are you talking about Franklin Delano
Yeah,
Roosevelt?
yeah. Any
Actually,
fans?
that is a cousin of mine
Okay, well then let me ask you a
because
question.
they that
Hold
you
on,
ever
hold
heard of?
on, hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold on, hold on. I'm gonna ask you a question since
Go
you're
ahead.
so familiar, since you're so familiar with him. What is your what is your favorite of his Japanese internment camps?
Oh no, I'd only paid attention to the landmark to connect the dots. Hyde Cemetery, Hyde Park. That's I only paid attention to that. I didn't get into deep details about the type of games
Yeah.
that he played.
Hmm.
What's that high pitched whistling noise that accompanies you, Connie, when you're speaking? Is that like a sound weapon in the
Oh,
background?
that
I think
is
that's the Havana
the
syndrome.
pipes. That I'm in an apartment. That's the pipes.
Oh, really? You
I
need
got the
heating in
door
the
open to
summertime?
monitor it.
Is it New York coming?
No, I'm sorry, it's Silver Spring.
Don't dox yourself. Don't dox
As
yourself.
your attorney, I urge you not to answer.
Yeah, don't dox yourself, Connie.
I
As weird
second
as
the
you
motion.
are, I will protect you.
Oh God, it's Montgomery County's so huge, they'll never find me.
Well, they've
So,
narrowed it down.
But
so I,
you're right. You're right. But I mean, I've seen him in what do you call that? The waiting room. He's pretty cool. He doesn't have time to dox anybody.
Oh, thank you. Thank
The
you.
problem is the whole fucking room is listening.
Oh, that's true. You forgot.
But I'm a public
No, it's just
figure.
a few of us.
Duh. It's
Oh no,
already on my
they're unsavory
Instagram and
characters.
Facebook.
No,
It's already there.
no, you're totally right. There's nobody that's listening other than the two people that were talking. Nobody on this app would ever have bad intentions and do something called doxing. In
Oh,
fact,
they
hey, I
I should
just
have.
do, but what I'm
In,
trying to
in
explain to you,
fact,
Mojo, is
in fact, I should
it's
erase it as a rule because it never happens. Why even have a rule forbidding it?
okay, but the truth to that is the county is already listed on my
All right, go
Facebook
ahead,
and
dox yourself. I'm gonna
Instagram,
modify
and
the.
I'm a
I'm
public
hold on,
figure.
hold on. I am gonna modify rule number 2 to say no doxing unless you want to dox yourself.
But she doesn't start trouble like you, Roger. Come on.
Oh my God, have you heard this
Who
woman?
starts trouble?
Monica
Connie.
or
Oh,
Scarlet.
Scarlet, Scarlet,
Annie.
Scarlet has spoken.
Okay, who is the
Well,
most
her man.
problematic person in this space?
On the
Wait,
stage right now?
Yes.
Ooh boy, that's gonna be a toss up. I would definitely say the messiest person is Pockets, but
Oh, not expecting you to say pockets.
Sounds like a
What do
poll.
you? But I'm curious on the time scale because, like, if you mean now or later.
Well, however you want to interpret it.
Oh,
hey,
okay.
this is candidate Congressman John Kidover. I just want to read you a new Grok prompt I wrote. It says, I wrote, what are the top 10 budget items of the US government and break down each into more detailed analyses. Determine the best way to optimize the federal spend to optimize the economy. This is what Grok writes back. Top 10 US FY 2025 budget items in billions proposed. Number one, Social Security, 1.5 or 1,543 billion or 1.5 trillion. Retirement disability benefits funded by payroll taxes, optimized by raising the retirement age and means testing. Number two, other mandatory, 1 trillion for veterans income support, streamline administration, reduce fraud. Number three, net interest, 969 billion. Debt payments cut via deficit reduction. Number four, Medicare, 936 billion. Senior health, negotiate drugs, promote preventative care like going to the gym. Number five, non-defense discretionary, 995 billion. Education health, prioritize high ROI investments. Six, defense at 850 billion. Military, enhance efficiency, cut waste. Number seven, Medicaid at 587 billion. Low income health, focus on outcomes, reduce overutilization. Number eight, VA, 163 billion. Veteran care, integrate with private sector. Number nine, HHS, 134 billion. Public health, invest in R&D for growth. Number 10, education, 82 billion. Schools aid, boost STEM for workforce. To optimize the economy, redirect to infrastructure. R&D boost GDP by 1 to 2x return. Reform entitlements for sustainability, cut regulations, subsidize Promote high skill immigration, aiming for 2 to 3% annual growth while curbing deficits. I hope you enjoyed that information injection.
I think it's interesting that on all of them, they're got their hand out for R&D. I wonder if that's a self-serving thing to have R&D for AI.
John, if you could just check your back channel, I just have a suggestion for you, a minor improvement for your Grok and other tools. If you personalize it a little bit, given what you're trying to achieve, I think the custom instructions that I provided there, or if you choose to continue the conversation on your own, you can probably get better results going forward. So I'd highly recommend you check it out, my man.
Do you want to just give me like a 3 sentence summary real quick?
No, because you have to type it in, but I can give you an example of what it's saying. So, for example, the prompt started with, I want to draft custom instructions for candidate congressman designed to balance political messaging, discipline, policy depth, public relatability, and responsiveness. But we want him to win, or at the very least, make a splash. So enhance all of the following. And then I give kind of a draft of what I think. One of them, for example, core output. Candidate congressman custom instructions include number one, lead with clear position. Start every response with a direct, memorable statement of stance or intent. Number two, confidence score. End with a 0 to 100% rating plus short rationale. Clarity plus concision. Keep responses tight, punchy, and free of jargon. Explain technical terms in plain language. So that set of custom instructions, I use a similar set, but mine is customized for a CEO of a biotech company that wants to disrupt shit and piss off a lot of people while helping a lot of people in medicine, right? So there's an example, so you can kind of compare the two.
Plain language, John.
No, he's doing a great job so far. I'm actually quite impressed. So if you drop me a link or something, I'll even donate.
Wow.
The link was pinned above.
My bad. I'll try to track it down if it's in the chat, or you
No,
can just
no,
send it
no.
to me, John.
We'll get it pinned back up there. Nye, can
Help
you pin
me,
it up there?
help me, help you. Repin it for God's sakes.
What's the link? What's the link that needs to be pinned?
It's in John's bio. I can't do it. I'm driving.
Wait,
You
what is it?
can't
His website?
actually. I'm gonna. You can't put it. You can't copy it from my profile, which is the
Oh,
challenge.
okay. I see. I see. Well, no, that's okay. I'll just take a screenshot. No, if that's the link, then I'll take a look. Thanks.
Let me see if I can put it in the chat. Okay, it's in the chat. You can copy and paste it from there.
John, what was Brad doing? What would you say?
I mean, I let everything go. I think everything is just for a day. I'm more than happy to stir the pot on the day that the pot is stirred, but the next day I like fresh food, so that's just me.
There you go. There you go.
John, why does pasta sauce taste better the second day?
I'm not sure why you think it tastes better the second day. Maybe it's just because leftover food, feels good.
Because all the seasonings have had time to kind of settle and marinate.
Yes, I would say that they were able to melge together and create a more composed sauce by letting it rest in the refrigerator overnight.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it.
You
Well,
can tell Nye cooks. You can tell.
But your
Right, Nye?
pasta should be made fresh.
well, I will say the rule in this house of not bringing in other rooms' drama into this room is a great way to be in the now.
How long can we keep it that way?
Well, it depends on the discipline of following the rules. I think earlier we allowed some rules to get broken, and you know, we just have to have more discipline about enforcing the rules.
So
Yeah,
currently, is there a list of people that are not allowed on stage? Because
No, hun, not according to me. The only person that I had moved down was Time Shark because he's a time suck. But other than him, I don't have a list.
okay, so Rich is allowed. Okay.
Well, hold on. Has Rich been allowed? I thought he owed apologies and he had to agree that he was going to abide by the rules. If he could do that, he can come in.
He was in here in your absence and he told us that you had co-signed that.
I said that he needed to apologize to two people. One of those people might be you. The other person might be somebody else that is a doctor. And as long as those apologies are made, they don't even necessarily have to be accepted. I just want to see some goodwill. And then an agreement to follow the rules. I think agreeing to follow the rules will cover a lot of it. But I just want to see if we can get him to humble himself enough to offer an apology, because that would be fun for me.
Yeah, my apology is spelled Benjamin, and I have a Cash App available or a donation to John Kidover's campaign.
Maybe no more than two or maybe one of these kind of characters on stage at a time.
Scarlett, you actually have a Cash App?
I do.
I didn't think they allowed white girls to have those.
So there you go, John. $20.
Founder of Cash App was
Well,
murdered in
thank
San
you.
Francisco.
Yeah, and if
Can
you're
it?
serious, then I'll actually support you much more. So, um, just keep delivering, my man.
Thanks. It's a definitely a Clown House team effort. Positive mojo vibration here has really pushed me and propelled me forward by crafting the environment, and I'm responding. And I will work hard. And I really appreciate the donation to the campaign.
All right. Well, thank you for your service, and thank you for your continued service to one of the most important nations in the world. So, and thank you for picking such an important mission. I really appreciate it, even though I'm just a Canadian. So, thank you again.
Going back to the pasta, how do you guys do it with the noodles? Do you let the noodles sit in with the sauce, or do you wait until
Marquis,
they're
hold on one second. FYI, you may need to check the rules on the donation page to make sure you didn't violate any rules. I don't know. It has something about
Well,
a.
if he is Canadian, you just have to return the funds to him.
Okay.
I'll start a super PAC then. Give me a few days.
Well,
I was
there's a
actually thinking of,
residency card.
I was thinking about the PAC idea. I like the idea of Americans for Austerity. I think that that could have some legs, not just for this election, but for other.
Yeah,
Did
I
you
agree.
did you want an answer to the pasta preparation question?
I'm still down for the. Well, I mean, again, just like, would you put the noodles in the sauce once they're al dente, or wait until the sauce is done? Then, because I don't like it when it's all watery.
Okay, then you want to do what they do in Italy. It's called the mantecare, and it's the process for finishing your noodles. So what you do is that you have your sauce, and then you
Wait, why do you call it sauce? Isn't it gravy?
no, that's a New Jersey
Come on.
annoying thing that they do there. No, it's not gravy.
Not too much on the Great Garden State.
Yeah, well, I'm in Maryland and I'm from New York, but no, I'm not from New Jersey. And I, anything on the Sopranos that is Italian related, I'm kind of wince at. But anyway, mantecare means is a method for finishing your pasta. So you boil your pasta with salt only, never put olive oil in, and never rinse your pasta because you're rinsing off all of the what do you
The
call it?
salt.
Now the oh, there's a name for the damn thing. I forgot
Starch.
what it was.
Yeah,
Starch.
it's the
That's it. That's the word I'm looking for. Starch, because you want the starch is what makes the sauce adhere to the pasta. So you take your pasta, and then you get a saute pan out. You put some sauce in it, and at very high heat, you throw in the pasta. You stir it and carefully coat the pasta. Then that's called finishing it, mantecare, and then you plate it. And that will make all of your pasta taste better if you use that method.
okay.
Mannaggia, fango. Io sono mezzo italiano. Parli italiano tu?
You do put in the oil just so the noodles don't stick, but
No, never put oil in the pasta. Parlo italiano come un bambino di 2 anni.
Da dove vieni? Da dove vieni tu? Il padre.
Rule number 11, English
Oh
only.
yeah, I'm sorry,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, sorry. But this is kind
I broke a rule and I didn't even realize it.
It's all
Sorry,
satire.
guys.
yeah,
It's all satire. Fun.
we
They're not
forgot
explaining.
this.
They're not mansplaining something in Italy in Italian.
Mi dispiace.
Oh,
Well, and to be fair, if we are going to break the English only thing, European languages would be the first exception.
grazie molto.
Timok speaking Italian. Timok, you're fluent in Italian?
Va
Uh,
bene.
I love it.
I've lost quite a bit, but they Italians couldn't tell if by the accent. I kept the accent. Living in Italy, you learn it quick when you're a kid.
Hey,
How
so
long did you live
time.
in Italy for?
Excuse me.
How long did you live in Italy for?
My from probably 10 to 13, more or less. Yeah. Trastevere in Roma. My father's from Benevento, the south of Italy, but we were living when we came from the States. We were living in Trastevere, which is in Roma. It's close to Piazza Santa Maria, and yeah, it's beautiful. Via Natale de Grande, the big Christmas street. Yeah, for you black folks in the room, it's amazing to grow up outside of, especially in Italy. The culture is amazing, and it expands your horizon. Anybody, black, white, anybody, Americans should get the hell out of this country for at least a month.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'll be out of the country next week.
Where are you going to, Mo?
The Fed's
I'm
catching
going.
up.
I'm going to Vancouver, BC.
You using your Cash App?
I don't understand the inference, but can you explain?
Oh, Scarlett's Cash App.
Have you been to Vancouver before?
Yeah, I love Vancouver. It's a very clean city. It's so clean it actually starts changing your mind a little bit around spending money to keep the city clean. It's a better experience than the human shit on the sidewalk of San Francisco.
It's really that bad, huh, Mo?
It's legit human shit on the sidewalk in San Francisco, and Vancouver is pretty clean. Although there is about a 6 block radius over on this area called Hastings that's pretty disgusting. But they keep all the riffraff in one little area, so you got to appreciate that.
And you know what? In the early 90s, when I went to New York and I was on my way back home, and the first major town I hit was Bowie, which, if Bowie isn't right, like for snow removal, then everybody has to stay in the house. And I was like, thank God, green grass, artificial green grass at that, sidewalks. New York City, a lot of the boroughs don't even have sidewalks. I mean, to step from the gravel to the sidewalk is literally nothing.
Yeah, I
So,
want to complain about the
well,
sidewalks too in Chicago. They got these bike lanes everywhere, and they got these stupid little curbs that come out and cause a fucking traffic jam.
I just want to say this just for austerity, because you might be recording and so on. As Mojo said, just send me the refund and I'll send the donation through my American corporation. No problem. I think that'll be fine. Unless there's another problem that I just fucking don't know at this point. But just want to say that you were so charismatic. I should have been more careful with the reading. So my apologies. But thank you, Mojo, for being on top of that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll log in shortly and I'll hit the refund for it.
You could always send
one
it to.
one reason why they got a lot of back lanes is because U.S. Department of Interior implemented it and paid for it. And you'll see bike lanes even alongside highways. And Woodrow Wilson Bridge, they even have a bike lane on it. So that's why they have it. Because I remember I did a temp assignment there, and so I was just going over to see how many bike lanes had been completed and how many bike lanes I had already seen, in the Washington D.C. area. But yeah, it's been implemented, so it's kind of like mandatory. But if you do not in DC, if you do like ride share, you better have a camera, because those bikers are just atrocious. They're terrible. But
Well,
when I
these
got
bike
my
lanes have taken up a lot of parking. They're eliminating 40% of the parking in all these businesses that they're already charging for the parking. I mean, it's this Green New Deal is a waste of time, a waste of money. You can't snow plow the bike lanes in the winter, so they just sit there full of snow. These people that run cities, they do not know how to optimize or efficiently run cities.
Connie's right about the sidewalks being a factor. Memphis is number one. I was surprised when I read this. Memphis, Tennessee ranks number one, having the highest rates of pedestrian fatalities. I had this discussion in a room recently, and we actually had somebody that lived there, and he said because there's no sidewalks. It's just that they don't like their. It's like good luck, not no sidewalks.
Yeah, well, you know what else there isn't? There's no more money in the treasury. There's $37 trillion in debt. Those are receipts, but other than that, there's nothing there. Does anyone think the gold is actually in Fort Knox? Is there any gold in Fort Knox?
Yeah, I think there's actually more gold than they report because all those governments that you overthrew in the Middle East, they are reporting their gold missing. So I suspect it's actually much more problematic than anyone wants to audit. So, but that's my suspicion.
Yeah, there's that famous photo of Tom Cotton in a truckload full of gold from Sodom.
Yeah, yeah. We three kings be stealing the gold.
So in Clown House summation, we have learned that every day is like every other day, just a repeat of the other day. Welcome to Clown House.
It's not every day, no, without the need of mentioning names, where someone might be considering seeking legal and/or law enforcement assistance and holding someone accountable for saying uh, dangerous things.
Well, I believe that it's a roast, and tomorrow the roast will continue. I have no doubt that today's show will be tomorrow's show and yesterday's show will be tomorrow's show. It is the same pattern every single day, and the only way, in my opinion, to break that pattern is to read what's called a book, which is a forced dialectic or an external hard drive injected into a social audio chat app instead of never-ending heated conversations and road raging. It's called a book. Maybe we should try it again in the month.
This is a good book by Dispenza. It's called Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself.
If you check my PTR right now, I just refresh my image. It's writing is thinking. And too many people are doing something like cognitive offloading into the AIs. Even early studies now with like doctors who are gastro, and I can't even say the word. Um, Several doctors' studies show that if they do enough cognitive offloading, they actually become worse at diagnostics. So, this idea of letting the AI think for you, that's like saying, hey, I'm not going to lift weights. The robot will lift weights for me. Well, then how are you going to get healthy, right? So, might be something to add to your arsenal there, John. This article here says, kind of outlines some of the big problems. And you're always the one mentioning this, that people don't do enough thinking. And I feel guilty because I've been introducing these tools to people. And as you know, in chillism, there's several people who refuse to think for themselves. They're like, no, I'm just going to let the machine do all the thinking. So it's quite the tragedy.
Have you ever encouraged the people over in that room to like read a book?
I've tried. I've tried to encourage, like, for one of the people, Lion, I've been talking to him about a single paper for 2 years. And it's a paper about evolution, about molecules, how life started from inorganic molecules. And has never, I suspect he's never even clicked on the link. I suspect he's never opened the paper. He hasn't even done an AI overview. So that's the kind of friction that I'm up against in that room.
I think you do represent an interesting dynamic, though. It's like you got the smartest guy on the app, which you'll probably reject that title of, in the stupidest room on the app, and so it's a very weird dynamic.
It is actually, but I go there for the tongue twisters because I have to do speech therapy, and now that I work in a hospital with my technology, I have to like tell doctors big words and stuff, and so whenever I mention anything in that room, it always falls on deaf ears because I'm saying something technical and perhaps tangent to what's being discussed, and most people don't appreciate it. But I'm there for a very selfish reason, although I do try to make what I say valuable to people. That's the kind of the nature of my attendance in that room. And John always gives me shit for it, rightfully. So it is sometimes like Clown House in there. Very, very, like, I think there should be an app called Clown House made by John, and that could be itself a bit of a political movement.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Clown House.
It's not a good idea because this you're already on Clown House, so it's already
Yeah.
happening right now.
5 seconds of music. 5 seconds here, guys.
Hold on a second. I want to ask Io a question. Io, if you were to play a real world version of Oregon Trail, but let's say you're just boldly going to some new place, and you had to fill your proverbial wagon with four people from Chillism to help you survive some mission where there's going to be unknown threats. Who's the four people you'd pick from Chillism to help you survive?
Oh shit, chillism. Okay, so Lion's wife is a nurse. So I'd probably take a nurse or some medical professional. So Lady Lion, the better half of the two. That would probably be one. And the three other I'd leave vacant. I don't know, but like I'll have to think about the other three. So give me a few minutes.
Maybe just the three fattest people, so you'd have people you could eat as they die along the trip.
Oh shit. Okay, I didn't know it was that kind of trip, but that's a good point. I forgot that the Oregon Trail was treacherous.
The Donner Party.
You know, I've only been in chillism a couple of times, but it's sort of like a room of self-loathing, masochistic misanthropes, and I don't enjoy it.
On a good day, it's a train wreck.
On a good day, it's a circus.
We have no shortage of weirdos over here, though, if we're being honest.
Hey, Jill, I got a sandwich I make that you'd love, but you have to like lox. You like lox?
I love lox.
Okay, so listen. Whole Foods makes a package of croissants. There's four in a pack. You get the croissant, you put it in the oven just to warm it up. You put olive oil in the pan, and you get those thin slices of lox. You don't cook heavy, light, light, light. And grape tomatoes, cut them up, or any tomatoes, just enough for a sandwich. And you let it sit in there in the olive oil. Then you move it over because you're not frying these lox, you're just warming them up. And you take a couple of eggs, maybe one, two, and then maybe two, three, depends on how much you want. And you put oregano, maybe some Italian seasoning, some pepper. You can put whatever else you want. That's the basic. And then you take that croissant out, cut it open. If you like, put some Philadelphia cream cheese. There goes the most delicious sandwich.
You know what? I like the composition. I will try that out. That sounds very good.
That's right. For the Mama Luke's in the house.
Tell me, have you ever had a culatella di zebullo?
Mamma mia. Time Um, you know, when I was a kid, I remember I was fanatic about gnocchi, but no, I haven't. I don't think I had that.
Culatello is it's very much like prosciutto,
Mm,
and culatello means little ass in Italian, and it's from a portion of the pig that's very small. That's why they call it little ass, and it is the most buttery, delicious salumeria that you could ever have. If you like prosciutto and you have this, you'll never want to go back to eating prosciutto. Although it does cost like 40, $50 a pound, it's delicious. If you could find
not about
culatello, if you can find culatellas di Zabello, you should try it.
put it in the chat for the folks.
I'll find a link and I'll put it in there.
Yeah, and then anybody go to Italy, go to the south of Italy, and you'll have like buttery mozzarella, buffalo mozzarella. And most, since you like the sisters, Italian food. They like Italian food.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, Mojo. You like them sisters, right?
I used to, but you know, there's a white girl on this app that is just
Yeah.
so white. She's so cute.
Where you don't have to give away, but what part of America, or like what area does she
Uh,
live?
I would never say
I
ever.
hear, I hear, I hear. Well,
Wise man.
shooting your shot is good.
I put the link in there for you guys, culatello.
Yeah, Joe's for real. You can tell he's for real.
I don't know, man. He still calls it sauce and not gravy. Like, I mean, I know some people that have a problem with that. They're all TV characters, but they'd have a problem with that.
I've
Joe,
been
you
looking
ever
for.
Joe,
Go
you
ahead,
ever
Paul.
bought a
Uncle Junior would definitely have a problem with that.
Joe, you ever bought a pound of gabagool?
I mean, capocola? Yeah, I have. And gabagool is a stupid thing to say when you can say capocola. And I wasn't calling you stupid. I was calling gabagool stupid.
Ay, ay, ay. Tell him, teach Mojo how to say it the right way, though. Say it the right way, Joe.
The mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
Forgettable.
So Mojo for this weekend, I'm not sure I want to download Chatter again. I guess I can try on a burner phone, but they deleted my account, John Kidover, so there's still a lasting sting to have that account deleted. But I would love to transition, pivot, clone, and redistribute the Mojo experience across multiple platforms.
Yeah, let's make that happen. I wanna see if we can kick up a buzz across these different platforms. I'd really like to stir up a fan base if we could, all 12 people that might show up, but that'd be fun. I'll actually reach out to Isaac Hayes and say, hey, would you be interested in participating in a room where someone running for Congress in Illinois is going to be there? He would probably love that.
I'm pretty sure he knows my name, knows my face, but I would love that as well. And X, I think, is the biggest place where we can have the most fun because that's where the most insane anti Semite, Jew hating racist scumbags live by the thousands.
Well, you know what's going to be great about that is that the challenge is I nuked my fucking old account. Um, it was becoming like I was spending. You think I spend time on here? I could spend time on here and multitask, but I was doing this thing over there where like I wanted to be the first to comment, so I had to really pay attention to it, and it was too much. I had to fucking delete it. But there's some people on there that if we reconnect with them, they do the very kind of spaces that would be good. Of all people, Stephen Bader would be good to connect with over there. Uh, Plug into a community of uh, people that want to reduce the debt, or at least say they do.
Well, you need to create a Mojo experience account. And I have many, 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 many X accounts with many, many followers. So any content you create, I can retweet and vice versa. But we can rapidly grow your account to where we should be able to get seen in the open X spaces.
I like it.
What's I have a Discord, but I don't use it much. Is there anything happening there for something like this?
Discord is where the planning for these types of rooms take place, and it's a very toxic environment for most people. Uh, be careful on Discord.
Yeah, I just go for a writing. It's a writing workshop that we do there. That's it. I don't jump around. I don't even know how to use it really.
Yeah, Pepe likes to say he came out of the most racist rooms of Discord, and he was a neo-Nazi at the time. And his brother also has the stormtroopers insignia. So, every time Pepe gives a little lecture, just know that you may be communicating with somebody who you could consider an extremist.
Yeah, so he has a brother too, huh?
That was funny.
Like a twin Pepe, like a Pepe.
Say it isn't so.
I call him Dr. Peepee.
Pepe Pew.
Pepe and Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew.
Mojo said once, he's like, John has all these recordings of Clubhouse users. If one of them does something awful, or, it's like you got all this, digital signature communication. And
You
I
got
don't
your
think
own Epstein
anybody,
list. It's awesome.
yeah, I've created my own little hive of intelligence, but really it's not me. It's just Clown House. I'm just hitting live stream.
Well,
Yes.
most people, like there are some people who technically can record all the streams at once. So, unfortunately, for whatever reason, Clubhouse leaves that door open to this day. So, you could, in essence, just be streaming all the rooms and ripping them all.
I agree,
You don't
but
even have to be in the room.
since I'm running for Congress, like I would like to set up more recording studios in my house to record even more Clubhouse. But the truth is, that's not what's gonna win this campaign. And creating more targeted content, um, and I think using AI and Grok to create targeted content to read and then deploy, will go a long way. I mean, if we
Well, if
can,
you want some help, I'm down to help you pro bono. If you want some technical support, I got you.
So, here's something that would be cool is utilizing AI to go through all of the hours of content that he streamed, looking for particular either voice signatures where you're looking for the best of something, or just looking for a particular topic. Is that something that you would be able to help out with to be
Easy
able to?
peasy. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
easy peasy.
Okay.
Yeah, if you got the recordings, it's a matter of just processing them, and then it's just a matter of tokens. One thing that you could do is make a specific section in your political campaign for funding AI tools. That would actually probably be the most transparent and open way of addressing this. You're like, look, here, I need money for these AI tools so I can give you the best bang for your buck, right? And then you could probably even apply for Grok to get unlimited access as a senator or a senator candidate or Congress candidate, which is what Grok and ChatGPT offer to government workers, federal workers. So there's probably like an email that you could write to get kind of like, $100,000 in monthly tokens, which is what they give to startups. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility to just get $100,000 each from like NVIDIA, ChatGPT, Google. Each of these companies can do that for you. So, and there's probably many creative ways of doing that, but it would just be a matter of getting those kind of processing. So, I think for like an hour of processing audio, Roger, it's about $8. So, depending on how much the aspiring congressman has hours, you can just roughly calculate what you need, and the costs are always going down. So there's probably many ways of reducing that as well. But if John can give me like an estimate of how many hours he has, I can probably give you an estimate of how much it would cost.
So many possibilities. I like it.
That was actually one of the smarter things I've ever heard on Clubhouse.
well, you are
Yeah.
sliding deeper into the muff.
Joe, I've told this many times, and Io's probably only heard it a half a dozen times now, but it's my belief that he's the smartest person on all of Clubhouse. And so, yeah.
Well, but the idea of running a campaign using AI, ETs, and taking and creating a small language model using RAG to narrow what the GPT will give you. And if you feed it with the right information of the same kinds of people that have campaigned and written about debt reduction and improving the economy and having better government, uh, that would be very smart because most politicians are fucking lazy. And if you had that and you started building your campaign platform based on real data of some really fucking smart people that are in agreement with what you want to do, that could make you unstoppable and the way you talk about your campaign would improve greatly.
Speaking of making you unstoppable, John, let's hear your rehearsed answer for Mr. Kidover. There's been some talk of concern from the public of you recording those on an app without their knowledge and consent. Um, what say you to their privacy?
Yeah, privacy is a very important issue, and maintaining online anonymity, I would consider it almost a right, but many people are incapable of maintaining that anonymity because it's not easy to do. The Digital, Surveillance Act tied to the NDAA, which is $1 trillion a year, with their NSA facility in Utah, everything is recorded. Everything is put into these massive data storage centers to mine for future crime, potential terrorists, to look back and do research on crime or terrorism, hopefully. So I would just say that, if you have a complaint about me recording people on Clown House using vulgarity, racism, hate speech nonstop, well, I would just say the government's already doing it. So I'm just doing a duplicate or a duplication, and I don't cost anything, but the government is charging you $1 trillion a year to do this type of operation through the NDAA. So don't complain to me running for Congress. Go complain to your current congressperson or senator.
Well,
Yeah, the name of the program is Echelon. It's intercept everything in the air. So there is no privacy. Signals intelligence means anything you transmit, they intercept and record and then decrypt later, and they have all of the encryption keys. That's why they call themselves the Equation Group, and then the opposing group is called the Shadow Brokers. So that's kind of the players involved in what John just mentioned.
well, but as far as Clubhouse goes, you gave up your right in the terms of service on Clubhouse to be recorded. So you got nothing to stand on. These people who put in their profile write up that I don't want to be recorded, it's worthless. Doesn't mean anything.
Exactly, but it gives them some false sense of security.
It's silly. It is completely silly. I don't know what they're thinking.
I mean, people want to be titillated, and part of this ridiculous game is anonymity. But then you develop friendships and relationships with people off of this app. And, I just don't like to hang out with people who spend their day, doing homicidal ideation and making death threats for 30 minutes straight on this app. I don't know. That's just me. Those are the kinds of people I don't like hanging out with.
Well, especially if that kind of person works in a children's hospital, of all places.
That's scary, Io. It's very scary.
Well, without doxing who we're talking about, that's kind of what John is dealing with. So.
I mean, Rohan is not a fan of my recording activities on this app, and it gets him very triggered when we discuss or interact. And I would just say, I've been to Australia. I studied at Bond University in Queensland, in the Gold Coast. I love Australia, and I love the Australian people. You guys got the greatest party island on the whole planet. You lucky dog, you dingo.
I'll bite, John. I have a problem with anybody who chooses to be able to record another person without their consent and then taking it further to be able to want to try and commercialize on another person's asset, which is their voice. I think it's pretty despicable. I think it's pretty low life. I think it's disturbing. It's one thing to be able to sign up to a service in itself, where you actually are aware and you have consent, you've given consent, but people are coming into rooms, sharing information about themselves, not aware that you, or other people for that matter, are recording and also live streaming. And by the way, I don't give you consent ever to be able to utilize my voice on any of your streams, FYI. You put a restriction, whether you like it or not, on how people choose to be able to engage in rooms that you're involved with. So that restriction is on you. You essentially hamper connection. I know that you get your jollies out of it, and that's all well and good. Great for you. And I know that Clubhouse is recording this, and that's what I've given consent towards. But I never gave you or anybody else consent to be able to stream my voice, my thoughts and ideas for you to be able to commercialize on. And for that matter, I find it really disturbing that a person is really attempting to become a congressman, knowing that it is actually breaking the terms of service and being disrespectful towards other people. I think it's disturbing.
Do you think that the title of this room covers that whole idea of people not knowing that they're being streamed? I mean, in the title of the room, it says that it's being recorded.
Yes, no. There's a function facility that's on the app itself, which can show whether a room's being recorded or not. The feature and function of that is not actually being displayed as being recorded, and that replays are off. But yeah, sure. I mean, somebody could be recording. It doesn't say that it's actually being streamed though. And yeah,
I can update the title. If it said streaming live to YouTube, do you think that would be a good disclaimer?
look, I think we've discussed this point to the nth degree, to the point where it's almost dead and mute. But yeah, I appreciate that there are certain types of rooms where individuals are conducting themselves in really salacious manners, and I'll mention Amir's name because his rooms are literally 24/7 filled with hate, vitriol, discussions of terrorism and all that sort of stuff, and just outright racism and anti-Semitism at all, literally every minute of the day. So I think it's actually great that whoever chooses to record and stream that, at least that it's out there. But I mean, what the fuck? We're just having a conversation here. What is the point of it? I think it's disturbing that any individual, right, chooses to be able to expend so much time recording and live streaming with 50 plus mobile phones. And then people choose to be able to put money towards a person to be a representative in a government who does this. It's like, it's just way too fucking bizarre, dude.
You know, I appreciate the criticism. I think it's maybe warranted, and I think you're a great critic. But I was working on a song while you were criticizing me, and it goes a little something like this. A dingo ate my baby. A dingo ate my baby.
Not the laugh. You were doing so good. We needed to hear at least one more.
I'm sorry. I just got to tell you, like, you're a drama queen, and I anything I recorded. If you think that something I recorded of you caused you a problem, why don't you just speak up and say what it was?
It's really simple. I am telling you, I do not consent whatsoever to have my voice recorded or streamed by you or anybody else. Simple. If you break my request, then there may be consequences. And other people might have consequences for you if they choose to be able to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's duly noted. I'll put it in the complaint box.
Oh, you little snidely. That's just sarcasm. John the sarcastic.
I mean, Clubhouse is not a complaint box depository. Nothing gets stored here. Like your complaints aren't in some kind of ticketing queue or something with some kind of locator code. I mean, I hear you, and I apologize, but I'll make my atonement on Yom Kippur, when I pray to Hashem Rabbonu Shalom,
Your
and I'll
apology is not
ask for
accepted, John.
forgiveness from
Just
Hashem, not
FYI.
from you, not yet.
Go.
It's not Yom Kippur yet. I haven't come to you yet to ask for your forgiveness. So just be patient,
Dude,
okay? It's coming, Rohan.
you are nothing short of 2 words, a whack job. And I really hope you get your medication soon.
Well, I'll
You're
be
great.
looking for you on Yom
You're
Kippur.
funny.
You'll be one of the first people
I'll
I
tell you
come
what,
try to find on Yom Kippur,
John,
okay?
I'll tell you what, dude. Okay. Some people find you funny. I find that you're a joke. Nothing personal, of course.
No, I get it, but it takes a comedian to know a comedian. So you must have a great sense of humor. Thank you very little.
Ro, what would you say that what John's doing is similar to what, like somebody photographing you, you know, something like that, right? Without your
It's a matter
consent.
of a person taking a photo of you, putting up on a website without your
Right.
knowledge. Sure. And look, I mean that's perfectly legal, right, to be able to do
Not
as
in
far as
Germany.
I'm aware. Well, in some countries and states, I'm sure that it's not as well. But yeah, it's just an invasion of privacy. It's a lowly type of thing to do, really.
Yeah, it kind of rubs me the wrong way, but I'm not worried about it. But it kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit.
Right? Do you feel that
To be
maybe
honest.
if people knew? Let me ask you a question. If people knew and were aware that what they were saying was being broadcast potentially out to other people and recorded such that people could actually record it, review it and listen over it and watch it over and over again, do you think that would inhibit people from speaking freely? Or do you think it would add
Of
to
course.
them actually being themselves? Right. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if it would inhibit people or not because this room's been live streamed today, and we've had people come in here threatening to kill people.
Yeah, but it's the illusion of comfort, though, Mojo. They
It's
just
an illusion. It's really just an
they
illusion.
get comfortable. You know, if there was a mic right next, you know, we're here on. Yeah, it's not the same. Uh,
I mean, Joe, you had something to say about this. Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that the recording is the problem. I think the commercialization of the recording without explicit permission that you're making money may violate copyright, and that could be a problem and could be actionable by people that you might be recording and streaming on YouTube, and then you're making money from it. That could be a problem.
That's an additional issue. What I was talking about, how it may actually impinge a person's experience on here. If they actually knew that they were being recorded, a lot of people don't come up onto the
He's a
stage for that
clubhouse
very reason.
purist, this guy, bro. You're such a
Yeah.
clubhouse
Okay.
purist. It's so
Are you feeling triggered or something,
so
John? I
profound
know.
and so
I get
profound.
it. I get
What a
it. Look, we're not actually
purist.
just talking about you. We're
Doesn't
talking
want to
about
impinge people's
okay. You do it again, I will move you. I have no hesitation in removing you. Okay. No, when I get you love being centered on here, and that's great. You actually make really good content. I get it. And that's awesome. You're funny in many different ways, but try not to be able to center yourself just for like a couple of minutes. We're talking about, regardless of whether it's you, it's other people who choose to be able to record, okay, and impinge upon other people's freedom of being able to just speak. And this is effectively what it does. That's just my opinion. You can do whatever you
oh,
like. But Joe, you
Uh,
bring up a really interesting point.
well,
There is a legal issue.
let me
There's a
add
legal
to
issue, and
let me
there's
let,
also the issue of people feeling inhibited about coming up on stage and talking, knowing that their thoughts, their ideas, and feelings, and their voice are being recorded and streamed, and then captured on YouTube and other platforms. And this is a big issue. It impinges upon
well,
other
it could be
people.
yeah,
also edited.
well,
It could be also edited any way he wants. That's the thing.
yeah, I don't. You're bringing an excellent point up, Ron. Um, it's the expectation of privacy, and people should have no expectation of privacy on Clubhouse. The
Joe, hang on,
commercialization.
hang on. There's a point. Okay, there is a. I'm going to stop you there. There's a level. Okay, there's a range that we could look at and say, yes, I would agree if that was a blanket statement, right? To be able to come on here and expect to be able to have a level of privacy, like total privacy, that would be ridiculous because you've already looked at terms and conditions and already would know that. But it's not a binary issue. Can we agree upon that?
I agree that it's problematic, and I don't endorse what John's doing, and I'm not making any excuses for it. I find it a little bit weird.
Do you think
Um,
it could rub voters the wrong way in his area?
yeah, I do.
But most of his voters aren't on Clubhouse. Most of them are not. If only a tiny
Yeah,
percent.
but his competitors that he's running for office against, and that cabal may use that as a way, as a wedge issue that his
But
standards.
Joe, here's the thing, right? In order for his competitors to use that, his competitors would have to feel threatened by him. And for his competitors to feel threatened by him, he'd have to be a threat. And so I'll just say this, if his competitors start saying anything about what's happening on Clubhouse, I'm going to be shocked, excited, and I'm going to think that it's the best thing that could possibly happen to his campaign, because right now, the only people that know that he's even fucking running are the people that are in this room. And so if his competitors decide to make a big deal of it, they'll basically say, hey, this guy exists. And then voters will have to contend with how they feel about it. Because once they know he exists, he's got an opportunity to convert them.
That's not a bad argument. If I was advising LaHood, I would say ignore John until he actually has a chance of beating him. So I would ignore it and I would hold that in my back pocket.
Well, that's why it takes political activists like you organizing on Clown House to irritate LaHood into getting him to comment about the campaign to elect Congressman candidate John Kidover on X. Follow me on X at John Kidover IL, that's Illinois. Or click the link above. Give $100 right now and let's change the situation now.
Yeah, listen, here's something. If you think that voters would find this offensive, that what he's doing, go get links to all of the fucking content that he has, specifically about advertising that he's running for Congress, and send that to LaHood as well as the Democrat candidates and say, look at this character. You guys should do something about this. I would feel that that would be the biggest contribution that you could do to the John Kidover campaign. The second best thing that you could do is you could fork it over for John Kidover.
Just real quick, I want to be open minded for a second. John, I want to hear out what your policy platform is or what your goals
Sure, let
are.
me ask you first, though. How do you keep an open mind?
Being willing to hear out the ideas without immediately throwing them out.
So, hearing the ideas without immediately throwing them out, that's how you keep an open mind?
Yeah,
Okay, well, please proceed, XG.
yeah. So I guess I'll start with some basics because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'll make that clear. So, one, what are you running for exactly? Two, why are you running for it? And three, what are some things, basic things in a summary you seek to achieve while you're running for it?
That's an awful lot of questions right now at 11 p.m. at night. And I've been battling Brad all day long on Stolen Valor. So go to Instagram.com/John Kidover. Subscribe to me on Instagram, and we will set up a private call, XG. But please follow me on Instagram now. Thank you. I'm going to meditate for 10 minutes.
John,
All right.
that sounds like a dodge.
You
That was a
gonna,
dodge.
and then he runs away. He's running away, Mojo. He's running away. He's running away. And Mojo, when you started your room, you didn't have the recording on. You kept it off because you just knew it was innate.
Yep, yep. And I was one of the biggest vocal critics of John Kidover. He can vouch for that. Others that have been in these rooms can vouch for that. And the game changed. And this is the thing that I think people need to recognize is that if we were having this conversation 3 months ago, we would absolutely have a strong point that, like, hey, we're in a room with no replays. This seems like a trashy move, and we're going to use all the tools that we have at our disposal. If we identify you, we're going to remove you from the room, yada yada yada. But even back then, if you think about it, he could have been recording those rooms without us knowing it, and then instead of doing a live stream, he could have put it up the next day. And the only reason we knew that it was live streamed is because we were getting a real live feedback loop. And so he could have modified his approach and it would have been recorded and distributed and nobody would have known. He's been very, very open about the fact that, yes, he's going to enter the room, he's going to stream the room. And I was the biggest target of this. Nobody on this app In fact, I would say all of the other people on this app combined don't add up to the targeting, the specific intentional targeting. The only other person that I think even begins to compete would be Adrian Dittman, and I think that's it's me, it's Adrian Dittman, and then it's the field, right? But we were the top two for sure that were being targeted when Paul and Rowan decided to change this system where you could pay to remain anonymous, allowing people to record or to live stream without the creator of the room to be able to remove the person. They were essentially saying that we want you to do this, but we're gonna get you to pay to do it, and so they charge people for the anonymous feature. Now, I think that if you have a complaint about that, I wouldn't take that complaint to John. I would take that complaint to Paul and to Rohan. I think those are the people that you would want to complain about it to. But think about what you're complaining about. You're going to tell them, hey, you know that feature that you now have a few people paying $5 a month for? I think you should not offer that. And they're going to say, go pound sand. We're making, even though we're not getting rich, we're making a few bucks on it. They made that decision because they would like for somebody to stream it to a different platform, a more popular platform, to in the hopes that it would bring more traffic to this app. They made that decision. When that happened, my mindset had to shift. Why? Because I live in a world where there are things that I can't control. That is one of the things that I can't control. So, in this universe of things that I can and cannot control, I'm going to worry about the things that I can control. I'm going to not worry about the things that I can't control. And so, knowing I can't control it, I have to then say, well, what exactly is he doing? Let me understand it better. Maybe we could find a way where it's mutually beneficial. And that's what I've done. And by the way, the thing that won me over more than anything was the fact that forget about the dumb shit we talk about. I mean, yes, you get a crash out here or there that I've never gone back to listen to a replay of my bullshit ever in my life. Have I done that? What I have gone and listened to are the things that are happening in Amir's room. And what's amazing about this is we live stream terror plots and sexual trafficking that happens live on the Clubhouse app. I would argue that because Clubhouse records these rooms, they also know that terror plots and sex trafficking is happening in Amir's room, and they're allowing that to happen. I think they want it to happen. I think law enforcement agents love that it's happening. They're capturing so much evidence for people that are committing crimes. I mean, look, today we have people making threats. In other rooms, you have legitimate threats of terrorism, recruiting terrorists. The sex trafficking thing was beyond the pale. All of these things, super terrible. And John, who we once viewed as a villain, he's turned things around. I would say he's the Dark Knight. And until people like contend with this realistically, I don't know like what else you want to be said. He's the one guy that may lead to an arrest of terrorists on Clubhouse. There's nobody on this app that's done more, in my opinion, to combat terrorism on this.
Yeah. He's a Dark Knight. Yeah. Okay.
You know, I would say this, Mojo, that
I wouldn't say he's a dark knight. I'd say he's a dim wit.
yeah, I would say this, Mojo, that hypothetical that John recorded Amir's room, submitted it to law enforcement, and they took enforcement action. That would be a good thing. At the same time, I could also see Amir taking civil action against John Kidover for surreptitiously recording the room, and he could win his civil case and still go to jail.
I mean, I don't really see what dealing with quote unquote terrorism on Clubhouse at least does, especially when Twitter still exists and you have rampant neo Nazis on that platform 24/7, openly spewing bullshit, but nothing ever happens to them. So, I mean, I don't understand what Clubhouse has to deal with it, especially when we have even bigger platforms that have even more crazy shit on there that's allowed.
No, I
He's
agree.
streaming. He can stream those as well.
I agree. I have streamed a lot of these JQ radio rooms, which are Jewish question radio rooms, where they sit there and I mean, to me, it's it's shocking, but I guess on the internet, I think people's brains are wondering how they can create the most insane, psychotic, scary stuff you've ever heard. And X is full of it. Clown House, I think it's a small enough community where people can identify the road ragers. But even the road ragers don't do what they do on X. X is a different level of like insane, psychotic, like just really annoying people who can't have conversations and they are extremely obnoxious and petty and childish like. So it's annoying to listen, annoying to interact. But I love roasting them and going in there and just yelling at a bunch of these people, and then they see that I'm running for Congress or they think I'm a congressman. It creates a pot stir and shakes the hornet's nest. So I don't know if it has any value, because most people aren't going to pick up a book and there's no real education happening. It's like this dopamine word game of trolling and shocking. Like, what Brad did on the app today, the past couple days, like to me, I think it's extremely questionable. And but the way it impacts people and the Munchausen syndrome that it creates with people is also impressive to watch because I think from like an animalistic perspective, when somebody goes on this in crazy psychotic road rage, homicidal ideation rant, it's like a silverback in an enclosure with all these female gorillas, and you see how behavior and conditioning influences people. And I'm just saying, live streaming all this stuff and recording all these human interactions to me is almost like a psychological observational study. And I'm learning from it. I hope people who watch videos learn from it. And I want to complement it with books that I have. I would really like to figure out a way. How can I get interested in the thousands of books I have surrounding me? And find the time or the desire to even want to read, because I got to say human interaction is far more dopamine creating than the hard work of extracting information from reading a book. So Clown House is technologically innovating but also in a way retarding.
Just real quick, Judge Mojo, I would like to call for all the words spoke about my client Brad to be struck from the record, please, as he's not present at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, John. The only thing is, if it was contributing to the people out here, everybody would take it different. But it's self-serving what you're doing. That's what's turning Roe off. To me, I'm more where Mojo is. It's like, yeah, no big deal to me. But it does not rub me that well. Yeah, it is. It's a self-serving thing, and it's not it's not serving the people here. Now,
Well,
if you can,
all I can say in my defense is this is a very strange game that I'm personally playing. Okay, to live stream myself 24/7 with a with 13 cameras in my face is a very weird prospect for me as a person who's doing this, because I'm really putting myself out there in a way which could be considered unprofessional. However, in my defense, I think being fully transparent, there will be some added benefit in the now, whatever that means.
for who, for who?
I think in a way I can do some type of a therapeutic service for people who come on here and do homicidal ideation, terrorism planning, and maybe even, sex trafficking coordination. Maybe by putting a light on people or exposing people or threatening people with exposure will cause them to somehow question what they're doing and modify what they're doing. I don't know. It's a very
No,
complicated word game.
it's just going to piss them off. That's all it's going to do. It's not, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Roan's, you know, um, thesis on surreptitious recording. It's a problem, and you've made it your problem.
Well,
And
I've well, people say that it's
John, real quick.
illicit recording.
I'm not
It's
about
not
to.
illicit, it's explicit. And I try to be a gentleman, and I record a lot of profane people who do a lot of vulgarity, insane hate speech, racism. I mean, people like Pepe and other people who may cozy up to people and now they're considered part of the clique because they talk to us. I have people saying really foul mouth stuff to the point where if there was an index of what everybody has said throughout all my recordings and you were to just hit the top 10, people would say, "Holy shit," because they have said things that are so vulgar, so profane, so obnoxious that when you look at all the little snippets and you listen to what somebody's actually saying, you question their sanity, you question their motives, their intentions, their personality, their character. It's a lot of data on a lot of people. So that's why I say if you come from a good place in your heart and you're communicating peace on this app, well, then you know what? Maybe you're
Yeah,
a good person
I think
and
it's
you're in the
really
clear.
cute. I think it's really cute to be able to get a monologue of moralizing and virtue signaling from a person who chooses to be able to record and stream people without the consent. It just sort of shows a red flag of just the bullshit factor is through the roof. And in terms
It's
of
not like I created some app
honestly,
or something. I'm just using YouTube to live stream
seriously,
myself. You know, it's just recordings. I don't know why it's
and
a
I'm
big deal.
actually really curious, right, as to how you would choose to be able to psychoanalyze yourself, a person who spends literally years, not hours, but years, with multiple, like tens of mobile phones recording other people. How would
Oh
you
yeah, 50,
psychoanalyze that?
60 cell phones I have here in my home office.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. It's more than weird. It's disturbing. But how would you?
You could
That's
I
a
think I
judgment
could
I have
call
about
it
it. Okay, but I'm curious.
I
Like,
I
if
could
you were to
call
look
it a form of
objectively,
OCD.
hang on.
I could
If you were
call
to
it
look
OCD.
objectively, great. Look objectively at your behavior. How would you psychoanalyze yourself? Considering you're
Bro,
spending a lot of time
bro, that's
invested in
asking too
psychoanalyzing.
much, bro. That's asking too much, bro. He's not.
Yeah, I don't know.
No,
I think
it's
he
all
has
on
got the power
video.
of
It's
self-reflection.
all on
Go
that's
for
the
it, John.
beautiful
It's
part.
all about
If
you.
you want a
Let's
great
go.
explanation, the best
Let's
explanation
go.
is to watch the YouTube channels. Go to the YouTube channels for
No.
hours
I'm
a day
curious.
and
What
just
is
sit
your
there and
insight?
watch it. And that's
Hang
the
on,
answer.
John.
Wow, I
John,
can't believe they recorded all this stuff.
I
It's
get it. I get it.
amazing.
But
Holy
John,
cow.
relax.
Who's
It's a
crazier, the
blind
person
spot,
Just
recording
chill
the
out for a second.
crazy people
bro.
or all the
Hang
crazy people
on.
on
Wait.
the recording?
Mute up. Okay, great, cool. How would you psychoanalyze a person objectively who spends years of their life, right, in
Well,
underwear
I can
and
very
recording
easily look
themselves?
at it
Hang on,
subjectively, not just the
John, I
Let him
get it.
finish,
I
John.
get it. Just hang on, John. Just chill out for a second. A person who sits in their room literally 24/7 in his underpants doing yoga and streaming himself whilst recording other people without consent on tens of devices. How would you psychoanalyze and profile that particular type of person? Go for it, John. The mic's
Okay, so the way I think I can look at it is by self-deprecating myself and unfortunately submitting myself to play the
Try to
fool.
be objective about it, please.
I am trying to answer your question genuinely. I put myself at a professional risk to record myself recording other people. So selflessness, kindness goes both ways. If you think I'm a selfless prick or an egocentric, narcissist, toxic, malignant person, you can't make that determination. That's an all or nothing position. As Mojo has stated in my defense, I have made recordings that are so devastating to some of these people because it is against the law what they're saying. So I have put
Okay,
myself at
stop.
risk as a
You are
Let him
former
finish. Let him
military
You
finish.
are
intelligence
actually, hang on,
officer to bring
John,
light to a
hang on a second. I'm going to mute you again. Okay, I hate muting people, but you just don't seem to be able to understand the rules of engagement in this room. I asked you a direct question. I'd really appreciate it if you can give me a direct answer instead of just bullshitting, waffling. Go for it. Just as I thought.
But
Okay,
it's a
why don't you
blind
just
spot.
repeat the question again? Because if you're just going to mute me in the middle of a thought stream, you're not going to get the full thought. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I'm helping you to keep on track, John. That's all I'm doing. I asked you a specific question. How would you psychoanalyze a person who spends literally years recording themselves in their underpants, doing yoga, streaming other people without the consent? How would you psychoanalyze a person? I mean, you
Okay,
have
so
values.
I can
Yeah,
respond.
okay, that's
I
my
can
question.
respond.
You go for it.
Okay. So I think there's two ways to look at this. If you look at the total body of work that I have submitted to the internet, aka YouTube and Instagram, it's 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagram videos. In those videos, I have spent a lot of time doing subjective and objective uploading into YouTube. I've read a lot of books. And it's not just recordings of you of Clown House and people
Hey, well,
speaking
I'm
here.
not
There's a
questioning your
lot
knowledge. Wait a
of
second. Pause,
creation and
pause,
artwork.
pause. Great. Okay, great. I'm not questioning what knowledge you have, and you are duck shoving again. And that's the reason why I've paused you and muted you. You're not answering the question. How would you, considering that you are good at psychoanalyzing other people, how would you profile a person psychologically who displays these particular traits?
Bro, let him get it all out. Let him get it all out. It's not going to
Yeah,
take long.
okay. Let me explain it this way. By doing this work, I have done like a self actualization technique on myself. But prior to this, at the Citadel, which is a very intense military academy, every freshman has to go through an intense indoctrination process. You essentially become a mute. There's only three responses: sir, yes, sir, no, sir, and sir, no excuse, sir. So we can continue this line of questioning, or if you want, I can just resort to the three default cadet responses and we can just move this conversation right along. And if you're interested in contributing $10 to the campaign to elect John Kidover, click that link above right now. If you're enjoying this testy little debate between Rohan and I, and you find it entertaining, well, consider contributing $10 right now to the campaign to elect John Kidover, the 16th district in Illinois. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is just entertainment. No one's going to fly to Australia. Nobody's going to fly to Chicago. We're not going to have some kind of old Australian 1930s fight and oil up our mustaches. No, this is just a friendly conversation on a social audio chat app called Road Rage Clown House, where people get angry over things from the past from other rooms. And the rule of this room is be in the now. No bringing in drama from other rooms. So technically, Rohan, please read the rules and reconfigure your line of questioning to come in alignment and compliance with the rules. Thank you very much, Rohan.
Oh, you make me laugh. You really do.
Rohan, I'm not sure that John understands the surreptitious nature of what he's doing and how that it has a chilling effect on other people. That's one thing, and I'm not sure he cares about that.
I
That's
think he
The
does, but I
other,
don't think he
and he
cares.
doesn't care.
Hang
but
on,
the
time out.
other,
Let Joe go. Go on.
the other thing is the lawfulness of what he's doing and the commercialization. That is a problem, and you are at risk for that. There's no matter who you are uncovering, the most vile people in the world, it doesn't matter because in the same time you're ensnaring people who are just here to talk, and they don't want their stuff streamed, and they did not give you permission to do it, and that's a problem for you.
No, in my defense, I would say I'm being social, I'm being political, and any kind of commercialization in the future on YouTube is in the future. But right now, there is no commercialization of the content that I film or create out of this app.
Well, the fact that you're putting it on YouTube is commercialization, whether you get paid for it or not.
Yeah, but every time you go on a social app, you're putting at risk something like this could happen too.
Sure, you are. It doesn't mean you're not being violated. It doesn't mean It doesn't mean you've given permission for someone else to use your content. That comes under copyright.
Howard, the key is consent, is exactly what Joe is alluding to. It's one thing to consent to be able to have your information to be utilized by the company that you're utilizing, for that matter, the terms and conditions, which may also include third-party companies as well. That's perfectly fine. People are being streamed, recorded without their knowledge or consent. And the commercialization that John's talking about, he's already said in other rooms that he, if given the opportunity, he would plan to and does plan to be able to commercialize it if there is that opportunity that presents itself. There you go.
Yeah, I did the work. It's called doing work. It's a job. You know how many you
No,
know how
no,
much
no.
work
When
I've
you
invested in
take
recording
when the
people on this app?
content
I
of
gave up my
your
whole
work,
life to start recording this
when
app.
the
It's
content
my
of
work.
your
It's
work,
my
it
creation.
belongs
It's
to other
my
people.
monetization. It's called
Are you
capitalism,
okay?
you
Are
communist
you
Australian
are you okay, John?
traitor!
You're getting triggered.
Traitor!
He's getting triggered. Terrible. Yeah, you might be doing what you call work, but the work that you are doing involves other people's ideas, thoughts, and their voice as well. That constitutes a breach, wouldn't you say?
He
Oh,
doesn't
you're in
care,
the
Ro.
muff. There's
Ro, he
always
doesn't
a little
care.
breach in the muff. You got to have a breach in the muff. You need moisture, first of all. Then you can get a breach in the muff. If you get a breach in the muff and you find a way in and you go straight to the center, well, that's how you get compensated for your artistic endeavor. And
Yeah,
you get a critic
that's
ultimately
great.
at the end.
Thanks, John.
But
Hang on for a second, John.
nonetheless, a
John,
critic.
hang on. You're breaking one of the rules. When a moderator's speaking, that's your cue to be able to go on mute for a second, because I just wanted to welcome Anne. Anne, how are
Hi,
you?
how are you?
Wonderful to have you here. How are you
Nice
doing?
to hear your voice, sir.
Excellent, thank you. Do you give your consent to be recorded or streamed to any other third parties?
I mean, technically, when we are on Clubhouse, they're recording all of our voices and they can use it to
Mhm.
edit, publish, analyze, and send it
Mhm.
to all of their stockholders. So, I mean, our shit's already out there, so I
Or
honestly,
lawyers or law
so
firms, they'll give up
to
all
be
the data,
honest,
no
like,
John,
problem.
hang on, wait a
I have to
second.
assume that by just being on the app that they're doing it. So, like,
Mhm.
and God knows who their stockholders are. So, do I care if my fellow Americans are recording me? No.
It's fine. Okay, I just wanted to let you know. So, John Kidd over here is streaming this conversation, your voice, ideas, and thoughts, and feelings, for that matter, over to another service, which is YouTube, and possibly even other platforms as well,
Yeah,
where
X and
those thoughts
Clubhouse
and
as well.
ideas. Wow, geez, John, I don't know. You keep on sort of breaking
X
the
and
rules. You
Clubhouse,
know what?
everybody. Follow me on
That,
X and follow.
that's great. Oops, so sorry. Oops, slipped. Okay, John, I'll bring you back
Very,
up.
very
Okay,
funny.
but
Very funny.
that's very funny. I know he's great. He's great to joke, to laugh at, and it's fantastic. So I just wanted to let you know, and that's what's going on. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Mojo explained everything. It's very simple, and he doesn't care, bro. I know you try
I
to
know.
get him to see a blind spot. He does not care. He does not
Ooh,
care.
are we gonna have a debate? We got Darren LaHood on stage, or at least a representative.
Oh no, that's Dr. Adams. I'm just, I'm just supporting Darren LaHood.
What?
You know, I'm with the LaHood crew, so I'm definitely supporting Darren LaHood. Brad and I were actually, we were talking. We were thinking about going half on $1,000 a month apartment just to have an address out there to vote. Okay, just to vote for LaHood in his own district. Okay, because we believe in LaHood's vision. Okay, we believe that LaHood is good for the hood.
That was pretty funny. Just because you've given explicit consent to Clubhouse does not mean, and you have no expectation of privacy, does not mean somebody else can use your content any way they want. They can't do that.
I mean,
Oh,
all legalities aside, just one word, John. One word. Why?
I mean,
Why?
if I was in the 16th district in
Yeah,
Illinois,
it's
I
spelled
would I would be
ART.
concerned that
Arts.
this man is trying to go to Congress to remove people's autonomy and their privacy rights. Okay, to be listening and recording people probably on their cell phones. I mean, why would you trust somebody that has violated your perceived sense of privacy? Now
ART. Arts.
We
Arts.
all know, LaHood,
ART.
LaHood,
Arts.
LaHood,
Arts.
LaHood. Thank you. So at the end of the day, LaHood is going to win. Okay. As a matter of fact, the last time that he ran, more people voted for him than anybody else in his district. So at the end of the day, LaHood is going to win. You need to give these people their money back. Okay. You need to give these people their money back, John Kidover. Okay. LaHood is good for the hood.
I just don't know how we expect to have privacy when we are on a public social audio app.
We're not on a
Hey,
public, we're on a private social
oh,
audio app.
It
Hold
is
on.
not private.
Hold on. I want to. Can I get a volunteer? Somebody volunteer. Anyone? Can someone volunteer? Just say something.
Okay, I'll volunteer.
What can I do for you?
Okay, Moose. Can you read the room title
We are
out out loud,
we
please?
we are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent?
Now, wouldn't presence in this room after that disclosure suggest
Yes,
that you
yes,
do consent?
Okay, just to let everybody know, I've restarted the YouTube live streams starting now.
How many viewers are there?
He ain't got no fucking viewers.
Yeah, and Mojo, the answer
And
is
that's
no.
another
That it's
thing.
not
So, like,
explicit consent.
if you guys know that there's, like, if he has no viewers, like you guys just said, then why, like, do you know that they can use our voice on here and they can use it for commercial use? So, like, all of our voices are recorded, and if they want to do anything that they want to them. So, like, 10 years from now, you may hear your voice saying things that you never even fucking said. And that to me is like more of a concern. Um,
Well,
But you have given explicit consent to Clubhouse.
yeah,
well,
You
hold
have
on.
yeah,
not
by
given
Well,
any
by being on
consent
here.
to
wait,
John
hold on.
Kidover.
Let's just have an honest conversation about this. What is the real concern that you have about the streaming? Is it because somebody might listen to what it is that you say? There's more people in this room listening to what you're saying than there are on the YouTube channel listening to what you're saying. So, like, explain yourself. Like, what is your major challenge to this?
I have one. Can I take a moment to express it?
The archive is memorialized in a different way against the terms and conditions that we agreed to on this specific app.
Hey, Adams, I think there was somebody else. We'll see. Do you want to take the mic?
Well, Adams almost partially stole my thunder. So I think what John's doing, I don't know if this is his intent, is building an inventory of unstructured data, which in video it's sort of less threatening than it is in other formats, but probably 8 to 9 months from now, with advanced Blackwell and Rubin chipsets, for under $100 with the appropriate prompts, probably in less than 5 minutes, someone's going to be able to go through that entire unstructured inventory and make it structured. So much so tailored to who you are and everything you've said, building a profile, recollecting anything that you've ever revealed about yourself. And that includes even John when John's having passive conversations. So as John's recording all these rooms, he's living his life. He's chatting with friends on the phone about his own life, the dates he's going on, things that are going on in his family. All of those things are captured as well. So I wonder to what extent John has considered the law of unintended consequences. Or is this the intent?
well, did anyone ask John? Anyone?
People have asked John, but then when John goes to answer it, John is
I've
cut
asked
off
him.
from giving an answer.
Yeah, I just heard the question, and the point is, it's not necessarily unstructured. I spend a lot of time structuring, and there's tons of playlists. There's a podcast on every YouTube account. It's 30 YouTube accounts that I'm personally managing. It's a lot of work, and I've been doing it in a flow state for like 5 years. So when you say that video data isn't like of see, video data really has a lot of data in it. And if you look at it from a gigabyte perspective, you'll understand it really is a lot of data in a video. So my ability to live stream on my AT&T fiber all this data, I can't believe I must have uploaded like hundreds of trillions of terabytes at this point.
So, what is
And why
the
do I pay only
reason to put?
$60 a month?
Yeah, why do you
No,
put
I'm
in all
trying to
this
game the
hardware?
system. I'm trying to game the system. This is like a hack. And all of you, if you are in my videos, you're in my network, you're connected to me somehow now. So you may not like that because I'm running to Congress, but I have created an artificial network with you, whether you like it or not. You're all in
Yeah,
my videos. So in
yeah.
a
You
way, I'm responsible to you, and now you're responsible to me. So
Okay.
fork it
Pause.
over, and give
Pause.
$10
Pause. Pause. Pause.
now. Make
Okay.
it use a
Got that. Okay.
All
Got.
right, wait,
Oops.
hang on a second,
Terribly
Ron.
sorry.
Ron,
Go for
Okay,
it,
one
John.
second, 1 second. You missed Will's very good point. I'm not sure you understood what he meant by unstructured data. You can take all of those recordings, get those transcripts, and then you can organize them by serial prompting them, and you can make additional content out of them. That's what I believe he was talking about, and you missed that point entirely.
Well, I was actually saying he doesn't even need the transcripts. The technology is going to be able to write transcripts, make associations, sort of create metadata
Yes,
about
yes,
the
yes.
relationships. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a distinction, but yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. But the fact of the matter is,
You guys are talking over
No,
what's
no, hang
already
on.
there.
You're actually
30
talking over
YouTube.
other people. John, hang on for a second. Hang on. There are other people talking as well. Okay.
I
I'm
know,
going to
but
add my
it's
2 cents.
20,000
I'm going
YouTube
to add
videos,
my 2 cents. I'm
20,000
going to add
Instagram.
my 2 cents here. You do it again, you're going to go down again, John. Thanks. Appreciate it. I don't know who else is going to bring you up if that's going to be the case. See, when you choose to be able to sign up to a service, that service is it's incumbent upon that particular service as a commercial entity to be able to follow certain laws. Okay, and there's an obligation to those laws. Those companies are held accountable for what happens to that particular data. What people do, right, as far as what John is doing, is putting information out there which is in the public domain that can be scraped and utilized with AI. Very, very simple scripts that can be recorded. And exactly what you're saying, there is profiling that can be done. The technology is there right now if people wanted to be able to do that and profile it back to your particular names and hold that as data, selling it. This is part of what John is facilitating. And
Well,
I
let me.
just want to clarify one last thing, okay? John, I do not consent, regardless of the sign and the title that is in this room, for you to be able to record or stream my voice, ideas, thoughts, and feelings at all. Thank you.
So, a couple of things. If anybody's ever gone to a live wrestling event that broadcasts on Netflix now, like WWE Raw, when you're in attendance before the show starts, they make an announcement that that you being there, uh, that they're going to be recording. There's going to be cameras everywhere, and that they may use your likenesses. They may use for any purpose, marketing or otherwise, right? And so, and you're not consenting verbally. You're not giving express consent. You're simply implicitly giving them the consent by continuing to sit there. I would imagine courts would look at this room the same way, especially when you make the disclosure that, hey, it's being streamed. So if you have a protest, if somebody's really worried about their information being streamed in this conversation, I think the best way to protect yourself is to not be on social audio. Because if you're on social audio, let's say John gets hit by a bus tomorrow, heaven forbid, because we need him for this political race. But let's just say he gets hit by a bus tomorrow. Everybody still has the ability to record and to stream. And by the way, you don't have any control over it. You have no control over it. The idea that you don't want somebody to do it, your grievance is not with John. Your grievance really and truly should be with the creators of this app that, for their own purposes of monetization, have said that if you give them $5, you can remain anonymous, allowing you to record without anybody stopping you, allowing you to stream without anybody stopping you. And I think that what we're doing is we're aiming the gun at the wrong person.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you, Mojo. Your wrestling analogy, when you buy your ticket, there's a disclaimer on it. If you have heard the explicit announcement that this is going to be recorded, you have at that very moment the choice to leave. That is not occurring here. And this is not
We have a leave
John's
quietly
space.
button here. We have a leave quietly button here.
Yeah, but I think Mojo, we're
That's not
dealing.
the point. That's not the
Well,
point. Oh, Roger.
So
It-
Roger, are you suggesting that the solution is for people to not attend your space that has a problem with him and his presence in here and being recorded?
So here's what I'm suggesting. If you feel that you want to protect yourself from being streamed or recorded, you can make whatever decision you want. It could be limited to not coming to this room. It could be as extreme as removing the app from your phone. The one thing I would caution you though is whatever other room that you might go in that you think is not being recorded, I just want to give you a little warning, a little whisper. Not only is somebody likely to record it and stream it, that the app itself has incentivized it. They have actually incentivized people to do it. Your grievance is not with me in this space. Your grievance is not with John and what he does. Your grievance is that the app is not working in the way that you want it to. And I would just say attend the town hall. Tell Paul how you feel. I don't know if you're going to fix this problem by bringing this to the attention of John, who for 5 years has told people this is what he's going to do. All the app has done is said, yeah, we agree with John.
Yeah, I don't think that holds water.
Yeah, I don't, and he's harassing people, and everybody in this damn room knows it.
Who is he harassing?
He continues to antagonize people with the fact that he's archiving people's sentiments and the things that he's saying on another app. He's openly doing that. So if anybody wants to paint it out to, put a lipstick on a pig, then go ahead and do it. But at the end of the day, he is harassing people.
I don't know
Adams,
whether
Adams,
harassing is
you
the
have
correct
hold on.
word.
Adams, you have the plus mark, right? You're the only person on the stage. No, there's two people, three people. Sorry, I'm counting it. Trying to drive and look at the screen. There's three of you that have the plus mark. The plus mark allows you to go into a room anonymously. John has the ability to go into a room anonymously. What's the difference between John going into a room anonymously and you going into a room anonymously? Can you explain?
Because it's the unwanted actions behind the antagonization, which gives insight into the intent. The intent is to harass.
Okay, what do you mean by harass? Like who is he harassing?
Yeah, I'm not sure the harassing argument is a good argument.
It's a weak argument.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to can have a complaint about that. People are ugly, people are mean, people are nice, people are not. Um, it's the surreptitious recording and the utilization of it without permission. That is the crux of it. And all of the recordings you've done have not been done by permission. That's for a fact.
Well, Joe, I would just encourage you to go to my YouTube channel, look at some of my videos, and you tell me. Be a judge of the videos. Don't be a judge of me as a person or my total operations. Look at an individual piece of work and give me some feedback on a specific example, not these overgeneralized John Kidover sucks statements. You know
No,
what?
no, wait a
You're a
minute,
critic and
wait
you
a,
suck.
wait a minute. I have not criticized you one bit, and I don't need to go to your YouTube to hear people talk that have been recorded without their permission. The fact of the matter is the surreptitious recording. That is the crux of it.
Joe,
Okay,
you
okay,
have to
hold on,
go.
wait, oh, hold on. Just so everybody knows in this room, especially those that are complaining about it, this room right now is being streamed. And everyone in this room, including the people speaking and complaining, are aware of this fact. And yet you choose to stay here and complain about it, knowing that it's being streamed on YouTube. I would argue that you want to be streamed. Otherwise, you would have left already.
This is
How did I
childish.
And
left
Mojo,
already?
No, 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 no.
the
This is
threshold's
childish.
going to
I'll
be you
see
have to
y'all
prove
later.
the
This is fucking
damages. What
childish.
are the damages?
Well, there is that. There is that. You do need damages to be able to get compensation in court. There's no question about that. But the reality is, if they feel like they've been damaged and they go to one of his YouTubes and they've been mischaracterized and they've suffered some harm, then that's actionable.
So,
Okay, well, that's a risk that John's then taking.
yep. Can I just point out that one
Howard, at the
person,
cost of other people.
well, hold on, one person has decided to exercise their right to leave the room when it was pointed out that continuing to talk about it and complain about it, knowing you're being streamed, pretty much invalidates the argument that you have a problem with it. Because if you had a real problem, if I had a real problem with it, I wouldn't be here. That's how I exercise my freedom when I have a problem with it.
Well,
But let me hold on, let me make my final point. The person that did storm off and say, "Forget this. This is immature. I'm out of here," also is participating in this communication by creating a PTR saying that they support the opposition to him running in the race. So everybody is trying to communicate their own bullshit here. All I can say is that John's just doing it better than everyone else.
well, let me point out that Rowan said that he did not give John his permission to record. That's all he needed to do. He doesn't have to leave. He just has to tell him you don't have my permission to record me. John has
Yeah,
to
but
stop.
no. This room is telling people that this room is being recorded.
No, you may
Yeah.
be. No, that's not good enough.
Hold on. Let me
No,
explain
that's
something.
not good enough.
It is good enough. Listen, if you were to walk into Stone's poker room in Sacramento,
Oh, God.
or you could go to Live at the Bike, the bicycle casino in Southern California. You walk into these casinos and they have tables that specifically have cameras that record the poker game, and they put the poker game on the fucking television so people at home can watch what's happening at the casino. If somebody sat down at that table and said, "I don't consent to fucking playing," they wouldn't fucking sit there. Like you got to understand, you have a responsibility here, and I think that people that are saying that they don't consent, but then stay in a room that they know is being streamed, I don't think they're being very genuine.
No, I think you're wrong. I think
Can I
if in
jump
the
in here?
if the examples you're giving of this poker room, and you go to management and you say I don't want to be recorded, they will invite you to leave.
Yes, I work in the entertainment industry, and all I have to do to film in public and get your consent is put up a sign that says, I am filming. If you walk past this, you are consenting to be filmed. Mojo is absolutely right. I deal with it on a regular basis and have been for 30 years in the entertainment industry. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter what you consent to or don't consent to verbally. If it is posted at the top of this room that this is being streamed, you are giving your consent by being in this room. I
Yeah.
know it
And
sucks.
no,
I
Wait, wait,
disagree
wait,
with
I
it,
wait,
think
Joe.
you're
wait, wait,
wrong.
wait a
I think you're
second.
Joe, let me
completely
Pause for
wrong.
a
finish.
second.
Please
Right.
let me
Guys,
finish,
just
Joe.
pause for a second. Hang on,
Please
wait a
let me
second.
finish. I
No,
disagree with what John's doing.
I've heard the
I
crux of your argument. Okay, I appreciate it, but I disagree with the crux of the argument. It is not Clubhouse that is putting this in the title. It's Mojo is putting this who's putting the title in this particular room. John is not. John is the person who is streaming this, and I'm repeating myself. I do not consent to having my voice, ideas, thoughts, or feelings being recorded or streamed onto any other platform. And if John chooses to be able to um, disregard my wishes, then there are consequences. That's not a threat. I'm just stating that is what it is.
You'd have
okay,
to prove damages. There's no consequences.
okay. Uh, That is absolutely a distinction. If John is recording and Mojo is the one putting up the consent, I can see your argument there. But you still have the ability to leave, and that is actually exactly it. Is you could sue him, and you could prove your damages and sue him for that. And but I do see your distinction, bro. I do, and there's a legal argument there.
Well, I
Uh,
don't support or understand John's recordings. It is like Mojo said. It is the app. You're shooting the messenger. The app literally said $5 a month. Here are the tools to. Here's the incubator to for disease of anonymous recordings and streamings where mods can do absolutely, where mods are left powerless to be at the hands of these random recorders. Like that is all on Clubhouse.
I don't know where Clubhouse has given explicit consent for people who have a plus sign to record. I don't think that's part of their TOS.
Joe,
They've
you're
ta-
100%.
they've
You're 100%
taken
correct with
my
that.
they've
It's a
taken my
public app.
ability. Hold on, they've taken my ability away. I used to have the ability, and you can ask John about this. If he was in the room under one of his many aliases, if I recognize, oh, okay, that's the person that's streaming the room, I was able to remove him from the room. I no longer have the ability to do that. I had it, and it was taken away from me. The app itself has taken away the tool that I had at my disposal to deliver to what you guys are asking for, is to take his ability to stream the room. That tool has been taken away by the app creator. So I'm going to put this challenge out to you guys. You go ahead and put together a fucking petition saying that you think that the $5 a month anonymous feature should go away, and I will fucking sign it. Matter of fact, I will actually advertise that people sign the petition. I will sign that petition. But what I won't do is sit here and allow people to just have this cowardly fucking argument that why are you not taking the fight to the fucking person that created the conditions that do not allow moderators to kick people out for streaming rooms? You guys are not willing to fight that fight because you don't have the gun. Instead, what you do is you'll sit in a room that you know is streamed and sit here and bitch about it. You guys don't want solutions. That's why you probably haven't donated to John Kidover. If you want solutions for problems that we face, you might want to just pay up. John Kidover for Congress.
Well, that's a nice soliloquy, but it doesn't matter. John has been recording surreptitiously for 5 years, and the body of that work is on other people's content, and nobody gave him permission to do that. And irrespective of Clubhouse, they haven't given anybody the right to record. In fact, their TOS says that you can't personally record rooms.
Did you know that Joe Armenia, who is the community guy for Clubhouse, was in this room when we were doing a money bomb for John, and we mentioned in front of him that this is streaming onto YouTube. And during that room, Joe Armenia didn't shut this room down. What he did was he actually followed me, something that he had unfollowed. Well, he unfollowed my old account, but he followed me. He followed me. He heard that this room is being streamed, and he is the person that manages the community here, and he followed me, knowing that this room streams to YouTube. So, are you telling me that you think that Clubhouse doesn't want this to be streamed? Because I think I have some anecdotal evidence to the contrary.
Well, you lost the whole thing on
Roger,
anecdotal.
you sort of lost the trail there, respectfully. Okay, it's not a matter of whether they want
Okay,
or
what are
not.
you
It's
gonna
in
do
their,
about it, bro?
if they're
Bro,
in,
what are you gonna do?
it's
Okay,
in
what are
their
you gonna do
terms
about
of
it?
service,
Walk,
and
walk,
it's what
walk,
people
walk
actually
me through
sign
what
up
you're gonna
for.
do
And they
about it.
say,
Walk.
you know what, I accept these terms and conditions, and they
Okay,
become a user. That's as simple
okay.
as
Instead of crying about it, what are you gonna do about
that. I'm not crying about it. I'm doing what I can and what I'm willing to be able to do at this point in time. And that's to be able to try and protect myself by stating very clearly that I don't consent, John, or anybody else for that matter, outside of the terms and service and conditions of Clubhouse, for anybody to be able to record or stream my voice, ideas, thoughts, and feelings. That's what
it?
I can
Okay.
do. That's what
Oh,
I'm willing to do.
okay.
But
Okay, and then
you've
I'll
entered a
hold
place
on,
that's
hold
already
on,
being recorded.
Don, hold on. So I want to make a statement. This room is being recorded. This being recorded by Clubhouse. It's also being recorded and live streamed onto YouTube. And if you're in this room, you need to understand that your voice will be streamed to YouTube. And if you don't want that to happen, there's action that's required on your end to make sure that doesn't happen, because this room is being streamed now and it will continue to be streamed. And if you don't like that, the ball is in your court.
Okay, I hear that really loudly and clearly. That's perfectly fine. The conversation I'm having is not with you about it. It's actually with John. I'm saying to John and anybody else who chooses to be able to try and record or stream my voice, ideas, thoughts, or feelings, that is not something I give consent to. I consent myself to being here. I consent you, obviously, for creating the own rules that you have in this room and also this house, and that's perfectly fine. I accept those conditions, but I don't accept John or anybody else recording my voice and streaming it.
So quick question for Joe or Ro or anybody else that is anti rooms being streamed, despite the fact that the app is allowing for this. What do you plan to do about it?
Not one thing.
Well,
Nothing.
there we go. There we go.
Yeah, Mojo, I think you're maybe either not sensitive to or missing the point that the the risk continuum to the variety of people in the room is different. So you're a guy who's probably at the end of his career, probably well resourced, doesn't have a lot to lose, and I'm probably in that same situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so comfortable with John recording these rooms. I'm not uncomfortable with it. I can see things in the future that make this a really bad idea for a lot of people, including myself. But it's not going to be the thing that gets me. But if you're not like between me and what's Anson in that sort of cohort, you might have something to lose by sticking around this house and expressing yourself based on the technologies that are coming and based on the data sets that John's collecting.
Wait, hold on,
You don't.
hold on. Do you are you under the impression that John's the only person that records or streams
No,
these rooms?
no, no, and I'm not concerned about it either because, like I said, that's for me. I know it's not going to be the thing that gets me.
Okay, how about this? Name a public-facing house on this app that you believe doesn't get streamed.
No, I think it all gets streamed. I know it all gets streamed. Like I'm not new on this
Got it.
topic. Yeah,
So then what the hell is the critique about?
the
Like I
the
I don't I don't see anybody going into biblical smoke and saying, hey, I don't consent to the stream. I mean, like, figure out whatever house it is, whether it's chillism or political correct or Lisa 420, whatever house it is that you go into, or even just a room when you're amongst friends. I want you to explain to me, are you under the impression that what's happening with John is not happening there? Like, because I
no,
can't think of a single place, with the exception of a private room, which, by the way, the person that you're having a private conversation with, they might be screen capturing it too. Who
for
fucking
sure,
knows? People on here are weird.
for sure. No, yeah, I'm not saying like what John's doing is exclusive. He is probably doing something at a level of scale, using the resources of a Meg 7 company to act as the repository for what will be a glorious data set a year from now, where you could pay $100 using a technology that comes out to consume to eat that entire elephant of YouTube recordings and prompt and mine probably really valuable shit out of it. So like I don't, it's not a threat to me, but and I don't know that John's doing this with a threatening intent, but I can see the law of unintended consequences that what he does ends up being creating quite a threatening atmosphere
Well,
to some other people, not me.
I'll add something to that. We'll see as well. I've gained an inordinate amount from social audio, not just Clubhouse, but social audio in itself. Part of what that is included is actually me sharing, having shared personal things, being vulnerable, having courage to be able to do that. And that includes other people right within my circles who have managed to be able to who've gone through that process and grown as a result of that and developed like really, really amazing communities and connections. Prohibiting or inhibiting a person from being able to do that, knowing that there's a good chance that they are actually being recorded. I'm not talking about this particular room because there are other rooms that are being streamed by John, as he's already said. basically dilutes the value proposition individually and maybe even collectively if something isn't actually said about it. And I actually really I do get a lot of value out of Clubhouse and social audio. I'd like to make sure that other people continue to be able to do so. And this idea that, okay, Clubhouse, in my opinion, has erred by allowing anonymity and furthermore from disallowing moderation or effective moderation to be able to provide environments where people can speak their mind, can find courage to be able to talk about certain things that might actually be very close to the heart. That's on them. Got it. But that doesn't mean that they consent and give license to any and all to be able to stream content from these rooms onto other platforms where
Can
that
you
information can be viewed by other people.
so answer this question for me, Rob?
Yeah, bro.
You know that Clubhouse knows that John's doing this and that others are doing this. We know that they know this. We know that he's been mass reported.
Yep.
Clubhouse has made a decision to allow him to remain on this app, knowing what he does.
Yep.
Do you think that does that signal to you that they support it, that they frown upon it, or that they're indifferent? What's the signal to you?
Well, I mean, the signal's a couple of things there. Either they, as an entity, are aware of it, or there's an individual that's aware of it and has chosen not to be able to do anything about it. There's two distinctions that are within there. But again, the terms of service, regardless of what an individual actually said, speaks for itself. You are not allowed to be able to stream or record rooms and conversations without other people's consent. The system doesn't allow for it. It's breaking the terms of consent.
Well, hold on, but you keep saying that, but now you didn't answer my question. My question was, what do you think Clubhouse thinks about that? Even though they have a terms of service that you agree to, right?
Yeah.
They're not enforcing this, despite the fact that hundreds, if not thousands of people have brought it to their attention about John's behavior on this app, and they choose to allow him to remain. So why do you think that they're against this behavior if they know about it and they're allowing it?
Well, okay, so there's two.
Well, they're
two
not. It's free marketing.
There's two
marketing.
distinctions to be able to make. Okay, it is actually doing free marketing. So for them, it's a double-edged sword because, look, if they were audited, or they were taken to court, and it was found that they were knowingly enabling this, that'd be one thing. Okay, then they would be held accountable. However, on the marketing side, and for an organization that's probably trying to maximize as much as they can in terms of getting exposure, this is a great marketing opportunity for them too. So there's no one answer to it, and I don't know that I'm right. It's just an opinion that I might be able to share.
Yeah, I would say this: if you had turned on replays for this room, which you have not, and if John had just been collecting replays on Clubhouse and utilizing those, I would have no problem with that, because you can do that.
Well, let me ask you this. Hold on, let me ask you this. If this is such a legal problem, the platform that he is streaming it to is very risk adverse. In fact, there's a process in which you can have content taken down. If he was to play music, copyrighted material, just for a few seconds even, he would lose his entire channel, not just the video that he's posted. He could do a lot of damage. He could forever be banned from monetizing, which takes a lot to get monetized on an app like that, which he's nowhere close to. But YouTube, which is very risk adverse and definitely wants to follow all the laws pertaining to privacy and intellectual IP and this, that, and the other. YouTube disagrees because I've gone to YouTube to try to get content removed and they won't do it. Now, If you have a specific angle that you can go to YouTube and get them to take it down, that'd be one thing. So here's just some facts on the table, okay? All the facts. This app enables this functionality. Uh, it took away the ability to for a host of a room to do something about it. And when this app is notified that it's happening, they take no action against the person. And then the app that it's being streamed to, when you bring it to their attention, they take no action. And then the final thing is the people that have this grievance that know it's being streamed have no problem staying in the environment that they think is so destructive. When I add it all up, I just think that it's a very disingenuous argument. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's fair
Because the hang
use
on,
and copyright.
just because the app has a blind spot to it, it doesn't give license for people to be able to look. You know what? I don't think, no matter what I say, it's not going to make any difference here. Okay. Fact that you and I do agree on certain elements of this dialogue, and that's great. I appreciate that. I know that if, for example, if Clubhouse had turned around and said, we are going to disable that functionality where people who are anonymous cannot be booted out, then perhaps you would be changing your ideas as they are standing at this point in time. Okay. It doesn't get around the fact that, and it's fine, you can put the titles up there, all good, fantastic, but it doesn't get away from the fact that John is streaming, right, people's ideas, thoughts, and feelings without and voice without consent onto another platform. And by the way, I have reported content. I'm not going to say whether it's John's or not, and I've had content removed by YouTube for the very reasons that I'm talking about. It's an infringement on copyright.
Can I tell a little story? I um, I don't block a lot of people on this app. I blocked John like 3 times and unblocked him. Um, I like John. I actually sort of get his humor and enjoy it. I don't see this being a really good thing for him. Um, in fact, I would say that all of all the people, I think he's got the most to lose. And Mojo, you're probably more familiar with the story than I am, but when I believe it was Hulk Hogan was in a lawsuit with the
Gawker.
Gawker, right? So then Peter Thiel wrote a book on this. Um, was Hulk Hogan the threat in that litigation? What ended up being the threat was somebody who was trying to seek revenge against Gawker, and that was Peter Thiel, and he was very well resourced and tipped the balance of things. So it's again, I think a lot of this conversation has been good and it's been wide ranging, but in a lot of ways it's been pretty myopic. If you don't know what myopic is, it's like nearsighted, meaning the things that can bite you in the ass are oftentimes the things that you don't contemplate or can't see with like first order thinking. And I think, you know, while none of this bothers me, and if I guess I had a preference, I would prefer that John doesn't do this, not only for me and for all of you, and but primarily for himself, because I intend on giving him some money, and I wish him the best on this campaign. But yeah, I think he could be making a better decision as it relates to recording these rooms. I see a lot of downside,
Yeah.
very little upside.
I, look, and I was in that same camp until the app itself took those tools away, forced me to reconsider. I just want to respond to the Gawker thing, though. The difference in the Gawker case was it was a private conversation that was released publicly. Uh, that's the difference. This is not a private conversation. This is by definition a public conversation.
Well, that will be like, hopefully not, but that will be for the courts to decide.
And legalities
It,
aside, it's a,
it's in the name. It's a public room
Gentlemen,
on a
please.
social audio app. It's a public room.
Gentlemen,
Legalities
please let
aside,
me,
it just
gentlemen,
it
please,
begs the
gentlemen,
question: is it
gentlemen, gentlemen,
behavior
gentlemen,
conducive
gentlemen,
for
gentlemen,
someone running for
gentlemen.
the U.S. Senate?
Probably not.
If somebody's looking to gain attention, then sure. Like if you think, here's the thing: if you think that his opponents could weaponize this, I would say you should send all of the videos to his opponents and let's see if they weaponize it. Let's say if they find the worst thing that he's ever said on this app and use it against him so he doesn't win the election. I would love for that to happen. It would be the most publicity that he's going to get in this cycle. So please, if you think that what he's doing is wrong and it's not helpful and it's not becoming of someone running for Congress, then go take the links to every single one of those YouTube channels and go ahead and send them to his opponents.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry for getting so excited. I just want to remind you, you are all being live streamed to YouTube, whether you consent or don't consent. But, I'm also creating reels real time.
John, what's 11 million times 11,000?
I would just encourage you all to take the deepest breath of the day. I want to thank you for being a part of this Mojo experience. And this campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kidover to the 16th district, this is an ongoing room, it seems, every day. I'm sure tomorrow will be just like today. I don't want to say it's Groundhog Day because it's not. We are going to doge Darren LaHood, who has created $20 trillion in debt, who supported the vaccines and has $10 million in his bank account from from big pharma, from big health insurance, and he's just a skimmer and a can kicker. And he's created $20 trillion. And if you want to be a part of this campaign, follow me on X, John Kidover IL. Retweet something, comment. Nobody even watches any of the content and everybody is sitting here complaining for 2 hours about me. Meanwhile, nobody even looks at it. So, that's life. People like to be art critics, but nobody ever picks up a canvas and a brush and paints anything and hangs it on their wall anymore, nor do people read books. They just come on a social audio complaint app called Clown House and deposit their complaints in a fucking vacuum. Welcome to the abyss that you create. I'm merely just recording you, and you're live on YouTube right now.
John, can you put the links to the shorts in the chat? Because I want to send them to my mom so she knows that I'm on the internet.
Yeah, you're definitely in there. I don't know. You'll have to scour through the 20,000 YouTube videos to maybe try to find yourself. Good luck.
Yeah, but just FYI, I again do not give consent to you, John, or anybody else to be recording or streaming my voice, my ideas and thoughts. They are mine. Do not do it, John.
What is this, dinner for schmucks and you're running like a hypnosis seminar or something? I mean, Ro, let it go. You're in an online social audio chat app where I'm not the only one who records. It could be 100 people recording you. What are you going to do then? Oh, I don't know, Ro. You're going to say the same thing to everybody else? Get over yourself. I can't be the only one who's recording this. Clown House records this. The government records this. No one controls your thought, Ro. You're free. You're a free man. I'm just live streaming myself in my office because I think it's the best idea
You're
to
sounding
do.
very triggered at the moment, John. Maybe take some medication. I'm just making it clear to you I don't give consent. And if I do find my voice or any part of my thoughts and ideas on one of your channels, then I'll be reporting it. And if that means that your channel goes down, I'm not going to cry at all.
Oh, you think I'm gonna cry? You know how many accounts I've had nuked, deleted, Clown House, YouTube, etc. You think I'm crying right now? No, I'm still having fun. I'll still have fun, whatever they knock off. It won't stop me. I'm gonna go all the way, baby. And we're in March. We're gonna win that primary. Darren LaHood is gonna shit his pants when he realizes his 10-year reign of $20 trillion in debt and skimming is over. The people of Peoria, the people of Rockford will be liberated from a fake Republican rhino, a vaccinologist who said if you don't get vaccinated, you can't go back to work. You gotta get vaccinated or this pandemic will never end. Send me more money, Pfizer. Send me more money, Blue Cross Blue Shield. This
Lord.
pandemic will not end until all of you get vaccinated. That's what he said. Look at his social media. Just go on his X account and type in vaccines and pull up all the vaccine posts he made. He didn't delete them, they're still there. Read what he wrote. Read what the man wrote. His name is Darren LaHood.
This has been a fun room. Um, I wish I could get on the stage of a town hall and ask Paul that question. I would just love to ask Paul, hey, why did you take the tools away from the room creators to kick people out of the room? Uh, because there's a lot of things that they can do. First of all, uh, I should be able to kick anybody out of the room, right? They've said, no, the creator does not have that right. In fact, we're going to get people to pay $5 a month for the privilege of not being kicked out. That's what they're charging people $5 for the privilege to not be kicked out. It's like they've got immunity. It's amazing. I think that everyone that's spoken tonight against John is just guilty of not understanding who their true enemy is. I think what you should be mad about is that Clubhouse made some changes that now justify and enable people to do what John's doing, and then you want to rehash something that's been happening for 5 years. What, like, he's been doing it for 5 years. The only difference now is that Clubhouse is on his side. Clubhouse took his side against you guys,
Yeah,
against me.
I don't
I
think
was
that's
against it.
so, Mojo. I don't think that's so at all. The
Oh,
fact of the
really?
matter that Clubhouse
Do I
changed
have
the
the
rule.
ability to kick? Do I have the ability to kick out people that are anonymous? Yes or no?
You have no ability to stop anybody from recording, irrespective of being able to kick anybody out, anonymous
This
or
is true.
otherwise. People could be
Correct.
recording anyway, and that still would be surreptitious, and they would be just like John.
Right, but
But
would we
but to
identify
leave the
with?
moderator powerless and to take away that ability to remove a known recorder is just it's counterintuitive to a good user experience.
Well, what about the unknown recorder?
Well, you guys aren't complaining about the unknown recorder. You guys are complaining about John, the known recorder.
No, I have been very clear about surreptitious recording, period. John or anyone else.
So who's the other person you want to name in this suit?
I don't have a suit and don't plan on filing one.
But if you did, is there another known person that does this?
I'd have to have damages, and then I would know that I had been somehow compromised by the recording being broadcast someplace else, or somehow I have suffered a loss. I don't know that, so there's nothing I can do, and I don't know who that person is yet.
I don't think a judge would be very sympathetic to these arguments that I'm hearing.
Mojo,
This
how many
is,
times have you been in court or prepared for a lawsuit?
I've been sued a couple times.
This week,
Why? What's the inference of that question?
I'm just wondering if you've gone through the discovery process and actually had to defend against a suit or filed a suit. That's all.
Do you think that it's likely that if somebody in this room that's choosing to participate in this room, despite the fact that everyone in this room knows it's being recorded, do you think that by stating that, hey, I don't want to be recorded, you think that that's going to hold up in a court?
Oh, it very well may.
depends if you have a good lawyer or not.
No, the only argument you have would be defamation, and you have an obligation to limit your damages if you're aware of how to limit your damages. You'd be making the argument that because Clubhouse is in the state of California, and California is a two-party consent state, and audio is only being recorded, not video, because you don't have the right to limit video in public. You could make the argument that this is a public space. And so, again, I agree with Mojo. He's absolutely right. It's not going to hold up. But go ahead,
Well,
sue John
well,
for defamation. That's your
well,
argument.
William, you're incorrect. It doesn't matter where Clubhouse is incorporated. It matters where the person is domiciled. So I'm in Maryland. where where you cannot record without explicit permission.
Can I make one request? If anybody is going to file a lawsuit, can you do it soon? Because I would love for the publicity of this to blow up before the primary in March.
Yeah, I have no plans on filing any lawsuit.
Just out of curiosity, Joe, are you a lawyer?
I am not a lawyer. My brother's a lawyer. My partner's a lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer. But I have had to do a lot of lawsuits.
Clearly plays one on Clubhouse.
I have not pretended to be a lawyer one iota.
See, I mean, part of the campaign strategy is to be that candle or that star, to attract attention. And I want to thank you all for centering me for over 2 hours as I create clips about you complaining about me, because this is one of the most essential strategic components of my campaign to win the 16th district and defeat and remove Darren LaHood, the toxic vaccinologist and $20 trillion debt creator who doesn't care about his constituents' property taxes, their income taxes. All he cares about is a big, beautiful bill and trillions of dollars in debt. So Pfizer, Moderna,
So
J&J,
your solution is to
AstraZeneca.
be an asshole to everyone on Clubhouse, and that's how you plan to get elected? That's a great platform, bro.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah, I want to be clear,
No, I
John.
just wanted to ruin his little clip
John,
there that he was trying to like do a speech.
yes, sorry,
That's how you
William.
combat him. Every time he goes off on a tangent, interrupt him.
Yeah, sorry, William. I have not made any ad hominem towards you, John. I have focused entirely on the practice of surreptitiously recording. That's all my commentary has been about, not about you.
Okay,
And
so I want to officially hedge my bet here. John, I do not consent to you recording my voice, my likeness, my thoughts, my expressions, my deepest, darkest desires. And if you do that, you son of a bitch, and there's a class action lawsuit or some other type of way to get some money out of this, I'm signing up.
You forgot to state your name.
John, I demand to be paid for
I
you
am
using my
Mojo
content.
X.
Rowan forgot his name too. When he guys do a legal disclaimer all over again. Name wasn't on it.
Someone once remarked that the only people that watch my videos are the people who are actually in the videos. Therefore, it's a very, very small community of people because it's really not that many. I mean, it's a couple hundred people, and people know who I am, and they go to my YouTube channels for gossip, for source. I mean, I am the modern day gossip magazine, redistributor. Like, I'm the laziest, what are those people called in the streets that film celebrities?
Paparazzi.
I am the laziest paparazzi of all fucking time. I literally sit here and just click, 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 click. No work, no editing, nothing. It's the laziest clipping job in the world. I am the paparazzi
When you
spammer of
say that's what your
Clubhouse. Let me just tell
constituents
you.
of the good people of your district are looking for in their congressman, those
Well,
are the qualities.
it's important that they know that I'm a U.S. Army, former U.S. Army intelligence officer, and that I have provided a service to them.
If they
And
ask why is
inside,
he doing
hold on,
this and running
Moose,
for
Moose, hold
Congress,
on. Moose, hold
what would
on.
your answer
I
be?
haven't gotten the thought out. You're interrupting me. Do I interrupt you? Go ahead, Moose. You can finish up.
No, that was it. I was just curious what your answer would be if they ask why you're doing this.
Well, as Mojo stated earlier, if it does get out and you do help the campaign and you send videos of the most toxic conversations on Clown House, for example, just in the past 72 hours, or maybe the past week or the past 30 days, find the most toxic, vile, repugnant vulgarity that you've heard on this app that I've recorded that YouTube amazingly doesn't take down and send it to Darren the Hood. As Mojo X said, if Darren LaHood attacks me as a candidate, it gives me credibility. When Dr. Adams comes in here with a Darren LaHood PTR and I'm recording it and posting it saying the Darren LaHood campaign associate or aide is attacking the campaign for candidate Congressman John Kidover, you have to realize it's all part of the plan. And even if you don't give a dollar now, I'm still going to use your voice, your PTR, and this conversation in the campaign. So you've got nothing to lose and I've got everything to gain. So give $10 right now to elect candidate Kidover to the 16th district of Illinois.
Oh man, these last 72 hours have been a blast. I will say.
I think we're all going to be looking back on this and having a good laugh, Roger.
Let me ask you this: have you been listening during earlier in the day? Like, well, I guess that's a weird concept for you because you're the other side of the world. But earlier today, we had some accusations thrown at John of stolen valor. I think we should send that uh, to the opposition. I think we should send that to Darren LaHood and the Democratic opposition and see if they run with that.
Tell me, do you trust a person on face value who would spend 4 years of their life almost 24/7 recording other people on the internet?
Well, when he was accused of stolen valor, I did like a Google search and I found plenty of evidence that supported that his claims were legit. I could find the evidence that he went to the Citadel, for example. Claims that were, I mean, the things that were said today were crazy, and and in fact, if there was a crime committed at all today, it would have been the crime of slander.
You know, Rohan, I also posted my military ID and my Service Connect disabled veteran healthcare
I don't know
card.
why
So
you feel the need at this point in time to be able to try and defend yourself. I
you
was
sound
actually
triggered.
just
You sound
asking
triggered. Who
a
hurt you,
question,
Rohan? Who hurt
Roger.
you?
Your
You
mummy
sound
hurt me.
triggered.
Your
My
mama hurt
mommy.
me.
Me
Yeah,
mommy?
your mama. Yeah. It was a straightforward question, but yeah, look, I was actually about to say, look, I'm not suggesting that John Kidover is anything but the person he says or indicates that he is. That's perfectly fine. And look, John, for what it's worth, I actually find you amusing. I think your comedy is actually really funny. If it didn't impinge upon me and other people around me, then um, yeah, maybe I'd see this differently.
See, that's why I think it actually is kind of funny because, you know, the room title is We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? But yet, technically, this is a complaint room against me individually as someone who records himself in his office, and you are consenting to being here because you're in a room titled We're Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? If
I'm
you're
not
here, you
consenting for
are
you to be
consenting
able
to
to
being recorded,
record
legally
me.
speaking. It's in the
John,
subject title of the room, in
very
the muff.
clear,
The whole
very
room's
clear.
being recorded. Everything you say is being live streamed on YouTube, and you are talking. So let me just give you the link to the YouTube so you can see what it looks like from my perspective. I know this may be, you know, earth shattering, but let me get you that link to YouTube. Please hold.
Now, were you able to segregate the content from before the disclaimer was put at the top of the room?
Probably
Yes,
not.
as a matter of fact, when Roger changed the room title, I restarted all the YouTube so it's fresh. Start from the time of the title start. So you're technically in a room right now, which is timestamped and pressed with the title, with a new feed called We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent?
Let
Uh,
me
uh,
ask you this. Let me
well,
ask
hold
you
on,
this.
Joe. Before you ask your question, can I just ask of one question of you guys that are complaining? Would you guys please write letters, send emails, make phone calls to the Darren LaHood campaign headquarters and tell them about these live streams that the opposition so they can tell the good people of Illinois about just how crazy John Kidover is. This will help the voters make an informed decision. If you guys can go ahead and do that, you would be doing your civic duty. I encourage you to do it. In fact, I will buy the stamps if you want to mail the letter.
I say you invite the guy into this room.
Darren LaHood,
Yeah,
he's he
bring him in
he
here.
Darren LaHood's too busy stealing your money. Like he's not coming in this room.
Have you asked him?
Wait, what is?
I'll make that request.
Wait, Mojo. Let me ask this diagnostic question. What is Darren LaHood times 1,000?
Thousand hoods.
Cat got your tongue. Okay, let's move the show right along. So again, you are in a room here on Clown House, and you know I'm a serial reporter on the interwebs, and you are currently being live streamed to YouTube. Everything you say is being listened to by YouTube, me, and future people. Do you consent to speaking up right now and being forever on YouTube?
Yeah, if you can show me that you have explicit consent from Clubhouse to do it.
Just look to the top of the room underneath in the muff. We are
No,
being
no, no, no,
live
no.
streamed
You're
to
dodging my
YouTube. Do
question.
you consent? Do
You're dodging my
you consent?
question.
We are
I don't
being
Obje-
ever
live
consent.
streamed to
objection,
YouTube.
badgering the witness.
Do you consent?
The
Do
Sustained.
dodging
you
that I
consent?
object to the dodging of the person being
Direct your
deposed.
attention
Oh,
to the
the court
top
will
of the
allow it.
room. We are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Go to the chat. There's 3 YouTube live streams right now. You can see me in my hat with my golf shirt on. I'm sitting in my office live streaming you. Every word you're saying is being retransmitted across 13 different YouTubes, 2 different X accounts, and 2 different Clown House accounts. Your voice is going through all of the interwebs, coursing out in a brilliant source of brilliance. Go to the links now to listen to yourself right now.
So I'll take that as an answer no, that you do not have consent from Clubhouse to do it.
I point you to the top of the room where it says we are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Do you
Did
consent?
Clubhouse put that
Go to
there?
the chat to
Did
find
Clubhouse
the
put
link
that
to
there?
the
No, they
YouTube
didn't.
in the mom.
Joe, let me ask you a question. Have you heard enough tonight to consider giving a donation to the campaign?
No, well, actually I have heard enough, and no, I would not give him any money.
In fact, I think John owes Joe money.
You know, this is a very tough audience, and I'm a former stand-up comic. I've done a lot of stand-up comedy here in Chicago. But to me, this is the modern stage. To go to a bar, to not even make people laugh, but to sit here to record you live on Clubhouse in a room called We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Do you consent? And so the point is, you are still here talking, even though you're complaining about being live streamed on my YouTube, but you're still here talking about it because of dopamine, because of what I'm saying and what you're thinking about saying next, creating dopamine, 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 and then more dopamine. But the question is, you are still in a room called We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? But here you are, mesmerized and hypnotized, listening to candidate Congressman John Kidover running for the 16th district in Illinois. Are you prepared to go into your center, hold on to the center, and find that dollar, to find that $10 bill, to find that $100 bill, and donate it to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kidover right now? Just remember, all communication is political, and all communication is hypnosis, and all communication
So John,
is spam. So stop eating spam
are
for
you
lunch.
are you condescending to us or are you insulting us? I'm not sure which it is.
I am live streaming you to YouTube right now.
His mushrooms are kicking in.
I'm not being condescending. I'm merely trying to make the point that people come to Clown House, and at a subconscious level, it's mostly just dopamine because nothing is created here. Nothing intelligent is hardly ever discussed. There's no organizing effort to create any kind of
Then again,
intelligence.
it begs the
It's just
question for your
heated
constitutes.
conversation.
Why? What is the motivation? Why?
Well, because I think that as a leader and as a congressman, I'm also the primary educator. And that means I think that in society today, we have an anger management problem, which is from the top to the bottom. And I've observed it. I'm sure you've observed it. In this app, we've observed it. I've recorded it. I've distributed it. And you are all witnesses to the fact that people are not in control of their emotions. Their emotions are in control of them. And many people do homicidal ideation projection, which is screaming out death threats all day long. Some people are engaged in nefarious activities on this app. I've also live streamed that onto YouTube. So if you think your pathetic little gossip about God knows what is a problem for you, well, put yourself in my shoes. I'm running for Congress recording you.
I got it. It's condescending. Got it.
It's produced by FOMO Productions.
This has been a fun room. You guys kept me busy. Long drive. I appreciate you guys. It's been good.
Do we entertain you? Do we amuse you?
You know, I get my greatest amusement when I go and watch the live stream on YouTube, the one that everybody's given consent to.
All right, now that was actually funny.
Too soon.
All right, I almost never get up and talk in this room, but I do have to go to bed. Thank you guys.
Okay, good night, Joe. So
It was fun.
I
Good
do
night.
get text. I get text message from a lot of people, sending me their best of clips as well, because I am not the only one that records. I have inspired other recorders who send me their recordings of either my rooms or other people's rooms. So everything today was live streamed onto YouTube using a screen recorder. Everything yesterday was, live streamed using a screen recorder. His name is Chris. Is he in the audience? Oh my God, he's in the audience. Why don't you come up and tell everybody about the work that you are also doing recording Clubhouse? The person that I'm talking about in the audience is the hyphenated marks Mini Mini 9. His name is Chris, and he also records Clubhouse. And you can look at his chat history. In one of the rooms, it's called Come Waste Your Time. One of my special rooms where I live stream other clown house rooms into another Clubhouse room called Super Stupid Hypnosis, How to Waste Your Time and Listen to People Talking About Nothing. So that's the kind of work and service we do, not just for Clown House, but for everyone, to help everybody optimize their time and figure out why people are here road raging and talking about the same thing every day over and over again nonstop.
You know, tomorrow's going to be a fun day. I'm not sure what the topic will be in Anson's room, but the Rational Discussion Group is starting to build some steam. Did you guys have fun in that? I didn't get to listen to the whole thing. I know Timok, you were there. Dippity, you were there. John, you participated. Moose, I think you were there as well, right? No? All right.
It was good. I listened to the part of the playback. I read those stats. It's $88 billion a month to fund education in this country. 1.1 trillion a year we spend on education in this country. That's a big business. 1.1 trillion a year is spent on in this country on education. 88 billion a month. 88 billion a month. Divide that by 30 days. What do you get? 2 point what? 2.8, 2.7 billion every single month. month after month. Another 2.9 billion, another 2.7 billion, another 2.8 billion. Every month, $3 billion, $3 billion. It's a lot of money.
My favorite part about that room was that the poll. Um, I would have thought the way it was framed that ad money would have been a bigger, more popular option, and it was the least popular. The last I had looked, only 5% had indicated that they wanted to add more money to the system.
Isn't it interesting how when you say if we were to cut 20 billion from the budget, that would start to solve the problem, and then that immediate response, which basically negates the frame, which and the frame being that the budget and the debt are connected, and to not make adjustments is never going to reduce the debt. So you pointed it out pretty quickly what immediate speakers, had to say about funding cuts. But would you, want funding cuts if you were connected to that beautiful spice flow?
I think tomorrow is going to be a good day. It's going to be a banger day on Clubhouse streets.
Hey, John, I'll promise you to contribute to the campaign if you burn that shirt.
Yeah, I know it's brutal, right?
It's fucking awful, bro. I'm not trying to be too critical.
So I think I bought this thing on eBay, and it's clean and it's dry cleaned. So that's the only reason why I'm wearing it now. But it is such a comfortable shirt. It's
Did,
unbelievable.
did it come with that orange soda or that Yoo-hoo or whatever the hell you're drinking?
No, that's a Miller High Life with some grapefruit juice in it.
Oh, nice. That's like a spaghetti, right? Almost.
I call it a beer most. Yeah, I guess a spaghetti. Who
Yeah.
ate on my spaghetti? Dude is a very chill dude. I think he was very happy that we read that Tao Te Ching. So, dude, how would you rate my performance as a candidate congressman for the 16th district using Clubhouse as our base of operations?
How many hits did you get on the reading the Constitution?
I think probably total around 10,000 views. But, I filmed the Serb Fest here where all these beautiful Serbian women were dancing like medieval style dances, and that also got, 10,000 plus views. So, it's pretty much the algorithm clocks it. If you upload good content, you're going to get 500 to 1.5 thousand views, and the better it is, the more views you're going to get. If your video sucks, the algorithm knows, but it clocks you and gives you so many views every day. And the most you can upload is 14 shorts a day.
Was this Serbian dance fest today that you got 10,000 views on?
You'd have to go to John underscore Kidover underscore Congressman on YouTube to see the videos.
John, why do you think you trigger so many people?
It It's basically because I respond to people and communicate with people. And, I think the sociopaths or the psychopaths amongst us, those people make, constant and never ending death threats on this app for 20, 30 minutes at a time. I think it's people like that, trigger a lot of people also. I just think that saying $37 trillion dollars out loud and then 100 trillion or 110 trillion behind that in unfunded debt liabilities, it may make people feel a little uneasy about the future, but the whole secret is to know that the now is a compression of the past and the future. I'm playing a very complicated political game, aka a word game, which requires influence or persuasion or intelligent transmission of truths to establish credibility and trust in your new leader, candidate Congressman John Kidover in the 16th district.
Did you did you know that some of the people that have been outspoken against your campaign were such so hostile towards you before this? Like it was. Is any of this new? Is it because I know you were surprised when certain people supported you. Are you are there examples of people that you're surprised that didn't come out to support you?
No, I think the responses that I've heard today against me, especially with the stolen valor stuff, is basically what people do. They basically did their pattern on me. They projected on me the same pattern that they do every day onto other people. So I'm used to the barbecue party being either the center of the roast or being one of the people roasting somebody in the room. So, self-deprecation and allowing yourself to get roasted, though it's a huge waste of time, I feel like the content is worth it. Because to get somebody with Brad's voice attacking me, on Clown House for free is, there's a time value money creation there. And since I'm live streaming and running for Congress, like it's worth it. So the people that haven't, come out to support me, I think that over the next couple months, when when I show them and you show them and other people show them what kind of impact we're having on the ground, especially with gathering signatures, it's all momentum. And I know it can be done because there's a lot of disaffected people out there that do not like their government, that do not like their representative. And you can go to Darren LaHood's X account and go in the comment section and you can read them yourself. People hate this guy. People are basically making death threats against him in the comments all the time. So he's not liked amongst his constituents. Now, they may not be Republicans who are shitting on him, but there are enough psychotic posts in his responses to know that there are a lot of people that do not like him. And so, anyways, I'm just saying, I hope more people in Clown House support me because I do want to use this as the conference call HQ for the campaign because it's free, it's easy, and it's transparent and immediate. So, people have never used this app to thoroughly like launch a business or an endeavor or a campaign. So, I hope to be one of the first people to successfully, do organizing on it with an actual result outcome, which is victory and defeating Darren LaHood.
Did you just say with a straight face no one on Clubhouse has ever started a business? Or used Clubhouse to start a business?
No, to use it as their conference call HQ, meaning their work team meetings.
That's actually not true, but okay.
Okay, well, tell me
Yeah,
why I'm
I find
wrong.
that
You
hard
don't
to
have to
believe.
tell me I'm wrong. Just go ahead and give me the opposite. Stop wasting everybody's time over here. Because I've never seen it done. You know what I see get done on this app all day long, every day? Road raging, crash out, road rage, crash out, road rage, crash out. That's what people come here for. It's a NASCAR race. It is road rage, crash out, road rage, crash out, road rage, crash out. That's all that happens on this app. Why do you think people come here? It's for that dopamine. It's bum fights in a social audio app.
Okay, well, you're right about that. which is why people either hate you or love you if you're keeping a record of that when they don't see the replays on button.
Rohan, do you think maybe that's one of your biggest critiques of me is that I've got recordings of you doing road rage, crash out, road, or what is it, Rohan? Is it the style in which I arrange the YouTube channel or the way I sort the videos in playlists? What is it about my artistic recording endeavors that gets you so angry about, my recordings? I mean, is it the thought that you're associated with me in some far off video that you can't find anymore because I've put up 20,000 plus videos on YouTube, and the sheer magnanimity or magnanimous number of videos is just so impenetrable that it's not worth your time to even spend 3 minutes looking at one single video? Because I got to tell you, there's so much content that when I go and I look at it, I immediately click off because I don't even want to look at it because it's just too much. But knowing that you might be in it somewhere, that thought, that brilliant idea you had that got captured in a live stream, what is it exactly? Is it a you
Come
problem?
on, you're
Is it
totally
a me
gaslighting
problem?
him. He told you his point. He made it clear what his objection was, and you're just gaslighting him. Rohan's one of the good guys in this room.
This is true. This is true. Um, John, what about gathering comedians from the Chicago area, inviting them to Clubhouse, and tell them to participate in a Darren LaHood roast? And then stream that live under a YouTube channel in the name of Darren LaHood. That would get his attention for sure. In anybody that wants to use it. In fact, make sure that you find criticisms of him that his opponents that are Democrats would like to soundbite, and then maybe even just send the sound bites to those campaigns.
Now that's a great idea.
Well, I got to tell you, recruiting comedians in the Chicagoland area is not necessary, Mojo, because you may not be aware of this, but I have officially relabeled Clown House as the new name for Clubhouse. So technically, this is a clown training university, otherwise known as a circus. To find comedians outside of this app would be a waste of our time because they're here right now.
Yeah, but very few are as funny as you are. Come on.
No, it's true. Wait till you see how the Dr. Adams Darren LaHood campaign video. It's already getting a lot of views. So the thing is, if I had the money, which we do now have about $1,000, I could run these Dr. Adams Darren LaHood videos in Rockford, in Peoria, in Bloomington, Normal, Illinois, right now, and get 10,000 views. It's a question of, what's the cost per click? What's the CPM? Is it affordable? Can we actually get views in these district, in the top towns? So I'm gonna start setting up some Google ads and X accounts and Reddit ads, and um, at least spend $100 here, $100 there soon. But really, the priority is the signatures. But the digital campaign component of this strategy and this campaign is very important. I mean, we need media buying. That's how Pritzker won Illinois, and that's how we're going to win District 16. So if you haven't contributed yet, look in the chat, posting it again, see if it goes through. No, but today's been another day of collections. I think we did $25 or $10, but maybe we got to do a refund. Yeah, we got to do a refund. But the money bomb, I think, Mojo, the sooner you create an X account, the better, because I think your magic is going to work over there as well. You just have to get that account and work your mojo.
Yeah, I think getting that up and running and getting the right people connected, try to get a room together that uh, invites influential people. Um, I would like to, because there's a few people that I know that have some pretty fucking massive accounts over there. If I could frame it right, they would show up. It would have to be framed of like just talking about the debt. That way I could invite like libertarians and Republicans. My old account, like I had Thomas Massey following me. So like nuking that account was a dumb thing. It's a very dumb thing. But I could reestablish those connections pretty easily. Um, yeah.
So we also have young Augustus Palante on the team, who has worked on the Kennedy campaign, and he holds pretty big rooms at X with hundreds of people. And if we did a money bomb with him, and he received a campaign payment for creatives that we would run on X, and he would promote. That investment in him as an influencer and a creator for the campaign can possibly have a 10x, 100x, big implications. So the sooner we work with him to get an X room going and scheduled, and actually schedule it and have a creative made, the sooner we can build a room with 900 people over there, or maybe 2,000 people, or 5,000 people. You never know, because at peak times, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, the rooms are in the thousands. So it's just a question of having that one key influencer who can basically, be the moderator.
Is that why he's not on Clubhouse anymore? He moved to X?
Yeah, he does X rooms all the time. A lot of UFO stuff.
Yeah, I know him. I know his content.
So far, I've
But
heard
he
nothing
he posts a
about
lot of political stuff.
and nothing about what you're gonna do if you win. Begging for money,
Next, did
trying to
you like the reading of the
what's actually
Constitution
your
last night? I mean, the Declaration of Independence. It was great.
Can you answer my question?
I'm sorry, what was your question, Dr. Next?
What are your actual policies and plans to do anything? Because the only thing is you have plans to win and to gather money for a campaign. I haven't heard you talk about anything that people should want to give you money for.
Well, see, I believe that the now is all important, so I'll tell you right now why people in the 16th district should vote for me. The number one reason is property taxes. The number two reason is income taxes. And the number three reasons is the federal and the state debt. Those are the three primary reasons why the constituents in the 16th district should vote for candidate Congressman John Kidover instead of Darren LaHood, who's created $20 trillion in debt, 2 trillion a year for
Yeah,
10
but
years.
that's
That's
not saying what you're
20
going to do
trillion
about those things. What
Oh,
are you
I'm
actually going to
complaining.
do about property
Clown House is a
taxes?
complaint submission form. You guys proved it. This past 2 hours, all you guys did is complain about candidate
Look,
Congressman John Kidover and his live streaming
But yet
activities. Okay,
you've
this
yet
is a
you,
complaint receipt
yet you haven't
form, and I'm
answered
just filling out the
you
form.
haven't
Here are my
given any
receipts. You
propositions
asked me
that are
for the
making
complaints. I'm giving them to you. So if you don't like
because
my
I
what,
haven't spoken
response,
to you.
what,
So
well,
I don't
then
know
okay,
that's
how
hold
not
on.
a me problem. You know what that is? That's called a you problem.
What is your
what's a
policy
you
on property
problem
taxes?
in your campaign because you haven't offered anything. You say, hey, here's the problems, but you offer no solutions.
Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Stop borrowing,
So
stop
you're
spending.
so
Say it
how are
with
you
me
going to
now.
accomplish that
Stop
then?
Okay,
borrowing,
but what are
stop
you going to do
spending.
about property
Say it
taxes?
with
You're going
me.
to
I'm
lower them
telling you
or
right
Hold,
raise
now.
them?
I'm
hold,
telling you the answer.
hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. He's going to introduce a balanced budget amendment.
Okay, now that sounds like a policy. Why
How
is that
come
not
he
coming from
hasn't
him?
introduced it already? Shouldn't that be something you're talking about?
Balanced budget policy. Say it with me. Balanced budget policy. Balanced
Yeah,
budget
but what are
policy.
the steps you're
Balanced
going to
budget
do to
policy.
balance?
Balanced budget policy. Say it with me next. You're not saying it. Balanced budget policy.
Okay,
No, I'm
do
not
Balanced
you
a
have
budget
your,
party, dude.
policy.
I would
in all
Balanced
appreciate
budget
it
seriousness,
policy.
you run for
Budget.
hey,
campaign.
in all seriousness, if Mojo's behind you, I want to know why. Do you have your policies posted on your website?
I've been slowly accumulating policy positions and position statements using Grok and X. So it's all on social media.
The goal is to have everything published on the website by September the 1st.
Got it.
And I could literally knock this out in a weekend. I could do this very quickly. I've
But
created many
don't you have
websites
an
in my life.
idea that you could talk about?
Sorry,
Well, hold on.
next.
Hold on. I just want to look. We're talking to state policy creation networks that advocate for policy and submitting ideas to them, getting them to pressure test it, And when that feedback loop is back, we'll be able to to publish these ideas. The thing is that you don't want to just simply blurt out a policy idea. You want to work with professionals that write policy, and you want to make sure that that you're doing it in a way that it's going to that's going to be likely to impact and have change.
So
There's no point.
basically, you're
There's no
saying
point.
has
Hold
some
on. There's
policy
hold
that he
on. Hold on.
behind him
Don't
100%.
fucking interrupt me, you retard.
Is that what you're saying?
Here, let me finish what I'm saying, you retard. The reality is this: if you're going to introduce a balanced budget amendment, you want to make sure that you're introducing a proposal that has a chance to gain support. Oh, is that what
Yeah,
you
but
wanted to?
isn't that already in the
Just,
works
just,
right now? Why do you?
no, 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 but nobody's proposing these ideas because everyone's afraid to propose these ideas.
I gotta say, I dealt with what's his name down there, the grizzly bear next last night while I was reading the Declaration of Independence, and eventually I just moved him down. But I tolerated him for quite a while, and every single time I read from the Declaration, he would shut up, and then he'd go back on again, go back off again, go back
It,
on. It was impressive.
he's new to this app and he doesn't understand how social audio works. Plus, he's on Club Deck, so then he speaks on his fucking shitty mic and just like mumbles while people are talking, and it takes a few seconds to even recognize that he is speaking. Once he figures this thing out, I don't think he's going to contribute anything positive, but at least he won't be the dumbest person on this app anymore.
You left out the massive amounts of alcohol.
Well, I had another banger day here on Clown House. I mean, honestly, I hate being the center of attention, but today, when that pot was stirring, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do what I wanted to do today. I'm going to sit here and stir this pot with Brad all day long. And then when I posted receipts on the other accounts with my military ID and my VA card, I think that's what, uh, won him over. And I gotta say, I love the Irish, but instead of making death threats all day and doing libel and slander, I would just make a shepherd's pie and relax, on a beautiful afternoon in your canoe with your dog and just eat that delicious shepherd's pie that you baked so hard on Clown House.
Or haggis.
I would have thought that he would have backed you. I've heard his policy, prescriptions for 4 years. I would have just thought that you guys would have been natural allies in what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, what's interesting is I've heard him in every single room there. See, he's like a force of nature, and that's what I, fear but also like about him is that he goes on these rants in other rooms as well, and a lot of these other rooms listen to him and tolerate him because of the presence. But you know, I I didn't really think about whether he would help me or support me, but based on interactions, you just never know, and you never know until somebody is confronted with the option and a link to give you $1, $10, $100, $500. Until someone hits you up for a campaign contribution or as if they're trying to get you to invest in a multi-level marketing scam, because in a way, it is all kind of a Ponzi scheme or some type of a scheme. So, but the thing is, running for Congress is it's because it's with the it's just real. It's hard to believe that it it only took me 15 minutes. I'm not making this up. It took me 15 minutes to file to run for Congress. So what I don't understand is all these social media influencers who are chasing likes and literally on a Friday, Saturday, they have anxiety of if their likes or follows went up or down. All these people should literally be running for Congress because it only takes you 15 minutes to file, apparently, especially the state of Illinois. I know you said other states have filing fees, but I don't know. I was kind of shocked how easy it was to file because filing for committeemen, talk about ballot access, committeemen, which is a know nothing position other than a name and an email on the GOP website, you have to go downtown and submit a complicated file. Like it's a lot of work to file to run for office in Chicago through the Chicago Election Commission. But to run for Congress, an incredibly complicated, difficult, and huge position with giant budget responsibilities, took me as an American 15 minutes to file. So the experience itself of doing this is mind-blowingly like, it's mind-blowing. I know, and I know maybe people can't do it if they're working a job or something, but basically being in front of a camera and trying to run for Congress, I'm surprised more people don't do it, or you don't see more fringe people running for office. There are, but see, the thing is, they're always on the left. There are always a lot of liberals, and they get a lot of virality on TikTok, and they raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. One girl is running in Jan Schakowsky's district here in Chicago. She's like a liberal Muslim whack job, but she could win, and she's got a lot of money. So this is politics. It's really interesting and it's fun. And Mojo, I thank you because, without your help, this would basically just be the John show every day and nobody would show up. But you have that special Mojo spice. And this, I think, is how, systems get optimized and people get optimized. Being in a safe space to let people, scream their heads off about about homicidal ideation all day long, I suppose. Whatever stirs the pot and creates some gossip, but I think people need to listen to some of these replays and scratch their head and say, that one's a little intense. Kind of like, what's that Robert De Niro film, Cape Fear or something? That type of guy. I don't know. Is maybe some people got tattoos on their knuckles on this app. I don't know.
Wait, this is a safe space?
Well, we used to have a tagline in Healthy Debates that we were not a safe space, we were a brave space.
Yeah, that sounds more realistic.
I'm just saying, in a campaign video, if you see Clubhouse tattooed, with marker on my fingers and I'm doing a pull up at the park and I'm going, Darren LaHood. This is a joke.
Yeah, but clown is too many letters. You're gonna have to go with club.
You know what would be great? We should get people to show up with the same Darren LaHood PTR that Adams has, and pretend that they are in opposition, asking questions, and then you give logical answers, and then have them change their mind and have some of them like hold their ground, but have a couple of them go, you know what? I think you're very reasonable. I'm actually going to make a donation. I think that would be fucking hilarious, and then send that to Democrats.
I agree. See, this is why I think literally you can win a campaign just sitting in an office to a certain degree. I know you have to get signatures and make the filings to get on that ballot and the primary, but like you said, I mean, if everybody would consent and agree to play this game and help me create content, and we were to run it, it would get a lot of attention. Now, even if people see the live stream of us discussing this operation, in the name of politics, I don't think it violates any rules. And the fact that Adams came in here with a Darren LaHood PTR, which was genuine, he is that contrarian who's on this app who claims that my recordings, these illicit recordings, but I like to call them explicit recordings, for some reason it has ticked people off and they want to attack, 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 as opposed to be in the now. Some people come on this app to attack and to road rage, and you detect that pattern in those people all the time. So I just think, if I'm holding up a candle and moths want to fly into the candle while I'm holding it, well, let them fly into the candle. That's fine. They're just moths. I mean, poof.
People in Texas don't fuck around with each other because everybody knows they have a gun. It kind of keeps you accountable, if you know what I mean.
I think that some of the opposition that you're getting has nothing to do with you running at all. I think some people are cranky with you because of your history of recording rooms. I think that's true, but I also think that some people are just being performative of oh, okay, John's getting some attention. If I could throw myself into a conflict with him, that'll give me some attention. That's what I think is fueling it for some people, and then I think there's other people that legitimately just find you like offensive, like because of the recordings.
Well, it could also be my personality. I'm not saying I'm the most intelligent, charming, or handsome or sophisticated individual on the planet. I mean, for God's sakes, I'm recording Clown House. This wasn't necessarily my career choice, postgraduate college. It just seems to have been a calling and a tie-in to a political campaign that will hopefully enlighten people and wake people up to the fact that Kidover is awake and Illinois is awake, and we're not going to let Darren LaHood get away with voting on any more HRX to the tune of $2 trillion a year over 10 years, which is $20 trillion, which is, five Apple corporations. And just think about how many people here look at their Apple phone all day long. That's a primary consumer product. You can't just create five Apple corporations out of thin air, but the government has over the course of 20 years. So that's a huge uh, redistribution of wealth, a huge taxation scheme through inflation, let alone unfair flow of those dollars to a lot of woke spending, which nobody knows is happening. I have recordings. I haven't. It's published now, but I have a video of an internal IRS video of pronoun training by an LGBTQ coordinator at the IRS that I was forced to sit through for an hour and a half on pronoun training and how to communicate with the LGBTQ community. That type of insane waste of time for government employees, let alone there's somebody's job who does LGBTQ training at the Treasury Department professionally, is such a waste of time and money. It's that type of fraud, waste, and abuse that I want to expose that is going to enrage people who pay 40% of their hard labor to an organization that shakes you down at a taxpayer service center, which I used to help, floor plan and build. But nonetheless, it's time now for liberty to stir once again in the womb of time. But are you willing to send $1? We don't even have the link up. And I'm only at 14%. Ugh. I don't know. Can anybody give me some positive, constructive feedback to help propel this campaign to the next stage and next level?
Well, Abby just came here, and I know that Abby cares a lot about who goes to Congress. Abby, what's the number one issue for you for you to decide? Okay, I can get behind this guy. I can't. Now, I understand that, because you're a Republican, you might already favor a different Republican, but just in general, forget about John. What is what would be the one issue that would be like, yep, if they're good on that, I'll probably vote for them?
First of all, I have to endorse a candidate that's a incumbent that is supporting the issue that's important to me. So I just need to say that. Um, but what do I care about the most right now and how they vote?
Yeah,
Um,
if there was like if you were stack ranking them of is there one issue that if they were wrong on it, like even if they were had 9 out of the other top 10, you'd still be like, nope, I can't support them. Like what is the most important thing to you?
my safety and security. I'm very concerned. That's probably the most important is eh, how they fare on the issue of what's affecting me personally the most, which would be my safety and security and the fight against the hatred I'm dealing with now. Second issue would be the economy. So it would be ranking it that way. And the safety and security also is dealing not just with my life in the United States, but also it involves foreign policy as well. Then I care about capital gains.
John, do you have a policy on capital gains?
Yeah, I mean, we're taxed at an insane rate, and the burdensome process of filing your trades every year with the IRS to pay, your capital gains tax on it. It's insane. And your IRA, your SEP IRA, your Roth IRA, these investment vehicles are additional taxation burdens and compliance issues with the IRS. I say open the muff, go in with a new investment vehicle approach that eliminates taxation, whether you want to withdraw prematurely to retirement, but give people a tax haven to invest in the stock market. The
Well, what would you do with the rate on the capital gains tax?
I would lower it significantly. I would lower it to 1% for the next, 6 years if I got into Congress. That would be my proposal.
So you would reduce it to 1%. Interesting. How are you
1%
going to
for
make
all
up
people
that
who
revenue?
qualify. Oh, very easily. We're going to stop borrowing and spending. Say it with me. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Come on, Abby, will you say it with me? Let's stop
No, I'm
borrowing,
in a different
stop
place than you,
spending.
my dear. Sorry. I just don't
Well,
want it raised from where it is right now. What about the corporate tax rate? What about
Gotta lower
1031
that too.
exchanges? How do you feel about 1031 exchanges?
Feel like that's another tax scheme, and all I gotta say is let's just stop taxing. Let's
Wait, so
stop
you
borrowing
don't, do you
and
know what they
stop
are? Or
spending.
you're going to quickly look it up?
What kind of an investment vehicle is it, Abby? Tell us.
A 1031 exchange, it's a real estate like kind exchange.
Oh, well, that sounds great.
Kamala Harris wanted to abolish it.
Oh, she also wanted to provide transgender illegal aliens and prisoners sex change operations at the expense of the taxpayer.
So, is has the room been straight about politics, Roger?
we've been talking about all kinds of stuff.
Has anyone talked about like where Trump is right now in the Putin meeting? Or
That's happening tomorrow morning, right?
yep.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be the content of the room tomorrow. That would be
Abby,
the
I'm a big believer in Israel, and I just think that, if we can send any weapons or money to Israel, we should give them basically carte blanche service for whatever they need. I mean, to me, there's no external country other than America being number one. Israel's my number two. And so I'm just saying, if you're not willing to give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kidover, a Service Connect disabled veteran living in Chicago, fighting for America first and Israel second. I just can't understand. You're a successful attorney. You give me so much criticism. I'm just asking you for $10. 10, not 11.
I
10,
just
not 9.
told you, number one, I support an incumbent that supports our issues. So, and we endorse the your opponent. My PAC's already endorsed your opponent. So no, I cannot give you money. And I wish you luck in the process, but it's you're not going to win me on that one. We've already endorsed him.
Can you tell us how
He's in
you
our portal,
feel about
as
the
in
everyone?
both my portals. So
Abby, can you
um
tell what we should think about the 1031 you brought up?
I think it's an important vehicle of investment, and I think that when I looked at Harris's plan to abolish it, as well as her tax on unrealized gains, which was just insane. Um, I mean, it was just a litany of things in the Democratic platform on their tax platform that was just really problematic. But she also wanted to increase capital gains to originally it was to ordinary income, and then it came down to like I believe it was like 28%. I can't remember, but she came down a little bit from the ordinary income rate. But um, I think like kind exchanges are an important investment vehicle. There was just a number. I'd have to find it and read you what was in their proposal, but there was a lot of concerning stuff. The tax on unrealized gains made no sense. I mean, in light of the fact that you could be losing the money and still taxed on it. Um, I mean, we talked ad nauseum about that in these rooms during the election. But
Abby, I know you're not going to contribute to the campaign, but you have now contributed in another way. Thank you for the clip.
what am I clipping?
You're now in a campaign video on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much.
You do not have consent to use me on it. anything on your YouTube channel or on anything regarding a campaign. You do
Well,
not
I'm
have my
sorry, but
consent,
please refer to the
and
room title.
I
We are
absolutely do not
being
give you
live
my
streamed to
consent.
YouTube. Do you consent?
Yeah.
Look at the title.
You're not using anything on a campaign. And you need to hear my words very clearly. You do not use anything.
You don't have an expectation of privacy in a public room or a public app, and
I don't
I
also
know
think
what an
you're a
the
expectation
lawyer
of
and
privacy
she
is.
actually
I
is a
think
fucking lawyer. I have a feeling if she wanted to sue you into oblivion, she could do it in probably about
and
45 minutes.
also it said
You're
in the
missing the
title
fucking
of the
point.
room
You're
that
challenging an actual lawyer. Probably a dumb fucking thing to do when you're not a practicing lawyer yourself.
it's actually in the room title, so you have no case.
I
You're
do have
missing the fucking point.
very
She's a
clearly do not
lawyer.
consent.
You are
Not
not.
really.
If she wanted to sue you, she could easily sue you. It wouldn't
Who are
be
you
that fucking
talking to?
hard. You
Who
are
are you
not a
Wait,
talking
wait,
lawyer.
hold
to?
on,
No,
hold on,
no.
hold on, hold on, hold on. If you're gonna sue
How do you
somebody,
know I'm
hold
not?
on. Everyone mute up. That includes you, Mike. If you're gonna sue somebody, you're gonna have to prove damages. Prove your damages.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. If you
Well,
have no damages, you're not gonna get anything.
That
I think with my
mm,
videos today of Brad libeling and slandering me, I have recordings and live stream audio in other clubhouse rooms. I'm just saying, like, would I be able to get compensation from Brad to the tune of $50,000 to
he
help
was
fund the
giving an
campaign if I sued?
opinion. He was giving an opinion.
You'd have
I mean, he did say that he wasn't a veteran, that he had stolen valor.
He said it
you'd
was
have to
his
prove
opinion.
it caused extreme emotional distress. There's four elements.
Okay, everybody, I just need to remind you that you are in a room called We Are Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? So don't forget, this is all being streamed to YouTube Live as well as X and Clubhouse. So every word you say will be recorded and put on other platforms. The question is, do you consent?
They consented by coming into the room.
No, he
Yep.
didn't.
That doesn't give you the right to then edit it and use it for your campaign. That's a different beast altogether.
And I made it clear. You're not.
See, anyone could sue you for payment. Doesn't even have to be damage.
Well, the thing is,
Create
I laid,
content.
I
Therefore, you owe me money. And if it happens to be a SAG actor, oh my God, do you know how much you.
see what I am maybe
It's a
worried about.
misappropriation of person.
What What I am worried about is that I put that video up stating that an APAC representative has attacked candidate Congressman Kidover on behalf of the Darren LaHood campaign. So I'm just wondering, is the
I'm not an
title?
APAC representative. I'm not. So I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm not.
Well, you said it was your pack. I mean, you can
Yeah,
go
but
back and
that's
watch
not
the
my
live.
pack.
I'm
See, now
just
you're
saying,
crossing
watch the
over into
live
random.
stream
It's
and
not my
don't
pack.
forget,
I made it very
don't,
clear. It's not my pack.
Abby, don't forget, you're in a room called We're Being Live Streamed to YouTube. Do you consent? Because everything you said is on YouTube Live and you can watch the replay.
YouTube Live? Really? All right. I think there is a weird thing going on with different abled couples. How about that? There we go. Hot take. YouTube Live. Get it, lady. Do it, lady.
What is a different abled couple exactly,
All
specifically?
right. So,
Yeah,
Detail.
I
all right.
don't know what the
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
that is
I
either.
got you. I got you. Shut up. Shut up. I got you. All right. So,
So there's a husband that has a muscular dystrophy. He's has a muscular wasting disease, and he's in like confined to a chair. And his wife is not. She's like regular, smoking hot. So my brain, when I see that, automatically goes, she's either cheating on him, has a fetish, has a savior complex, etc., etc. There's no way in my brain.
Wait, did he have the muscular
Yeah,
dystrophy before?
he's like kind of like that,
No,
like
I'm saying
kind of like
did he have it before they met, or did he like give it?
yes, yes. No, he's had it. He looks
So she,
like
so
kind of
you're saying that
like a
Wait,
she
skeleton.
hold on. What does this have
What
to do with the
what
campaign to elect?
nothing?
Hey, what does this have to do with the campaign to elect John Kiddo?
nothing. I was trying to change the subject.
Oh, well, how about this?
Okay.
The next person that gives a $10 donation to the John Kidover campaign can pick the next topic.
So I can keep
That's a
Done.
going
great
on my
idea.
topic.
You know what, Mojo? I can't put the link in the chat anymore, but if you want to turn it into a money bomb, a 1 a.m. super money bomb, I'd be willing to stay up for another 20 minutes to facilitate that super money bomb fundraiser. And I want to thank Abby for the clips because even though you may not be a contributor,
No, hold on. Don't do that yet.
Wait, you saying I
Go
can't
ahead. No,
go with
hold on.
my?
Hold on. Go ahead and share the link up top. But I think that this might be the new strategy: is that we can if people give to the campaign, we will allow them to pick the topic. In fact,
Wait a minute.
if they give to the campaign, I'll move people to the goo. I think that
How
what we
about
could do. Hey, why are you interrupting me? Are you
I?
fucking what's happening?
I think you all were interested in my story, and maybe if you put me up to tell a story, people will
Wait,
come
if you
up.
want to talk about that, you have to give $10 to the campaign.
That's garbage. Your campaign shit and your shit.
I will comply as long as I can quote the topic that I choose in the donation.
The donation has to be a minimum of $10, and I will keep that topic alive for at least 1 hour.
wow, this is a great new strategy. We would have raised $120 or even $180 a day if we had this hour, power hour every hour. I would say that if people aren't willing to put up, I ask them to just shut up. If you want a topic in a
Yep,
category, you're gonna have to pay for it.
and we could send people to the goo for $1 a minute.
Roger, any
Yeah,
subject for 10
let's
bucks?
run it. Let's run it like a real clown house show.
Do you really want to let me choose the topic,
That's what
John?
I'm saying, Roger. Any topic for 10 bucks?
If you $10, you can pick the topic, and we'll talk about it for an hour.
Oh God, Austin.
What type of where do I donate?
The only exceptions is you have to look at the rules, and can't violate the house rules.
I, I'm gonna put on my attorney hat. Give me a moment.
Okay, the title's been updated to $10 a
Uh,
topic. Campaign Committee
Roger,
Congressman John.
Roger,
Link is
spirit
above.
of or
$10
word of?
now.
Are we doing
For
spirit of the house rules or is it the actual wording?
I'm the ultimate arbiter of what the rule enforcement would be.
Can I suggest or can we discuss before you like boot me down when I come up with something bonkers?
If you give the $10 to John Kidover's campaign, I will allow the topic to stand, provided it does not violate any of the rules in the house rules.
But what I'm saying is the spirit of the house rules or like the letter.
Well, I got to tell you, if you're going to continue to be this pedantic, I'm going to say $20, and then you get to pick the topic.
I'm okay with that.
Wait, and no rules for 20?
$50, you can talk about literally anything.
this. It's not going to turn out well what
So
I
hit
say.
that link above. I'll be monitoring the email. Please let us know after you've made your submission. $100 right now would put us over the top for the day because technically we should be at $180 or $10 an hour minimum. I mean, I know Venezuelan women in the street with children making more than $10 an hour.
So, no, I mean, I can't.
Austin, how about this? What's on your mind? And then I'll approve it or deny it based upon whether or not you will agree to give the to give the donation. Go
I'm
ahead and tell
happy
us
to
what
give
it is.
the $20, but like I want to come up with something like absurd, uncomfortable, and inappropriate because it feels like a challenge. And
Okay.
the one I came up with felt like, no, I can't do that
How
because
about this? How about this? How about this? I'll help you with something absurd. Is Mohammed a pedophile?
that's not
Talk
that's
about
not
that for
strong
free.
enough.
Yeah,
Not strong enough.
he wants it really really bad.
Well, let's test the spirits here. I said for $50 you can literally do anything.
Yeah, if I'm going places like Nambla and that kind of thing, and it's just that's not. I don't want to do that.
That's what's on your mind tonight.
That's not on my mind, but that was the place I was going for this, and it seems
That's how
wrong.
dark he was going.
That sounds racist.
Yeah, that did a little bit, but not really. Here's what I got. What about like whether or not we should keep abortion clinics open for caviar purposes? Uh, that type of. If I can reword that,
Well,
you see where I'm
what if
going?
we said instead of throwing dead babies, aborted babies in the garbage, why don't we feed them to alligators? You want that one?
Well, could we make it alligator Alcatraz?
Sure.
Interesting. So, John, where's this link?
Up above.
Mm.
And what are my payment choices before I spin up a VM?
You can do. I think it's Apple Pay, Google Pay.
Or credit card.
There's no crypto. I got to go
No.
steal a fucking credit card to do this.
Oh my god.
I want to know if John's going to keep streaming this on YouTube or he's going to cut it and start again.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We're at an hour and 21 minutes. I usually try to keep it to an hour, so let's do a cut. Thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, more like the subject matter scares you, I think.
Yeah, Austin wants to talk about feeding black aborted babies to alligators in Florida.
I'm uncomfortable. I like that. No.
Wasn't that your point to make us all uncomfortable?
Yes, but not in that. Like, it's funny to make a joke. It's not funny to make fat jokes, for lack of a better way to describe my feeling.
Wait, what's wrong with making fat jokes?
So you have a line in the sound of morality. It's just a very blurred, weird line.
Let's call it a fat line.
Big, thick line like the 80s.
Can we call this the Richter scale?
The actor or the earthquakes?
See, you know what I think about is funny about recording Clown House is if we could get national attention, like a story like candidate Congressman John Kidover has secretly been recording the Clubhouse app for 5 years and publishing it on YouTube and Instagram, something like that. What I'm trying to say is that people might think I'm weird or I'm crazy, but I'm recording rooms of weird, crazy people. I'm mirroring them, filming myself, so a third party can listen to people on Clown House be crazy and weird. And I'm just saying that, I don't know how that helps the campaign, but it sure would be funny, if the world found out about Clown House through candidate Congressman John Kidover.
Said every Catholic priest ever.
Yeah, I think the world already knows about Clubhouse and forgot about it. And that's just PT Barnum. Any publicity is good publicity.
Are
Is
you
that what you said?
serious? A free telephone conference call app that that only like 1 out of 1 million people know about? Please, dude, this app could get publicity. It doesn't get publicity. Why do you think they created Anonymous?
Oh my God, dude. Where were you season one?
I was here on Clown House screaming about the COVID-19 vaccines, recording myself talking to people on Clown House.
And you don't remember all the big names that were here?
Listen, it's all a blur at this point, and I gotta tell you, if you're not contributing $1 at least or $10 right now, I gotta say it's 1:30 in the morning, and I'll tell you, now that I know how to compare time to money because of a 48-hour, super cycle of fundraising, I gotta say I think I'm gonna start, like tracking how much I'm talking because literally I'll have to stop talking and just try to really focus the conversation and tie it to dollars because to sit here, till February and have these endless conversations, it's got to be, scheduled and really juicing. So multiple platforms, super money bombs, stir the pot for limited time cycles and, basically try to limit how much time is required in running for Congress and optimizing donations and organizations. So without your dollar right now, this is just another waste of time. So consider that. Are you a part of the problem or are you part of the solution?
Congratulations, you're now a politician and a whore. Sorry, man.
Yeah,
It's so
isn't
easy.
that true?
In a
Isn't that
line,
true? That's what an escort
it's
tries
so
to say.
easy to go after. Hey, I can't wait to hear your policy stuff. I might still give you a hard time, but just because it's an easy shot. But if Mojo's behind you, I want to know why. That's for sure. When you get your policy on the website, let me check it out.
Okay, I'll let you know. It's gonna be Grok AI assistant,
And like I
policy.
was being very serious, you do have a pretty good sense of humor.
This girl on Hinge a couple months ago, a month ago, 2 months ago, she was texting me saying like, she's basically a sugar baby. And I said, so you're telling me a sugar baby, but you're also telling me that you're not a sugar baby. And so I just, it was like a long exchange of, if anyways, I'm just saying that,
You were
you know,
on Unhinged. What did you expect?
well, I'm not willing to pay for the presence of a beautiful young woman when I can go to the beach and there's 100 of them in the immediate
Okay, I
vicinity
take it back.
automatically.
You were no longer a politician.
Well, you know what Pepe told me? He said, "You should have fucked her and not given her any money." That's what Pepe told me. So I'm just wondering, William, what would you do if a beautiful woman,
Wait, you're taking advice
offered
from
herself up
Pepe?
to you?
Oh, jeez.
No, I'm just reiterating a story that I shared in a room with Pepe. I'm just asking you, what kind of man are you, William?
I have never paid for sex. I got paid once by a chick $20 because I need gas money and I was young. But I believe you have the right to prostitution. You have the right to sell your body if that's what you want to do. But personally, no, never done it, never will.
It's not what I was asking you, but I understand now your position and the black
Oh,
hole PTR that you
what
project. But that is a beautiful PTR of what is it? The black hole sun, what is it
it's
called
called
when the sun goes in front? I mean, the moon
eclipse.
goes in front. An
So what?
eclipse.
So what
You
was your
are an
question?
eclipse, William.
What
William the
eclipse is
eclipse. What does
you?
an eclipse mean to you, William?
It's the most magical spiritual experience you can have. But what was your question? You're asking whether I think you should have screwed the prostitute and not paid her, or you should be
No,
screwing
no,
prostitutes.
no. I'm past that now. I figured that part out.
Oh, I'm just saying that if you're a politician and you're not screwing prostitutes, I'm not sure you're going to go too far.
Well, thanks for eclipsing your previous statement once again. William the Eclipse, everybody. Well, it's $10 a topic. Let's check the email. Let's see if there's any sleeper cells in the audience looking to send 10 not 11, 10 not $9. Nope. Damn it. I really thought, I mean, this is about what I expected. In fact, I gotta say, Mojo, I'm actually blown away. I thought maybe like $100 we would raise, or even $10, but $510 to me is good enough. That is a cornerstone which will help build this campaign for pennies on the dollar. Because honestly, you can't make money unless you can basically get free clicks and, do a spam operation. Because I've been involved in a lot of spam operations in my life working in digital advertising. And let me tell you, deceptive advertising is one of the biggest problems in the world today. Criminal enterprises creating fake advertisements, scamming people all around the world, all the time. It's a big business opportunity. But you just have to send us $10 right now, 10 not 11, 10 not 9 to the campaign to elect John Kidover.
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
but have you heard about iOS 26, where you'll no longer be able to send me text or phone messages if you're not my contact list? Those days are over.
Yeah, I know. Spam is a limited, revenue opportunity with some potential legal ramifications. I know Scott Richter, who owns affiliate.com and Platinum 84 Strip Club in Denver. And he's one of the most successful spammers of all time. He was on The Daily Show, known as the King of Spam. And now he goes from casino to casino creating YouTube videos as Lucky Jackpot, the big jackpot winner. And he has a YouTube publishing business of him playing slot machines. And he's making millions of dollars recording himself playing slot machines. Think about that one. Because a
There's a
lot of
special place
people
in
love
hell.
slot machines.
There's a special place in hell for people like that, if you believe in hell, that is.
Well, one of his sons is trans, the other looks straight, but I'm just saying if your wife happens to commit suicide in her bed and your children walk in on that, that could scar people for life. And you could become trans because you got politically woke and your dad was a spammer. Tragedy strikes people. Not everything is perfect in life, but I will say $37 trillion is not perfect. And if Thomas Massey and Rand Paul and Ron Paul and a couple other Congress people, literally less than 12, are talking about this, there's a bigger problem than you know about.
Yeah, you kind of crossed the line there a bit, bro.
Yeah, too many details, but I'm just merely sharing the story of a spam king who I enjoy and am proud to know and have spent many weekends with. He might become a campaign contributor. You never know. The the evening is rapidly winding down in the muff, and I gotta say the sheets are clean, and everybody's ready for bed. So we'll see. Are you ready to open up that wallet, take out that MasterCard, stick it into the Antidote website, and send $100 right now for this incredible Clubhouse experience? Just look at Dr. Adams down in the audience, waiting to come up on stage to shit talk the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kidover. He's a Darren LaHood lifer, doesn't even live in the district, lives in Southern California, but here he is, already politically activated for Darren LaHood without Darren having to lift a finger. God works in mysterious ways. We'll see. Are you ready to contribute $10 to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kidover right now? Are you ready? We'll see. This is a limited time opportunity. We'll see. We're about to go to sleep, and we're waiting to find out if we'll see $10 from you. Messi gave $10 to the campaign, didn't you, Messi? Are you ready to give another $10 right now? No? Messi? Oh, he's ready. Click that link above, pull out that wallet, pray on it, put it at the center of your heart. Look inside yourself and say, if I was running for Congress, would John give me $10 to run for Congress? Of course he would. Here's $10 right now. Give it to John and he'll give it back to you in seed blessings. And Dr. Adams down there with his rageaholic mentality, screaming all the time about big backed women. Well, you too are needed in the campaign, Dr. Adams, and we hope that you change your PTR and come over to the campaign to elect John Kidover. The time is now. Where's Darren LaHood right now? He's not here consulting you, giving you great words of wisdom, peace, and comfort, ASMR joy. No, he's spending the time in his multi-million-dollar mansion with $10 million in his candidate campaign fund and another $20 million in his bank account from his law firms nationwide that his father runs. This is a grassroots movement and you're resisting grassroots. How dare you? What kind of patriotic American are you? But we need you, Dr. Adams, and you're already in the campaign materials as being a campaign aide to Darren LaHood. And possibly he'll give you a job because you're the first person to do anything about it. So you never know. This could be an opportunity for you too, Dr. Adams. Okay, Messi, take it away.
Oh.
It's been a lot of fun. Too bad Dr. Adams is not on the John boat. He's on the Darren LaHood vaccine train, $20 trillion debt train. What a traitor. I hope everybody here remembers how Dr. Adams has endorsed Darren LaHood and gone against Clubhouse John Kidover. His own kind. What a hypocrite. What a traitor. If there was a Clubhouse Constitution and a declaration, I'd have you arrested on
Wait,
Clown House, Dr. Adams.
I thought that was your boy, Roger.
I love Adams.
You like that he's supporting John's competition?
He can support whoever he wants. He's a grown ass man.
Serving two masters.
I say shame on you, Dr. Adams. You put a lot of stuff in the chat about your family name and all this money and how you could
Oh
win.
God, does it not get old, John?
It's just wild. Like, I like it
You're
because,
Hey,
just
hey, hey,
jealous.
hey, hey,
You're
let's
just
stop.
jealous because my
Hey,
family
hey,
is
hey,
published.
hey, what we're not going to do is Adam
Uh,
slander. We're just not doing Adam slander. Sorry. Look, he's one voter for Darren LaHood, and he can't even vote for him. But Adams is a good guy.
because he's a felon or because he lives in California?
He doesn't live in the district, but let's not let that be the issue here.
I agree. I don't think roasting him is the point of this room, but it could be the point of a future room. But I have to say, everyone has their place in the campaign to elect John because Dr. Adams, your latest speech in the room was put on YouTube because you were in a room called Everything in This Room is being live streamed to YouTube. So you consented, and it asked you to consent by asking you, do you consent? That's called a question. And so we have now entered the final stages of today's campaign push here on Clubhouse. You are in the $10 a topic group. If you're in the audience and you want to talk about anything under the sun, it's only $10. And this is the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John. But you have to click that link above. It says secure.antidote/campaign to elect John. Kidover, you need to send $10 right now or $100 if you have it. Dig deep. Hold on to your heart, grab your balls, and get John into Congress. It will require your money. There is no way to do this unless we can buy media and get operations on the ground to get signatures. And we will mass distribute and mass spam a very conservative, libertarian fiscal policy to defeat Darren LaHood, who nobody likes in his district except for a paper tiger Republican Party. They're just a paper tiger Republican Party. That's it. They're just a paper tiger. It's a little clique of just a couple people who think they're so special and so egotistical that the voters can't wake up and get, marketed and activated to through social media. The time is now. It's not that complicated. What do you think social media is? It's a spam advertising network. We are going to send intelligent, educated communication, and we hope you'll be a part of this. Dr. Adams is already a part of it, and he hasn't even given $10 like you. So dig deep, grab your heart, grab your balls, and give $100 to the campaign right now. We've got an EIN number, a campaign account number, a bank letter, an FEC filing, a financial campaign disclosure. We are set and ready to launch this campaign as soon as possible. But we need to get to thousands of dollars in our checking account, and we need your money now. So I hope this WTTW, National Broadcast Radio, which is now shut down, thank God, is getting to you, the American voter, the American supporter, the American patriot. Thank you very much. This is Candidate Congressman John Kidover wishing you all health, wealth, love, and peace of mind. Dig deep right now. Grab your balls, grab that wallet, lean over, grab your phone, click the link, plug in your name, put in your address, put in your credit card number, and hit submit. Dig deep. Surprise me. Send me 1,000 right now. Surprise me. Surprise the room. Dig deep. Send that $1,000 if you can. You can charge your card $1,000. You can do it right now. Send the money. Dig deep. Grab your balls. Be an American patriot. We are going to blast this message to the heartland of Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln and American patriots used to fight savage Native Americans. Well, they built a bunker complex up to the heart of Chicago to take it over from a bunch of savage Black Hawk Indians. That's the kind of campaign we're going to lead against Darren LaHood when we defeat him. He is a vaccinologist, $20 trillion debt creator, a broadband infrastructure big spender scammer, $20 trillion in debt, plus $5 trillion a year for 10 years. That's 50 trillion plus 20 trillion. The guy has voted for $70 trillion in spending. $70 trillion. And you can't afford $1, not
Adams,
$10.
for only $1 a day, you can support John Kidover in the 16th Congressional District of Chicago.
Wow. Do you see this? Dr. Adams and Brad want to move into an apartment together so they can get
Yeah, that's a
residency.
little sus right there.
Ooh, do I hear a romance in the making?
Hmm.
Strange bedfellows.
Who do you think's the top and who do you think's the bottom? I mean, we obviously know.
I'm just wondering who will scream more homicidal ideation while they make love. Will it be Dr. Adams or will it be Brad?
Hit it harder, you big back.
My dad was a cop for 30 years. He told me his first job was a gay fight where a gay guy was murdered and the other guy had a knife sticking out of his head.
Poor Adams.
Screaming, screaming. I am screaming for LaHood. I can already see the funniest thing is I can hear Adam's voice just in the text.
Is it as gay in your head as it is in real life?
I don't want to, say anything negative because that could break a house rule, but I just want to say I can hear his voice in my head.
All right, let's stop talking about him.
So it's $10 a topic. Messi, are you ready to give $10 right now to initiate a topic?
No, I'm bored. I don't have anything to talk about.
Okay, to the goo you shall go. I'm a capitalist, but unfortunately, I'm communistically gooing you because this campaign needs dollars. That's $10, $100. We'll see. Are you ready? Or are you ready to get sent to the goo? $10 a topic. We'll see. What do you say? Okay, everybody is asleep. We've put the room to sleep again. This is your late night ASMR congressman experience. We're going to create an ASMR congressman experience video right now for the voters of the 16th district, as well as some disgruntled clownhouse users who hate all of my recordings, even though they can't actually identify a single recording that they hate, nor a single video that they'd like taken down. All they can do is come on Clownhouse and complain about everything. It's as if I have single handedly ruined some people's clubhouse experience or ruined the potential for a pure clubhouse experience for future people. I don't know. Some people take it so seriously. Okay, it's that midnight hour, so we're gonna do a quick Jewish Torah study for everyone here who is prepared to give 10, not 11, 10, not $9 to the campaign. Click above and send the money now. I'm gonna give you that $10 you're looking for. This is called God's speech. God's speech is not like your speech. When you utter a word, the word seems outside of you, but there is nothing outside of God, and no place is empty of him. Even when God speaks and words become worlds, the absolute union of God and creation is unbroken, and hence God is not changed. As breath is veiled in sound, becoming word to a listener, so God's light is veiled in form, becoming creation to the created. God perceives no other, for everything is God, without distinction. This is what is meant when it is written that darkness and light are the same to God. Even the shells of self are not other than God, just as a turtle shell is not other than the turtle. Thus it is written, Yahweh is Elohim. These are the notes. Deuteronomy 4:35 Yahweh, the four-letter Hebrew name of God, represents the transcendent, and Elohim represents the immanent. Tanya is saying that God is God from the most sublime to the most mundane levels, from emptiness, Ain, to form, Yesh. Nothing is outside of God. Indeed, there is no outside at all. If there is nothing separate from God, if no place is empty of God, why do we feel ourselves to be separate? This is the nature of God's non-duality, shlemut. God cannot be limited to either emptiness, ayin, or form, yesh. God as the infinite, Ein Sof, must embrace and transcend them both. The mistake we make is to imagine that the form is somehow other than God, and that the shells that blind us to God are somehow evil and in need of removal. From Tanya's perspective, the shells are as natural to God as a turtle shell is to the turtle. The task of the in-betweener isn't to remove the shells, but to see them as part of God as well. This is what Kokma wisdom knows, for it reveals the divine suchness, Kok, in all that is Ma. Realizing this is realizing that Yahweh is Elohim. Deuteronomy 4:35. Elohim is a plural noun meaning gods. The plurality designates God's presence in the plurality of the world of form, Yesh. Elohim is the one manifest as the many. Yahweh is singular, referring to the transcendent one in and of itself. Yahweh refers to God's essential unity. Okay, if you're entertained, send $10 right now. I hope you like that divine wisdom. This is called Other Gods. Send $10 right now. 10 not 11, 10 not 9. Torah speaks as humans speak, giving the impression of duality. But there is no duality in God, and the one light animates all worlds, including even those mired in self and otherness. Unawakened selves are called other gods, their otherness falsely derived from their imagined distance from God. Perceiving nothing but themselves, they proclaim themselves gods, saying, I am, and there is nothing besides me. Thus, arrogance is the heart of idolatry. But arrogance is rooted in delusion, for there is nothing but God. Adam Kadmon, Atzilut, Bariya, Yetzirah, and Asiya, spirit, soul, mind, heart, and body. Your very existence depends on your capacity to say, I am. Neshama is the faculty that allows this to happen, since God's non-duality, Shlemut, necessitates the existence of a multiplicity of I am. It would be a mistake to imagine that neshama is evil or that it must be eliminated. The same is true of the Kalipot, the shells that allow you to see objects as other than yourself, and the Kalipot Noga, the shell of ego, which allows you to be you at all. Everything from the most sublime to the most mundane is part of God's infinite creativity. The problem is not with the neshama and Kalipot themselves, but with our ignorance. The problem is not that you say I am, but that you mistakenly assume there is nothing besides me. This ignorance is maintained by ignoring the fact that you cannot exist alone, that you are not separate from your environment, and that the whole environment, from Adam Kadmon to Asiya, the first and fifth worlds of divine emanation, is the outpouring of God's creativity. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that reading. That's from the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe. I hope it altered your perception and you enjoyed it. Send $10 right now. There's about 25 of you in the audience. If each one of you just found it in your heart to send $1 right now, we could overturn the world with just a feather. A feather to tickle Dr. Adams. Ha 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 ha. Playing the bells ain't gonna hypnotize people. Oh, really, Adams? It's not gonna work? I bet you'll salivate like a dog. Ooh. Let's see here, Adams. Take a deep breath, Adams. Here we go.
But John, you have up until the 27th to collect signatures, the 27th of October.
Ugh. That's soon. It's much sooner than I thought. I thought maybe we'd have till January or February.
No, you got to collect them by October 27th, and then between the 27th and November 3rd, that's when they're submitted, along with all the other paperwork. And if you submit it too early, it won't be accepted. And if you submit it too late, you won't be on the ballot. So the 27th to the 3rd is very important. And then after the 3rd, they're going to review the filing, verify the signatures, and allow time for challenges. Your opponents can contest your petition if they think the signatures are invalid. Once verified, you're officially on the March ballot. So we have between now and October 27th. So we've got August, September, October. We've essentially got 2 months to do it.
So let's say 60 days, 2,000 signatures. Um, it's about 30 signatures a day, uh, or more. So it's a lot of signatures.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'll get people involved that can help with that. We're gonna get some libertarians involved, but you're gonna have to give them like 3 reasons to give a shit, and we can come up with those.
Well, I I need to work on it more and stop with all the clubhouse antics. The
It's
clubhouse antics are fun, but it's not really getting to the people in 16.
so it looks like you need they're recommending getting 4 to 10 times the amount of signatures. So if it's like rounding up to 600, you're going to be looking at like anywhere from 24 to 6,000 signatures.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, you're talking like 5 minutes per signature, basically, let alone a large percentage of the signatures are just scribble. So, uh,
Now,
I don't know.
I'll send you a video. Um, Leadership Institute and Young Americans for Liberty have videos on how to get this stuff. So, um, there's techniques that you could use, and there's training videos that show you exactly how to do it.
Well, why don't we run the training right here on Clubhouse and play the audio from the videos?
That's a good idea, actually. Let me go make sure that my donations are up to date on Yao, and then I'll have access to their whole library of videos.
You see, Dr. Adams, the coordination that is happening on the stage right now, you could be a part of that coordination. You could be an essential part of this communication and campaign. All you got to do is change your PTR, send $10 to the campaign right now, Dr. Adams. You could put this one in your back pocket, Dr. Adams, and say you were a campaign consultant on a congressional Republican campaign. It's a big resume boost. Anybody here can. Chris, Messi, Wallace, anybody here that knows me. Yoav, you want to, well, Yoav, maybe you can't work on the campaign, but you could still speak up in a clown house room. Anybody can, really. This is the internet. I think everybody's asleep. And maybe right now is a good Irish goodbye time, 2 a.m. You know, nobody wants to stay up all night working on this campaign. LaHood has what he needs to run. My side of the campaign ain't worried. So when is he going to announce dropping out?
Should we
To
close this
libertarians.
room? Should we close this room, or should we keep it open? And since Dippity is asleep, we could have a funny title for people to come in and make fun of her with. I think we'll do that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to just do an Irish goodbye in the name of Shepherd Pie. And I wish you all a pleasant good evening. And I bid you all farewell and adieu.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Bye.
Wow, they are asleep, huh? Okay, I'm leaving.